The main character slowly opened his eyes and did not understand where he was, because there was white space around. Everything was so incomprehensible to him that at first he asked himself where he was, and only then who he was. He didn't remember anything, so he stood up and felt like his head was just splitting. Besides, all his memories were as if in a fog. The guy turned his attention to his hands and saw that there were handcuffs there. The hero did not understand why he was constrained and decided that he needed to look around to get a better understanding of the situation. But when he looked around, he did not understand which side he should go. A little later, he continued his wanderings but found no one and nothing. The guy even had a big valve, and he asked himself how long he had been wandering, or rather, how many hours it had taken him. It seemed to the hero as if an eternity had passed, and suddenly he turned his attention to the side because something there caught his attention. That's why he realized that there was something in the distance and started running, thinking that he knew he couldn't be here alone. After some time, he finally reached that point and was glad that he was not alone. But soon his gaze became empty after he saw what was in front of him. He asked what it was and saw in front of him the corpse of a girl, which was covered in blood and showed no signs of life. The main character was in despair over this situation, and therefore immediately fell to his knees. After that, he began to ask himself where the hell he was and what killed this girl. The boy soon realized that he should calm down, because his body began to shake quite violently. Because of the slow breathing he practiced after that, his body was restored. The protagonist realized that somehow, something miraculously clicked inside him. And suddenly after what happened, all that horror, as well as disgust, quickly passed. A few moments after all this happened, the guy felt someone touch his shoulder. He turned around sharply to see who was there and expected that it was already danger. There he saw a man who asked if he had really done this to the girl. The hero looked at him incredulously, but then stated that he did not do it. The stranger extended his hand and noted that it looked like her chest was exposed, and he didn't think the guy could have done it with his bare hands. Ryan extended his hand and asked if the other man had any idea where they were. James stated that he had no idea because he didn't even remember his own name. The main character noticed that he also didn't remember and asked to tell how he got the chains off his hands. The stranger turned his attention to his hands and asked what other chains, because he didn't even have any. Ryan sighed sadly at this, and suddenly he heard the system notifications that the participants had been determined. A leaflet flew through the sky, and on it was written that Ryan Azura had been looking for his sister for 19 years. The stranger asked what was up there in the sky. The hero caught this leaflet and noticed that it was some kind of paper. Then he asked what it was and carefully examined the contents. And then he saw information that said that Ryan Azura, at 19 years old, was looking for his sister, so the hero realized that it must be him. The man read his leaflet out loud, and it said that his name was James. He was 35 years old and he had 3 children and a wife. After the public information, he became very angry and asked what the hell it was. Was it really him, since he didn't understand or remember anything at all? Of course, no one responded to these indignations, and the system announced that it was providing weapons to both participants. His main character felt an electric current running through his neck, and then, in his own hands, he felt an unknown force that he had never felt before. Then, a weapon appeared in his hands which had a sharp blade at both ends and was called a double glaive. The man, in turn, received a weapon called a combat trident, and then the system reported that the opponents had 5 minutes to kill each other. In addition, if they fail, their suit will emit an electric shock that will kill them, and the winner of this duel will become God. He and the hero were amazed by what was happening and asked what it was, and the system announced welcome to the game of God. James asked to wait because he didn't understand what was really going on. But of course, no one listened to the opponents and the first round was announced, which was supposed to begin, and after that a timer appeared in the house, which counted down 5 minutes. Ryan turned his attention upward and wondered if they really needed to fight. But the timer actually started counting down the seconds, and it was clear that it was all true. The hero became wary and said that they didn't even know if these names and biographies were true, so all of this could simply be a lie. The interlocutor was confused and asked if he really thought it was a prank, then pointed at the girl and noted that it was a real corpse, and he knew it perfectly well. He then asked if his opponent really thought they had erased their memories as a joke, and what about those suits they still couldn't take off? Even if it was a lie, at the moment this biography was all he had and he had a family for whom he had to survive, Ryan realized that the man was panicking. So the guy needs to calm down now. The interlocutor said that he is just a guy that he met this year and is nobody to him. The protagonist noticed James's hands and saw that they weren't shaking, which meant he'd already made up his mind. So he again used the same breathing technique he had done before and calmed down completely. The stranger suddenly rushed into the attack and asked if he didn't understand that he had no choice but to kill the guy. Ryan was completely focused at that moment, his eyes watching the man's movements intently. Eventually, he realized that for some reason, he could easily predict all of his opponent's attacks, and his body was also very light at the moment. Despite the rather fast movements they made, the guy could see himself and did not understand what it was. Somewhere at a certain point on James's body, a bright light was visible, from which a thread was stretching. Suddenly, a voice in the protagonist's head told him to kill him and survive. Then I saw that the man suddenly stopped and began to behave strangely. And after that, he threw his weapon up, and the main character did not understand how everything came to this situation. Ryan didn't want to hurt anyone, but the situation was critical, and his opponent caught his weapon only in a slightly different form. Then he rushed into the attack rather abruptly and pierced the guy's leg with his blade. The hero understood that at this rate he could even lose. Because he felt pain, the guy clenched his teeth and made some strange sound. At the same time, he was actually surprised that his opponent did not even look for it, did not hesitate when he delivered this blow. Of course, while he was distracted, the man did not spend the night, did not intend to stop his attacks, but the hero saw them all with the help of his eyes. That's why he came back with ease and then delivered his blow. And then he fell to the ground because the blade was still in his left leg. The man was also on the sidelines because the guy had wounded him, and the wound was quite deep, so both opponents were bleeding. The hero grabbed the weapon that was at his limb and with trembling hands tried to pull it out. The pain was quite severe because of this, so he gritted his teeth and still pulled out the blade. Because of the unbearable feelings he experienced, the guy even had tears in his eyes. After this, with the weapon in his hands, he tried to break the shackles and thought that if only he could free his hands, then perhaps he would have a chance to win. For a long time, nothing worked, and so the guy begged himself to do all this. He didn't want to die under any circumstances, so he continued to try to break the handcuffs without delay. But literally a few seconds later, the hero felt a second weapon pierce him, and it hit him in the heart area. Due to this swift attack, which Ryan didn't even see, his body fell to the ground. But James continued to hold his bleeding wound and stood waiting for what would happen. The man picked up his opponent's weapon and remarked that he was lucky that the guy's hands were tied, because it was a really good help. Then he came closer to his opponent and declared that now he would definitely survive. The main character, however, remained conscious and tried to pull out the combat trident that was in his chest. Now the thoughts in his head were that he could have killed his opponent earlier, but it is unclear why he did not do this, and doubted because they are complete strangers. Again, a glowing point appeared on the man's body from which a thread stretched. Ryan thought that if it was just between them, wouldn't he have chosen himself? Again, the voice appeared in his head that told him to kill him, and he didn't understand what the guy was afraid of. When the man tried to deliver his periodic blow, the main character managed to dodge at the last moment. James looked up and didn't understand what was happening, so he asked how this could happen. But of course, no one gave him an answer, and a few moments later he saw the face of the guy in front of him who was ready to kill him. Ryan, with a swift attack, plunged his blade into his opponent's neck and thought that there would be no more doubts. Then he very quickly jumped away from this man and realized that this is what he had to do. So after she jumped back, he used the chains he had on his hands and tried to throw them around her neck. James felt like he was being strangled by chains, but he couldn't do anything because the attack was so fast. The hero was furiously tightening his chains, and it was clear that he was ready to finish off his opponent, so he thought that he would definitely survive. The man's eyes filled with tears after a few moments, and he begged them not to do anything because he had to return to his family. Hearing this plea, the hero coldly replied that he was sorry, and then threw his opponent to the ground. And when he stepped on his back, he used his chains to break his neck. Then the hero dropped his hands and thought that all this was just a hell. Then he crouched down next to his opponent and began searching his pockets for the leaflet. When I found it, I noticed what was written there and thought that for some reason when I killed him, I didn't feel anything. The piece of paper again contained the information he had read before and not what the man had said. So Ryan was determined after that he had done what he had to do. At that time, he had already pulled out the blade that was in his chest and realized that now he needed answers. And immediately after he knows all the information, it will cause those who put him here to die. The guy noticed the timer above his head and saw that there were 2 seconds left. Then a rather bright flash appeared from the sky and a voice said the word God. The system reported that participant number 305-081 had won, and his name was Rayaya Asura. The guy was shocked after that and wondered if he really was a god. The boy stared at the one who appeared right out of the sky in front of him. An unknown force forced him to sit down on the ground, and it was as if something was pressing on his body. The main character immediately thought, so this is what God himself looks like. The deity, after descending lower, asked the boy how he was feeling. Ryan didn't answer and was shocked by what was happening, while his interlocutor again noted that he had previously said how he felt. Right before the guy's eyes after that, images appeared of how he killed his opponent and how he begged him for mercy. All these memories made him feel sick, and his body began to shake quite violently. Then he smiled madly and remarked that it was simply amazing because now he felt alive. God smiled and remarked that it was interesting, because the same consciousness speaks the truth, different from the heart. Ryan wondered what kind of place it was. The deity stated that this was the very dimension that he had created specifically for this game. Several million souls were placed here for this round. And the guy wondered if this round was the one he was talking about. Did that mean that another 2 million people were forced to fight in duels? Then he started screaming and asking why he didn't remember anything and why he was here. The interlocutor began to use some unknown force in his hand and noticed that this was the right question. It turns out that 2 million souls were placed here, and this is one game. And also they all have only one desire. The hero looked at him intently and then asked what he was talking about. But when he began to speak further, he felt that something was wrong with his vocal cords. It so happened that he couldn't speak because the words wouldn't come out, and this made him wary. It was God who used his power to stop his mouth and told him not to talk back. And then, with just one finger, he directed it downwards and the guy was pressed to the ground. The deity continued to say that his powers were truly limitless and that he was the one who created the universe and everything in it. Victory in these fights, he grants one wish to the winner of the God's game. Among millions of corpses, one will remain to receive it and the rest will perish. And this is precisely what his game consists of. Finally, the main character regained the ability to speak, and he asked why he needed all this. God casually stated that all this was just entertainment for him and for everyone else as well. The guy asked for which others and who was there, but suddenly the divine power pressed him down again, and he could not say anything. The interlocutor noted that the more he participates in this, the more information he will learn. This information will be about himself, about the game, and also about the divine being. But at the moment, it turns out that his only responsibility is to survive. And all this, while he could do, the hero continued to look at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Then he stood up and asked to wait to find out everything about the situation. But after a few seconds, he felt like he was starting to disappear somewhere. He ended up in another place and was wished welcome to the game of God, and the handcuffs that were on him all the time disappeared somewhere. The main character saw that he was in some room where there were a lot of people, and did not understand where he was now. There were also quite a lot of other people there, and they all looked angrily at their partner. It so happened that everyone present here had the same clothes as him. There were also some strange people there who looked at him, and there was even one child. Ryan thought that they had to kill someone to get here. Soon he actually said to calm down and think about the situation a little. It turns out that for some reason his wounds have healed, and this is quite good. There was a door ahead that said to go to the second floor with a partner. The chains and glyphs were also gone, and perhaps they were only intended for the first round. The hero thought that now he had to survive, and that was all he could do. And to get answers, he had to go through the fucking game, which meant all his enemies were there. In a race to the bottom, everyone will eliminate the weakest from the start, and the guy must make them think twice before attacking him. Ryan was confident that if James had survived the first round, you would all assume he was pretty tough. But if it was he who killed this man, doesn't that make him stronger than everyone else? It turns out that only the strongest players will make it through all these rounds. A robot-like creature rose from its seat and said, "Welcome to participant 305-081. Then he asked if the guy was ready for the second round of their competition. The main character, due to the strange behavior of his interlocutor, wondered if this mannequin had just started talking. The creature continued to say that his name was Arnold, and he was the assistant for the second round. The guy realized that he didn't even have a mouth to speak with. Ryan then said that this was all fine and dandy, but where the hell were they? And then one of the other participants said he wouldn't tell him anything. After all, they had all tried to ask him everything he was already thinking about, but they still hadn't received any answers. After that, he smiled slyly and asked what the story of participant number 305-081 was. The protagonist didn't understand what was wrong with these guys. Were they really already targeting him? So he said he didn't know anything and asked why he was interested, and also whether he remembers anything about his past life. The interlocutor noted that no, he is just interested in whether he is an anomaly or not, that's all. So it turns out that God apparently told them all the same thing, and then he smiled and extended his hand and said that his name was Richard, and he hopes that they will go through all these trials together at the same time. Some strange yellow light appeared from his mouth. The hero saw that it was heading straight towards him and did not understand what kind of light it was. But literally a few seconds later, something started happening to his body, and he didn't understand what it was. He felt a strong pain. He twisted and grabbed his body, feeling as if you had just stabbed him in the chest. But when he looked at his body, he realized that there was no wound, so it was unclear what the hell was going on here. The person who had spoken to him before asked if everything was okay with his little brother, since he didn't even know his name. Then he smiled madly and continued asking what had happened wrong. The hero realized that this man was to blame for all this and wondered if this was some kind of magic. If there really are divine powers in this place, then there should definitely be magic. But it is unclear how he learned to use such power. After all, I had only been there once before, and it was all strange. Richard said that only the strongest survive in this place. Suddenly, a guy in a mask came up from the side and addressed this group, telling them to stop. The man who used this strange power asked what he was talking about since he hadn't even touched the boy. The main character developed in the other direction for Togo to see who it was that came up. There he saw a guy who had previously looked at him strangely and now came to help. The stranger in the cloak extended his hand forward, and then some kind of red magical force began to appear. Soon, a weapon appeared out of thin air, and the man said that bastards like this guy just pissed him off. After Ryan saw what happened, he was the one who was stunned, because he thought that this guy really summoned a weapon. The girl on the side said that he had pulled out a sword, and the guy next to her asked if perhaps the assistant should intervene already. Richard said he didn't want any trouble. He was just checking to see if this sucker was worthy of being his partner for the next round. The masked stranger coldly replied that you had asked one of your lackeys. Then, this man came closer to the main character and looked at him, saying that he would now be his partner. Ryan was shocked and thought he hadn't even demonstrated any ability to advance to the second round. Either way, he shouldn't have picked this guy along with the mania. Richard was being held and begging to be let go, because he would knock this idiot out before the next century. The heroes soon realized that now was not the time to think about why this man had chosen him. So he came closer or thought it was a good opportunity, and then he extended his hand and stated that his name was Ryan Asura. The hero understood perfectly well that if he did get together with someone strong enough, he might be able to survive the next round. The new partner shook his hand and announced that his name was Adrian Shingen. Then the stranger turned around and said that they should go to the next round, but the hero asked to wait because perhaps he should ask the dolls. The creature repeated its name, and the hero noted that this was correct, because shouldn't they ask Mr. Arnold about the next round? The robot stated that instructions for the second round would be given as soon as they left the room. No further information would be given. This room is only needed to find a partner. The red-haired guy noted that he heard everything and should go, because he did not want to waste time here. The hero followed him, but thought how to waste time, because why should he hurry in such a situation? Even the main vortex of the detachment approached the door and immediately opened it. It was very dark there, and nothing could be seen, so one could say that there was a dark hole there. Ryan was taken aback when he noticed this and wondered if this door really just led to empty space. Adrian immediately went there, and it seemed like there was infinity there, but his partner asked him to wait. Although his interlocutor did not listen to him and simply walked forward, stone blocks appeared where he was going. The hero said that the path appeared out of nowhere, and it looks impressive. And his recent interlocutor appeared behind him and asked if he really was Ryan. He walked along with his subordinates, and with a smile on his face, he noted that they would see each other again. The hero looked at him coldly over his shoulder and then turned forward. But after that, he simply continued on his way and declared that this was not so, because they would not see each other. Adrian assured him that if the guy was useless or let him down, he would get rid of him, and that would be it. Ryan was taken aback by these words and thought that this guy was definitely too straightforward. The partner said that he simply could not waste time dragging trash around the game. So let him either adapt or simply die. At the same time, he opened the door that led to the second round. The system reported that there were 7,500,000 people left alive in the Gods game. The hero entered the door and a bright flash of light blinded him. Soon, together with his comrade, he found himself somewhere else, and the door from which they had literally just exited immediately disappeared at the same time. Ryan was shocked when he saw who was in front of them, because there was a girl there, as well as some old man with a stick. So the guy thought that they were just making fun of him because old people had no place in this game. Adrian asked him if he had any special preferences. The hero, not understanding what he was talking about, asked what he meant, and the interlocutor noticed that he meant who they would kill first. Ryan knew he didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't respond, and the opponents in front of them greeted them. The old woman asked the boys if they knew they were in the next round, since they really didn't want to guess. But the guy in the mask told them not to take a single step forward. It turns out that the distance at which they are located from each other is already sufficient. The interlocutor noticed that he was rather cautious and asked what their names were. And the leader of their squad turned to the hero and noted that he should not answer this question. Ryan wondered why at first, and then realized that it was all right, because the more distant they were from their enemies, the easier it would be when they killed them. The girl noticed that her name was Sarah, and the old man said that he was Jonathan and that they were quite pleased to meet each other. The guy was embarrassed, because he realized that they had said their names anyway. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the system, which greeted the participants and said, "Welcome to the second round." A few moments later, the mannequin named Mr. Arnold appeared right in front of them, holding some kind of ball in his hands, and he said that he would explain the rules to them. The hero was surprised when he saw him and thought that he looked no different a few seconds ago. The creature said that the owner of this ball would earn a point for his team literally every second. The game itself will last 15 minutes, and at the end of it, the team with the most points will simply win. It also turns out that the losers will be removed from the game of God, and the participants can use anything to take possession of me, which killing is also allowed. We even have it that if the ball falls off the platform, both teams lose immediately, so he asked if they had any remaining questions. And the old man instantly asked what it meant to be removed from the game. As he had said before, the mannequin noted that it meant instant death. Sarah, after hearing this, immediately threw her hand to the side and began to use her power. Streams of this power began to cover her body, and she noticed that it was as expected from the cruel god who controlled this show. She then summoned a weapon that appeared in her hands and noticed that this god was a sadistic scoundrel. When the main character saw this, he asked to wait, because he doesn't understand how everyone knows how to summon weapons, because no one taught him. A teammate asked if God hadn't told him anything, and the guy responded that no, because God hadn't even answered most of his questions. Mr. Arnold remarked that it was interesting if God had decided to hide some rule of the game from him. But even despite this, all this can only mean that it is not his business, and after these words, he immediately threw the ball. He also said that there would be no delays, and announced that the second round was beginning. Sarah and Jonathan prepared for battle and had already used their powers. The game ball flew straight at the old man, and he noticed that he caught it. But a few moments later, he caught it face down and immediately fell to the ground. The second round assistant noticed this and said that he forgot to say that the ball was quite heavy. The old man got angry at him and said that he was a stupid dummy. The protagonist thought that this was bad, because his hands were tied in the first round against James, so first he should kill this decrepit weirdo first. And while the hero was thinking about this, the leader of their squad noticed that this was good and that they should kill this decrepit weirdo first. So he was already heading to attack. Jonathan was stunned when he saw his opponent in front of him and asked if he was already here. But suddenly his partner appeared right in front of him, used her weapon and repelled the guy's attack. The masked man became angry at this and immediately shouted angrily at her to get the hell out of there. Sarah was quite goal-oriented and noted that she hated people like him, because being overconfident and also anxious was not the best combo. Ryan thought that being the oldest person should be the weakest in this place, but the player with the ball does not have to move or fight. After all, in order to win, he just needs to survive. The mannequin, who was on top, continued to watch the fight and realized that something interesting was about to happen. The protagonist decided to take action rather than stay put, and so he turned to the gentleman holding the ball. And when the opponent looked at him, the guy was already next to him and was preparing to attack, saying that it was his ball. The hero saw the old man's frightened face and therefore decided that he must destroy them all. And after that, he was in a furious jump and was ready to take the ball away from this opponent. He had to do all this in order to find out who he was. Jonathan grabbed his cane and saw that the guy was attacking without a weapon at all. So he told his interlocutor that he was indeed brave and pressed some button on the tip of his cane. And after this action, a hole began to open at the other end. Adrian noticed this and realized that this old man's cane was not a simple one at all, but that this was his weapon, and in order to alert his ally to the danger, he shouted his name. The man smiled slyly and apologized to the main character for this. After all, he simply needed to win this game, but from the cane that was in his hands, some terrible energy similar to fire appeared. Of course, the guy saw this attack and realized that he could still hide from it. Then he began to use the power of his eyes, which showed him what to do next. While using this ability, a path appeared before his eyes that led directly behind the man. Ryan realized that if he sacrificed his arm now, he could defeat him with ease. After all, he had seen exactly the same path recently, at the moment when he fought with his previous opponent James. So he raised his hand for another attack and realized that he could not hesitate like he had last time. But now what he definitely needs is to act and not doubt for a second. The protagonist directed his furious attack at his direct opponent through the fire that he released from his cane. The old man was stunned and asked what it was, but it was too late, because the guy's fist reached his cheeks. And immediately after that, his body fell to the ground, having been struck in an instant by this attack. After this, Ryan landed on the ground, and it was clear that his arm was, of course, damaged by the fire, but everything was fine with it. At the same time, the partner was closely watching this fight and was stunned by what happened. Just as he was watching from above, Mr. Arnold also said that it was all interesting. On the guy's opponent's body, the same glowing point appeared, and the path that led to a critical hit. Jonathan told the guy that he was crazy. The protagonist realized that he no longer honors his hand, but his opponent is vulnerable, and if he steps directly on his skull, he can defeat him. But after the guy saw the old man, he stopped and thought, because he didn't want to do this. Then he again turned his attention to his burnt hand and thought that killing this unarmed stranger could not be the only way to victory. Then Ryan picked up the ball that he had to hold in his hands to win, and his partner asked if these were the same eyes, so this was his power. The hero thought that the interlocutor says that he uses magic like that guy Richard. It turns out that seeing the paths leading to victory over the enemy is a natural killer instinct. So is it really his power? After all, neither Arnold nor God confirmed the presence of magic in this game. But even if so, he cannot use what awaits his eyes. Suddenly, Adrian turned to the hero again and told him to finish off his opponent right now. Ryan then turned his attention to the old man and saw something strange there. It turns out that the path of violence that was supposed to lead to a critical blow has disappeared. At that very moment, Sarah's blade pierced the body of one of the guys. Using his instincts, the hero sensed that something had happened and immediately turned his attention to his partner. And what he saw shocked him quite a lot, because Adrian was pierced through and through by a blade. The hero became wary because of this, and immediately turned to his comrade to check if he was okay. Then Sarah turned to the boy and asked if he thought he had time to hesitate before taking someone's life. Immediately after these words, she began to accumulate a fairly large amount of energy right in her fist. And when it did, it also accumulated energy in its legs and jumped forward sharply. And then after that, she screamed that cowards like him should have died in the first round. The main character, using only his technique, continued to watch her movement. At the very last moment before the girl's attack, the guy still managed to dodge. But after that, he jumped up and didn't understand why she was so fast. So he needs to leave before she can catch up with him. But suddenly the hero felt that someone grabbed his leg. It turns out that this was the same old man whom Ryan had not managed to finish off just a few minutes ago. The man's partner wasted no time, and the hero saw a knee right in front of his head. But now he didn't have time to dodge because the attack was really instantaneous, so he received a pretty strong blow. And then, as her opponent fell, she struck again instantly, only this time with her left hand. And without losing the pace of the battle, she continued to strike only with her foot. In the end, it all happened so fast that the guy didn't even have time, let alone follow the movements, and didn't understand where the blows were coming from. So because of the latter, he started spinning like a tornado around his body. Although the hero was still conscious and holding the ball, so he thought he had to hold on. He tried to get to his feet and thought that if he could gain a little time, everything would be fine. But as soon as he managed to get up, the girl suddenly appeared right next to him. The hero continued to use the power of his eyes and saw it in such a way that he thought that no one could move so fast. Therefore, he could see with his naked eye that she definitely had power too. Sarah, at the same time, restored her attacks and with a sharp blow of her hand, inflicted damage on my chest. After this attack, the guy's body flew to the side quite far, and blood gushed from his mouth. From the looks of it, you could tell that Ryan was already unconscious from taking so many punches. Mr. Arnold continued to watch the fight closely and said that it was certainly interesting. This girl, Sarah, who fights must definitely have talent. The main character continued to be conscious and thought about what he should have done. After all, it was completely unclear why he was sent to this hell. It turns out that it is he who is looking for his sister, whom he has never even seen and does not remember. And yet another who bears the same name that he does not recognize and fights with people he does not know at all. And all this for the sake of a prize that he does not even understand. It was completely unclear to him how anything on this short list could be worth it. Despite all these thoughts, the guy still continued to stay on his feet and rose with all his might. Jonathan was already standing on his feet and asked to do him a favor and give him the ball. Ryan didn't respond to this and just continued to look at his opponents with a blank look. At the same time, his partner, who was still alive but had a weapon in his chest, began to rise. Of course, this moment was already quite difficult for him, but he still got up. And then, without saying a word, he reached for the weapon that was in him and tried to pull it out. He made only a small sound from the pain he experienced, but he still pulled out the thing. Immediately after that, even the atmosphere in that place changed, because the guy got very angry. He used his technique and was ready to finish off the opponents who dealt him a critical hit. Sarah and her partner got closer to the guy, and she noticed that the pain could be stopped. Also, the second round assistant, who had been in the air the whole time, asked the hero why he was fighting. It was unclear to this creature why it wanted to survive without knowing anything about what it might lose. Of course, the main character thought about these words and thought that he wanted to find his own reason to live. And he also wants the truth. That's why he holds on to that ball to win. Ryan smiled after that and asked his interlocutor if she was really saying that pain could be stopped. His opponents understood what he was going to do because they saw where he was heading. But the main characters jumped up and said that she was right when she said that. After all, it turns out that you really can be stopped. And at the moment when he was saying all this, you had already jumped out of the arena. As he served, the ball almost accidentally slipped out of his hands. The main character held it in his hands and then thought that it was very close after all. Before this, Sarah managed to instantly grab the guy by the leg. And that's why he didn't fall down. Then she screamed that he was an idiot. And did he really want to kill them all here too? The old man held her back and the girl said that if he was going to die, then he should jump without the ball. After a while, they finally pulled Ryan to the surface and were breathing heavily. After the hero got up, he asked his interlocutors why they wanted to survive. Sarah angrily approached him and asked what he was still chattering about. She has absolutely nothing to say to such a short one as he is. And while she was talking to Ryan, she heard some strange noise behind her. Then she turned around to see what had happened and heard the old man addressing her. She was a little amazed by the picture she saw in front of her. Jonathan was telling his companion that he was very sorry because he had relaxed. At the same time, Adrian pierced his body from behind. The girl was so shocked by this that she wanted to say something, but could not utter a word. But the guy in the mask mercilessly pulled out his blade and threw the old man down. And after that, he told his interlocutor that he still needed to be finished off. Of course, the old one got very angry and rushed at her opponent with her instant strikes. Because of this, the weapon that Adrian had in his hands immediately fell to the ground. The main character saw how his partner was quickly knocked to the ground and now being beaten. And he also understood that he had long since foreseen this. Jumping off the platform, he forced Sarah, as well as the old man, to focus on him, giving Adrian time to recover. And so, it turns out that the course of the battle has changed dramatically at this point. But look, since the old man, the guy didn't understand and didn't know if he could do all this. Jonathan soon after began to say that he was afraid and that was why he wanted to survive. The guy was shocked when he heard this, and the interlocutor continued to say that they know nothing about themselves. He must have 3 children looking for him and a wife who died years ago. It still means nothing to his opponent. But the worst part of it all is that it means nothing to him either. The hero lowered his head, remembering what was written on his leaflet, and he understood what it was like not feeling anything. The old man went on to say that in the end there was no reason for them to fight, and there was no reason for them to live except out of fear. Jonathan said that he would really be with death because it is a frightening darkness. All people are afraid of it, because they have created so many stories about this mysterious unknown. This was done only to cope with fear. The protagonist stood up and asked him if he really remembered these stories. The man lowered his head and noticed that no. They were somewhere deep in his mind and locked behind a door to which he simply did not have the key. Ryan noticed, but was fear enough to make them come to terms with what they had done? At the same time he was talking about this, someone was remembering how he killed Jason. Adrian continued his fight with Sarah, and the hero asked if this was enough for what else they would do. Tears began to well up in the old man's eyes, and a piece of paper with information about him fell out of his pocket. After this, he raised his head and began to look far up into the sky. And when Ryan asked him about all this, he just looked at him and said nothing. And when he looked at the old man, you noticed that he saw everything, but he no longer showed signs of life. And it seemed that he was dead. Mr. Arnold, who was high on anger, looked at the timer and told the contestants that there were 3 minutes left. After the main character heard all this, he thought that he had the ball all this time, so it turns out that Sarah cannot win, because they have too many points. Adrian turned to his opponent and noted that this was all over. The girl asked what she should do then. Should she really kill herself? The interlocutor said that it might be less painful but than what God had prepared for her. The girl didn't respond to this, but it was clear from her expression that she was wary. And it turns out that she had a hopeless situation, so she grabbed her weapon. Then she turned her attention to her partner and noticed that it was true, because she lost on points. But even despite this, it turns out that there are still 3 whole minutes left. The opponent turned his attention to the place where she had just stood and saw that there was nothing there. That's why he became wary and immediately began to search for her in panic. The girl quickly found herself behind the main character and noticed that if she killed them both, she would live during this time. Of course, Ryan noticed this attack that came from behind him, and he wondered what kind of power it had. At the beginning of this whole battle, the guy thought that Sarah was teleporting short distances, but it turns out that when she uses her powers, a stream of wind always follows her, as if she summons it. At the moment when the girl hit the guy, such a force of impact would previously have been impossible without sufficient momentum. And after that, he thought that it was probably the power of the wind. And then, at the last moment, he managed to turn away from his opponent's weapon. The girl noticed that she had missed and then made a sound of despair. The guy thought it was just like when James used his powers. Now he saw all of Russia, which enveloped the girl and her weapon too. A moment later, he still missed one rather swift attack which hit him in the leg. So he immediately started falling to the ground and thought that suddenly there was a very high speed. Sarah had no intention of stopping her attacks and was ready to finish the guy off by flying up. The hero saw at the last moment how this attack was approaching him at high speed. Next, I took a closer look at the tip of the weapon, which was imbued with energy. And using his eyes, he looked at the details, so he realized that's what it was. After that, he tried to somehow dodge this attack. The partner watched from the side what was happening and turned to Ryan to get him together. The girl jumped up again and was ready to deliver a critical blow. Mr. Arnold continued to watch from the sidelines because he was really interested in all this. After Sarah attacked with her weapon, the hero blocked it with a ball. The mannequin noticed this and said that it was not bad. Despite the fact that the sharp tip of the weapon was still neutralized, the force of the attack continued to increase, and the guy's ribs cracked. So soon he welcomed the hellish pain, and blood gushed from his mouth like a river. The opponent was stunned and asked if he could really block even in that position. And after that, the main character smiled and remarked that he would be very surprised if God created a short-lived ball. After that, the guy's partner, who already had a sword in his hands, jumped up to them. He stood right behind the main character and asked if he could stand up. Ryan said yes, and he understood how her powers worked. So it turns out that the country controls the wind and can either accelerate or strengthen itself. All this works like some kind of switch, either in one direction or the other. Adrian noticed that he understood everything, and it was really not bad. When Sarah heard this, she lowered her head and turned to Arnold. But the interlocutor did not drown and asked why she was doing all this. The guys also paid attention to her and saw something strange for themselves. The girl began to cry and said that she simply did not want to die. The main character began to remember all the people who had died before and said the same thing, and also cried. So he wanted to approach the girl, but his partner said that this was not the end. The mannequin also turned its head in surprise in different directions. And then, pointing to the timer that was above his head, he announced that there was 1 minute left. The girl was enchanted by the tears that had appeared before, and after that she said that Jonathan really did seem quite calm. Then she started using her acceleration power and applied it to us. And then she added that, after all, this piece is definitely not what she's looking for. Arnold said that when you are hanging on the edge of life, and also death, this despair leads people to new heights. There is life and there is death. So it is interesting to see which side the girl will end up on and how much she wants to live. So the interlocutor asks her to show him her solution, and it turns out that God actually chose the curious specimens this time. The hero told his partner to forget everything he had said before, because this time it was accelerating and also getting stronger. The interlocutor asked how he understood that. Ryan stated that he could see it, and so his partner realized that this must be his power. He then said that they would both hope that he was not mistaken, while the girl at the same time was already ready to attack and had accumulated her strength. The protagonist thought that one could only think that they had been in this game for the same amount of time. But at the same time, it is completely unclear how the girl was able to become so strong, and it also turns out that there is only 1 minute left in their fight. If only he could hold on, then everything would be fine. While the hero was thinking about it, at that very second a girl was already next to him. Naturally, at the last moment he noticed her attack, but he did not have time to dodge, and Sarah hit him right in the stomach. After this strong attack from his father, the boy's body flew quite far, and he dropped the ball from his hands. The girl remained in the same place where she was and took aim to throw her weapon. And when she did this, she threw it sharply and followed the trail with quite a lot of force. Since Ryan's case was up in the air at that moment, there was no way he could dodge this attack. So after a few moments, he fell to the ground and hit it hard. And then a spear flew after him, which the girl threw and pierced his shoulder. Sarah herself also did not stand still and was already near her victim. The main character noticed all this and thought that she was too strong for him. The girl stepped on his chest with her foot and pulled out the spear, while Ryan kept telling himself that he should move and not lie on the ground. After all, if he leaves everything as it is, she will definitely kill him. Soon the guy noticed how his opponent grabbed her weapon again and was ready to finish him off. The hero had already managed to dodge this spear and saw how it was quickly heading towards him. But suddenly, it simply flew past his head and stuck into the ground. Sarah herself did not understand what had happened and then looked ahead. A few moments began, he already knew what had happened. Howling Hand was cut off, and then part of it simply fell to the ground and blood gushed out of it. The girl started screaming very loudly after she felt hellish pain. Due to a lack of understanding of the situation, she screamed why her hand was cut off. Then she turned the other way and said that that person did it. That's why she took the gun in her good hand and headed towards him. And Adrian said that she simply forced him to do it. After all, he can't allow her to kill his partner under any circumstances. He might need him later. Sarah screamed. Did he really know how to use his ability all this time? So why wait? The mask guy stated that he simply did not want Ryan to know all this, because in such games he prefers not to reveal his trump cards. And unlike his opponent, he didn't do any of this for a long time. Of course, the interlocutor got angry because she heard and strengthened herself, and also accelerated. But after that, she told him that all this is fine, because it doesn't matter what kind of power he has. If it kills him before he uses it, there will be no use from it. The protagonist thought that most people would not have seen what happened next, but somehow he could. Adrian summoned his weapon and grabbed it with both hands. And then he used his power, and fire began to burn from the sword he held in his hands. The guy immediately made a cut that went straight vertically into his opponent. Despite all the speed and power that the girl was experiencing and radiating, she did not have time to see it. So because of the attack, she lost concentration. The girls who were on her head immediately fell down. She also flew to the side, because she felt the full force of Adrian's attack. Ryan just sat back and saw the fire blazing right in front of him. He thought that when he killed James in the first round, he thought that he must be strong. But after he saw Sarah, as well as Adrian, he was simply amazed. After all, he understood perfectly well that there are people who are much stronger than he is. There was quite a large amount of blood on the floor, and a girl was sitting in this puddle. Just a few moments later, she looked up and saw a sword right in front of her head. This was her opponent. And so she looked at him and then declared that she couldn't just die like that. In desperation, she screamed that she didn't want to die here in this damn game. After all, she will later be killed by a man she never even knew. Arnold soon announced that there were only 15 seconds left, and Adrian silently looked at the girl who sat in front of him in despair. Then she turned her attention towards the main character and asked if a weakling like him would really live. After all, he is such an idiot, and yet he will still remain alive. Sarah started crying and said that she didn't even know who she was. The guy in the mask came closer to her and remarked that he was sorry. But the warden, over the second round, remarked that there were 10 seconds left. Sarah stated that her little brother was missing, and so she was begging for mercy, while it was announced that there were 5 seconds left. Adrian swung his weapon and remarked that he was about to finish this. The main character sat silently to the side and realized the gravity of the situation. Literally moments later, the masked guy swung his sword and swept the girl's head off her shoulders. So she rolled to the ground, and the blood gushed from her neck, and Mr. Arnold clapped his hands after that and said everything was fine. It turns out that the partners did win the second round of this competition. After the mannequin said all this and Ryan's body began to regenerate, the guy looked at it and wondered if he was really healing. Also, the hand that suffered from burns was also recovering, and the hero thought that he had survived. He went on to say that it was not bad, it was a bit sloppy, but still beautiful. Hearing these words, his partner looked at his side and was a little surprised. After all, the main character was smiling madly and looking at his hand, which was restored after a few seconds. He soon realized that this was all wrong, so he touched his face and covered it with his hand. Adrian asked if he was okay at all. The hero, in response to this, said that everything was fine. He thought that what they did was terrible, so why was he smiling? The partner said that the guy showed himself better than he thought, but jumping off that platform was either genius or ultimately stupid. It worked, but let them not do such crap again. Arnold came down to the ground and noted that now let them go further. At the same time, a door materialized behind him, but the hero told the scoundrel to give him just a second. The mannequin received this information with surprise and turned its head to see what he would do. Ryan walked closer to the girl's body and began to take out of her pocket or into the crowd, which was distributed to everyone. The hero read that her name was Sarah Jones and she was 18 years old. The partner came up and tried to snatch this card, saying that it was enough. But the guy didn't give it to her and continued reading that she was looking for her younger brother. He then stated that Adrian would remember her name because he simply had to promise him. The interlocutor was amazed and said that this was a promise to a dead woman. Ryan noted that these were promises after all, and if he didn't meet her younger brother, they would save him. The interlocutor didn't like this, and he said that the guy was too idealistic for a game about death, so if he didn't meet her brother, then they would most likely have to kill him. After this, the hero approached the old man and took the card. It was written there that he was Jonathan. He was 87 years old and there were 3 children who were looking for him. His wife has been dead for 10 years, and he voluntarily went to the game of God. The guy wondered if he really voluntarily joined the game. But why would anyone want to come here? Was the game of God widely known in the world? And what is outside the game, and who created all this? Suddenly, Adrian turned to him and remarked that he should go, since he did not want to stay here longer than necessary. The guy stopped his thoughts and walked towards him, declaring that he agreed. The leader of their squad told Arnold to finish this whole thing. The interlocutor noted that he agreed, but before they left, there was something that needed to be done. After that, this creature extended 2 things in different directions to the guys, and pointing his head at one of them, he noticed that it was an omamori. Ryan turned his attention to his partner and thought that he seemed to recognize this trinket. So he looked at the thing that was held out to him, and it turned out that there was a cross there. A few moments after he saw it, the picture began to crumble and he didn't understand what was wrong with him. Literally, a moment later, he found himself in a completely different place than he had been before. So I was very surprised and asked myself what kind of place this was. There was a man right in front of him and he noticed him. It turned out that it was a little boy who looked very much like him. Ryan looked at him for a while and then asked what this place was. But the boy could not communicate with him. And suddenly a voice from the side told the boy to guess what his mother gave her. This caught the hero's attention and he turned around to see who was there. There was a girl who held a cross in her hands and asked if he could see it, because it was God's cross. The kid asked if it was really God, and his interlocutor answered that it was so, because it was thanks to him that they had such a good harvest this year. After that, she decided to scare her brother and noticed that he also creates something, as well as storms. The main character wondered who this was, whether it was really the little him. The boy turned to his interlocutor and asked if this was the man, and he told her that it was the one who was the missionary. The interlocutor stated that it was he who first gave the necklace to his mother, and she to her. The little boy came closer out of sadness and said that he wanted one too, but his sister said that it was impossible because he had to find one for himself. Ryan was very sad, so he addressed his sister by the name Jennifer. The hero immediately remembered this name. In addition, a leaflet appeared with bandaged eyes that he was looking for his older sister. The girl said that perhaps she could convince her mother to give him one. They should go home because she was hungry. The boy said that he was too. The hero looked at the happy faces of the children and wondered if this could really be his older sister. I understand the hopelessness of this situation. He gritted his teeth. He also tried to reach out to his sister and asked her to wait. The girl immediately turned around after hearing an unfamiliar voice and covered her younger brother. The main character saw that she stopped and therefore wanted to say something to her, but did not have time. After all, the young interlocutor interrupted him and then asked who he was. And then, after she did this, Ryan saw that the picture right in front of him had broken and crumbled into pieces. It is because of this that the hero can only see some fragments of the shards in front of him. He then returned with his consciousness, and possibly his body, to the site of the second round. Together with his partner, they were kneeling right in front of Arnold. The guy turned to Adrian. But it so happened that he didn't answer and simply continued to stare at the ground. The hero got angry about this and asked the mannequin what the hell he did to him. In response to this, he smiled slyly and asked if it was really unclear to him. It turns out that just recently he gave them a gift and now he held it out right into their hand. It was the same cross that the main character saw in his sister's body, but Arnold noticed that it was a reason to live. Ryan looked at him carefully and wondered if this could be a reason to live. This reason for life appeared in the body of a girl whom he did not even recognize, so he squeezed the object quite tightly in his hand. And he thought that even if he didn't recognize her, he still felt that she was all he had. Jennifer was his sister. After this, the guy came closer to his interlocutor and abruptly grabbed him by the clothes, lifting him up. So I asked if these were real memories for them. The interlocutor did not answer this question, but after that he extended his hand and lightly touched the guy. The main character's body then instantly flew off at great speed over a great distance. Mr. Arnold began to wipe his suit and stated that it was up to the guy to decide, and besides, he asked not to touch him anymore. Ryan started to get up after the blow and asked what the hell that meant. Adrian finally came to his senses and said that they would figure it out later. And then he asked what he was actually going to do, beat him up. The protagonist didn't respond to this but was angry, but the supervisor of the second round said that he should be grateful. With a smile on his face, he continued to say that the guy was one step closer to the answers he was looking for. And wasn't that what he wanted? The partner helped the guy up and said that that was enough and then tried to open the door. And having literally pushed the main character there by force, He declared that they were already leaving. Mr. Arnold looked at this and wished them both luck. Soon the partners appeared in some other place, and Ryan began to rise from his knees. He looked up and asked himself where they were now. Together, the teammates turned their attention forward because they saw someone there. On a chair that was on the steps sat a woman, next to whom was a knight's helmet. She smiled when she saw the people, not noticing that it was great, because there were still visitors arriving. Ryan took a close look at her armor and wondered who she was. But the interlocutor smiled and asked them if they liked her collection. Together, the team members looked to the side and saw various knights' outfits. The woman continued to say that they belonged to her favorite contenders. The hero, after hearing this, asked the candidates what they were for. The interlocutor asked how it was. What is natural about the game of God? At least at the last game it was exactly like that. Ryan was amazed by the words about the past games of God. Adrian became angry and asked if the two of them intended to continue wasting his time. The woman in knight's armor was amazed because she saw how impudent this man was. This even made me smile because I understood how absurd this situation was. And then she started laughing really hard, clutching her stomach and raising her eyes upward. She also said that they really did have a couple of selfish bastards in their midst this time. But it turns out that she actually likes all this, because those who live the longest are the arrogant idiots who are ready for anything. Moreover, they are even ready to fight with the deities. The tone towards her at that moment was already quite stern. Adrian wasn't at all embarrassed by this and asked what her name was. The interlocutor said that her name was Rebecca, and she was the goddess of war and destruction. The guy noted that he had never heard of her, and the hero thought, which is natural, because they had all forgotten, and he was going. She also thought that she would soon kill them like this. The woman really got very angry, and then asked if he really just wanted to make her angry. This man is just a bug, and God made him a judge for the next round. And in the third round, teams of 3 are needed. They won't get into the main hall through the door behind her, after which they will have a day to find a third person for the team. They can eat or sleep if they want, but in the game of God they don't need any of that, so it's optional only if they want to indulge in such dubious practices. Besides, it would happen in the last hours of their lives. The guy in the mask said that then they wouldn't go. The hero thought that this man was always in a hurry, and then he saw his partner moving forward. The goddess of war asked the guy who remained whether he was stupid or slow, and to just leave here. But Ryan stayed put and wondered if she had seen Jennifer Asura. The interlocutor got angry and asked if he really thought that she was some kind of butler. The hero replied that, of course, this was not so, but the woman suggested saying that he and his friend were testing her patience. Still, if something happens to this person, God will not be upset because of him alone, and he knows this very well. The guy wasn't afraid of her at all and confidently said that they would see it again. Rebecca was silent for a few seconds and then stated that they were all getting bolder. Then she said the guy's full name, Ryan Asusa, and asked if he could afford to worry about anyone else. The hero did not answer and waited for his interlocutor to say something. She asked if perhaps he was worried about himself. He also thinks that Jennifer has the missing fragments of his memory. If that's the case, then that's actually a pretty good theory, considering his current situation. Then, with a sharp movement, she jumped up to him and found herself right in front of him. At the same time, smiling rather slyly, she remarked that they should make a deal. The guy asked if judges could make deals with participants. The woman said that of course she thought so. He already had some ideas about it. After all, he definitely had thoughts about what his sacred power was. Otherwise, he would not have gone so far. The guy remembered the sacred power that others used. The interviewee continued to say that if a god chooses a participant as his champion, the champion receives a second sacred power that is added to such divinity. The hero thought that a second sacred power would make him much stronger, and immediately remembered his previous rival, especially considering that his eyes aren't suited for attacking. That would be great, so it's a great opportunity. Ryan said that 2 forces should be better than 1, but is that fair? After that, the woman looked at him in surprise, and then, with a smile on her face, she said that if there was at least something honest in this game, then such a thing as honesty had never existed in this universe. Cunning as well as strength are the most important here, and on these 2 pillars the winner will stand. The one who wins the favor of the god will receive the most powers in his arsenal, but the strong one will be able to defeat others with just 1 ability. Of course, the guy understood that this was true, because someone who masterfully controls his ability will defeat an opponent with only basic knowledge of his powers. If you remember, Adrian was able to concentrate and control the flame. Well, Sarah used her ability to strengthen and speed up at the same time. These loco fighters are handling their powers, but here's what about him. The hero has no idea how his power works or even how to activate it. It seems to be activated on an instinctive level when he is in danger. The goddess at the same time said that the winner must be ready to do anything, and then she asked if the guy was capable of doing this for the sake of victory. The protagonist became inspired and noted that he was ready. The interlocutor said that this was excellent, but of course, his words meant nothing to her. She's only interested in the result. If he reaches the third round and has 3 kills, then Rebecca will make him her champion. Ryan asked what the other 3 murders were, and his interlocutor became inspired and noted that it would be better to have 5. The woman said that she would even tell him more about his sister. After all, if he became her champion, then she would bet on his victory in the game. The protagonist asked why give this chance to him and not to Adrian or someone else. The goddess said he is not the only one who will become her champion. It turns out that she chooses champions early, and the earlier she invests, the more she gets. But if the guy wins, even so, she relies only on luck. The guy asked what her reward was, and his interlocutor responded by noting that he asked a lot of questions and therefore whether he accepted her offer. Ryan immediately thought that the only one he killed was James, but he should do it 5 more times, and asked what would happen if he couldn't. Rebecca said that if he didn't kill 5 opponents by the 5th round, he wouldn't be her champion in this whole thing. But it was still a good offer for a guy like that. After hearing the information, the hero agreed and said that he would do it. The goddess said that she would watch and now let him get out of her hall. The guy headed towards the exit and realized that it was quite useful, and he would get a lot if he could win the woman over. But the question is whether he can kill 5 people by the 5th round. He interrupted his thoughts a little and nevertheless headed straight for the door that led to the 3rd round. When he found himself in that very place, he was amazed and asked what it was. It turns out that at the same time he continued to be in the castle in the slaughter of war. But there were a large number of people there. They sat at the table and ate, and the hero thought about what his interlocutor had told them, that they didn't need to eat or drink to live. But then it is completely unclear what all these people are doing. Everyone has only 1 day to find 3 and prepare for the next round. So it's not at all clear how they can just sit here and pretend like everything is fine. Knowing Adrian, he wouldn't waste his time stuffing his belly. So the leader of their squad is probably looking for a new teammate for them, or maybe he is looking for a new team. After all, there were probably better candidates than Ryan in this place, so it was interesting to see who was the strongest here. Suddenly, a girl from the side started screaming that they shouldn't touch her because she was strong. The guy looked over and saw Richard, who was saying that he thought she was strong. It would be cool if a cutie like her joined his team. The woman said he was right and her partner had died in the last round, but she wasn't going to join the scary guy who picks on the girl while she was eating. Richard was angry and asked what other creepy one, and it seemed that the mist did not understand his intentions. The girl was angered by this whole situation, and she grabbed the guy with a sharp movement. And then, literally in an instant, she threw this man to the ground, and he hit the ground quite hard. The main character was shocked by what was happening and asked what the hell this was. Richard's interlocutor said that she didn't think she misunderstood him. Perhaps he misunderstood. So she would explain it more simply for his thick head. Let him get away from her quickly, otherwise she will tear off his hand and also beat him to death. Ryan, after seeing it, said that he thought he knew who he wanted to see as the 3rd on their team. Whoever this girl is, she caught the guy's attention, so he would like to be on a team with her. It was because of his future plans that the hero followed her. At the same time, he thought that for some reason he felt that he shouldn't get too close to her. And literally, some unknown force has been holding him back all this time. Using his eyes, the boy noticed her and wondered if it was his instincts. After some time of exploring, Ryan noticed that she had turned somewhere to the right. So he understood perfectly well that he couldn't let her go and followed her. But when the main character turned there, the first thing he saw was a gun that was pointed at him. The girl immediately asked him why he was following her. Ryan didn't answer because he didn't know what to say, and the girl asked, so that's what she meant. Assessing the situation, the hero realized that there was no one nearby, and she chose a good place to confront him. Then he thought that he should behave calmly because he had to seem confident. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't even think about uniting with him. After some thought, the hero said that he saw how she dealt with Richard and was impressed. So it turns out he would like to see her on their team in the next round. The interlocutor asked who this Richard was. Was he really talking about that blonde geek she had slammed into the table? The guy smiled and said that this was exactly it. And then the girl immediately put away her weapon. And then she said that the hero is the same pervert as the others, or that he really has some benefit. Ryan hesitated a bit and said he'd like to think he was actually being useful. The interlocutor moved to the side and noticed that he would then prove it. Turning towards him, she was kind, bent, and noticed that he should follow her. The main character had no choice but to follow, and so he walked and looked at everything around him. Together they came to some large hall where the participants were fighting. The lady soon announced that they were already there. And the main character asked what they were doing there. And in response, the interlocutor said that they would test him. Pointing to the large man in front, she noted that he had killed her partner in the previous round. So he asks the main character to beat him up, and then he will belong to us all. The guy asked what she meant by the words that she would belong entirely to him. The girl noted that whatever she wanted, that would be it. After these words, Ryan decided to take a closer look at his opponent. And when he got close, he realized he was in trouble. Because this man was gigantic, he said that he killed the girl's partner in the second round. If so, then they were enemies, since they both survived. Because he thought that God kills the loser, the girl said that the devil knows. She won, but God decided to spare the life of this brute. But why didn't he ask him about it himself? The hero asked what her name was. The interlocutor looked at him rather slyly and asked what his name was. The main character didn't even think about it and said that his name was Ryan. The girl smiled and remarked that she would tell him her name if he brought the big guy to his knees. Of course, the heroes didn't understand why it was so complicated, because it was even worth fighting with him or not. Although he doubts that the participants can die here, because God would not want his players to die before the game. If this is the case, then this is actually a good chance to test yourself against a strong opponent. After all, he can't always rely on Adrian or anyone else to get him through the various rounds. So, in order to find out the truth, he must become much stronger. In this very hall, there were also other participants whom the guy saw in the second round. There were also other girls who were watching carefully where this man was heading. The hero thought that even if everyone wanted to know what he was capable of, it didn't matter. After all, it turns out that he has absolutely nothing to hide from others. And when he came closer to the big guy, the people who were with him paid attention to him. Ryan stopped next to his future opponent and looked at him carefully. This prospect no longer seemed very joyful to him, and he thought a lot about what he would get if he would overcome him. The man did not understand why this man approached him, but continued to stand and look at him angrily. The main character realized that if you think about it, everything in this game of God is actually terrible. Of course, this is true, but the guy doesn't understand why he feels this way. Suddenly, his thoughts about this place, as well as about his feelings, were interrupted by a man in front. It was a huge fighter who was attacking him and screaming at him to wake up. Seeing the fist right in front of his face, Ryan was shocked and wondered if he had just attacked him for no reason, so the hero jumped back. The brute said he could sense his corrupted aura from right here, so who the hell is he? The interlocutor replied that his name was Ryan Asura and asked what was wrong with this man since he hadn't done anything to him, but he replied that it was for now. It's true that he hasn't done anything, but most likely he plans to. A girl from this man's squad remarked to Donald that there was no need to be so aggressive, because he would scare the poor baby. But the other person stood silently all this time and lowered his gaze. But literally a few moments later, he turned around and looked at the hero from under his hair. After the guy saw a strange look, he thought what was wrong with him. After that, pointing his finger at Sophia, he asked the big guy if he killed her partner or not. He then asked if she had defeated him, then why was he still alive and shouldn't God have killed him in the second round? The interlocutor laughed very loudly and asked what kind of lawlessness this was, whether this scoundrel had really sent the guy to ask him. The hero looked at him with contempt and asked what was funny about it. Donald was mad after this and said that he was just thinking about the surprised face of his girlfriend when he crushed her partner's head like a grape. So, is the interlocutor still being asked how he survived the second round? The girl heard these words and stood sadly to the side. But the big guy went on to say that he should have died when his time was up, but God let him live because he was too strong to die. Ryan asked in surprise how it was too strong to die. The girl from the interlocutor's squad noticed that he probably already understood that the game of God is entertainment for observers. In order to make it to the next round, God left Donald. This was done for fun, and it has already happened a couple of times when God gave the participant a second chance, but still, you shouldn't hope that he will give a third one. The brute said that he wouldn't need it, and the hero thought that Sarah was strong enough to face him, as well as her teammate alone. However, she did not interest God, but he chose this guy, so is Donald stronger than Sarah then? And as a result of this, it turns out that Sophia, who fought with him before, defeated him. If we proceed from all this logic, then it is the strongest. After thinking, the hero began to calm himself down and said that he shouldn't be afraid, because now he knows what he's fighting for, remembering his sister. To find the answers and to find Jennifer, he must become the strongest. And he'll start with this big guy. Donald shouted that he can't wait to crush him in the next round and smash his head to smithereens. The big guy's screams were interrupted by Ryan, who swung and hit him right between the legs. Of course, Sophia saw the picture in front of her and smiled. But the girl from Donald's squad was amazed and asked what was going on. And the man himself was shocked because his body began to shake, but the main character continued his attack. At that moment, he thought that this was not the most honest attack, but against this option, he needed an advantage. On top of all this, he actually really annoys him, so he should go slower. Finally, Ryan swung with all his strength and hit him. But suddenly he realized that something was wrong and saw how this big guy grabbed his hand. It was obvious that he was very angry and said that the guy was a scoundrel. And then, using only the strength of his wrist, he broke the hero's arm. Ryan started screaming because of the pain he was experiencing and felt like his arm was broken. He was disoriented for a few seconds, then looked ahead and saw his opponent turn his back. Then he accelerated and lifted the guy up with all his strength. Well, and then, naturally, he threw him to the ground, and the hero hit it quite hard. After everything that happened, he was almost unconscious, and Donald asked him if he really thought he was tough. After all, he attacks a stranger for no apparent reason and thinks he will win. At that very moment, using his strength, the big guy again threw the guy, only this time face down. Ryan was still conscious and therefore felt pain, so he made sounds. The opponent turned his attention to him and told him not to fall asleep yet. After all, this scoundrel of reality should remember one thing. He did not start this. All this time, Sophia continued to stand aside and carefully watched what was happening. There were only sounds from the boy, which he made due to pain, as well as the cracks and slaps of his body. The girl with green hair, who was standing there, noticed that it wasn't very funny because it spoiled the whole mood. So I turned to my teammate and asked if maybe he could help him. The interlocutor did not answer, so she addressed him by the name Roger. The guy asked if he should do this, since he seemed to have asked for all this himself. So that's how this game works and idiots die doing stupid shit like this. If this person actually turns out to be weak, then only death awaits him anyway. The big guy continued to deliver furious blows for a while and then stopped and looked at the guy. There was quite a lot of blood coming out of his mouth, and he asked if he was still alive. In fact, it can be said that he is a persistent guy. But if this is really so, then why don't they just end it? And after these words, he threw the guy up. At the same time, Ryan was in the air. You heard a voice asking him why he was letting this weakling look down on them. Let him get ready now and show him his place. The power of the eyes that the hero had all this time has awakened again. He turned his attention downwards and saw the path that led to the critical hit appear again. The hero realized that this was his way out. Donald aimed his big fist at him, but the guy didn't land so easily. Immediately after he fell, who did not hit the big guy's limb, but landed on it. His gaze at the same time was quite concentrated, and he swung his hand. And then he hit his opponent right in the place where the killer's path led and where there was a glowing point. Immediately after that, he jumped back, did a few somersaults, and landed right on the ground. After Sophia saw all this, she broke into a bright smile. The girl with green hair and her partner were also amazed and asked if he had really gotten out. Donald was in the same place, and the hero asked himself if he should run. But soon he turned sharply and confidently in the other direction and said that this was not so. After all, he remembered the words of the girl who said that she would tell about herself if he could bring this boulder to its knees. A voice inside was wondering if Ryan was going to stay scared or if they were just going to have a little fun. The power that had only been in his eyes all this time spread throughout his body, and the hero felt the switch flicking in him again. The guy became very calm after that and realized that it was exactly the same as that time. All the pain and feeling he had felt before disappeared, and so he rushed into the attack. Of course, Donald saw her, but he didn't realize that this was still happening, so he asked what the hell was going on. Ryan realized that everything he felt inside himself now was just his thirst for victory. The big guy hit the guy in the face backwards and managed to dodge his attack at the last moment. And then he made a sweep and saw how a path appeared that pointed to the opponent's leg. The protagonist thought that this was indeed weaker than the prospect of murder that he saw with James. But if this is so, then could it be that these are their weak points? And in order to test his guesses, the hero hit this point. Donald thought that his balance was lost and he could not stand on his feet. So he fell to the ground in despair because he understood that he couldn't do anything. At the same time, the main character was standing right next to him on his feet and preparing to attack. He remembered the girl's words and decided that he should crush this boulder right now. So immediately, with all his strength, he hit Donald, who was falling to the ground. Because of this, the huge guy, who looked pretty scary, fell to the ground and crushed it under himself. The girl from Donald's squad was amazed and said that she could never have believed it. But the guy who was looking out from under his hair again said nothing. Sophia became inspired at this and happily said that he had actually done it. The big guy was still conscious and began to clench his teeth until they cracked. Immediately after that, he started to get up and said that the guy was a bug, because did he really think that he would let him leave after that? Soon, Donald was on his own 2 feet and was furious. So his divine power awakened and he used it. The main character saw this and realized that this was his power. But what a crazy aura emanated from him. He thought that he needed to leave here as soon as possible, but he felt how his body began to hurt very badly. As a result, the pain returned to him again, but the opponent, using his strong aura, decided to pounce on him. The guy realized that this was completely at the wrong time, but suddenly he saw a man appear right in front of him, who noticed that this was already enough. Ryan looked ahead and didn't understand what had happened, because it was unclear who or what it was. The guy with glasses acted casually and told the man that he felt like a teacher breaking up a fight between kids. It turns out that if they continue in the same spirit, then he will have to punish them both. The big guy didn't like all this because he was very angry and continued on his way forward. Sophia was shocked by what was happening and wondered where that man had come from. Donald then asked who the hell he was. Roger wondered if he was asking who he was and that he was just an ordinary guy playing this game. The interlocutor happened to be, if this is so, then he is bothering him very much. The opponent asked if that was really the case, since they had already done the right thing to each other, and he would even say that the big guy had won this fight. Besides, he doesn't think that this boy can fight any longer, and maybe they will agree that he won and go their separate ways peacefully. Donald was not appeased by this and was insane, so he screamed for him to get out of his way because the fight would only end when he broke this guy's skull. Roger asked if he really called him a Four Eyes. The big guy could have at least tried to come up with something more interesting. The brute shouted that he agreed and then ran towards him with his big strides. He was already prepared for battle and said that in that case, he would then finish off both people. The interlocutor touched his glasses in order to take them off, and when he did this, he turned to the big guy and asked him to tell him what color his eyes were. The main character continued to watch the fight from the side and saw a bright yellow light. It was the ethics and aura that emanated from the guy standing in front that made Ryan think that this man was truly strong. While he was looking at him attentively, after a few moments he saw how he disappeared from his place. But a moment later he appeared, and the hero noticed what had happened, because a second ago he was not here. The guy looked at Donald in surprise, but Roger asked him if he saw what happened. It was clear that the head of health was spinning from side to side, and these were instant blows. So the hero wondered if this man could have just knocked out this big guy. Ryan noticed the energy that filled the room and realized that it definitely belonged to the guy with glasses. The members of the big guy's squad were amazed and asked how he was able to do this. The same silent man continued to look, assessing the situation, and again said nothing. The hero wondered if this man's divine power might work through speech, like Richard's. Although no, he did say something about his eyes. So could this player really hurt with just his own gaze? The guy knew that more and more powerful monsters were coming his way one after another. Roger casually scratched the back of his head and noted that he had warned that man, and the hero had thought about how he could become stronger than players like that guy. Offers and Glasses turned to him and asked if his name was really Ryan. He hopes he pronounced it correctly. The hero replied that it was. The interlocutor noted that he had put on quite a show here, and that such a tiny guy was challenging the biggest player in the room, so he was cool. The guy asked in what sense tiny. Then the interlocutor smiled and introduced himself, stating that his name was Roger. Ryan took a closer look at him and thought that he had definitely seen him somewhere before, because it was this man, the one who was in the waiting room in the second round. The interlocutor asked if he understood correctly that he had gotten it pretty bad. Then he turned to his partner Kayla and asked if she could help him, let him patch him up so that they could at least get him to the infirmary. The girl agreed and noted that she couldn't refuse such a cutie, and her partner asked if that was why she asked him to help her. Ryan realized that she was also in the second round, then asked if there was a hospital here. Roger said that this is what he heard. They can heal the god, even if the person died. It's brutal. Although how could he know since he was still completely unharmed? The hero said that he understood everything, but this man's companion added that he should not pay attention to this idiot. Using her healing power, she said that Roger was just lucky with his divine power and to stop acting tough. The partner said that he obeys ma'am, but she healed the hero. Ryan felt a slight tingling sensation which made it look like he was in pain. Kayla asked if he was in pain. The hero noted that it was not, and he thanks the guys for their help. He went on to say that he was simply pleased to meet people like them. After all, they are the ones who really want to help him. After this, the guy wanted to say something else, but suddenly his speech began to slowly become dull. And soon he saw that the picture before his eyes began to blur, and his eyes suddenly closed. The guy found himself somewhere in his mind, in which he stood on a mountain of corpses and smiled madly, saying that he would become the strongest. And then he looked up and declared that even God would not restore him. Despite having experienced many deaths, he feels nothing but elation when he realizes that he has survived. That's why he's interested in who he really was before playing God. All these thoughts of the protagonist were soon interrupted because he woke up. In order to figure out where he was, the guy looked ahead and saw that Sophia was there. The girl finally saw that she was sticking her nose in and said that he should understand that he was just something. Of course, you can say that he is weak, but he has something that other people lack. Kayla came out from behind the curtain and asked if she was talking about courage. Then she said that she saw the guy and that they really did patch him up, but she was afraid to imagine how advanced the technology was here. Only courage bordering on recklessness will one day lead the guy to the grave, because you can't always rely on God to heal him. Ryan looked at his body and thought that Kayla was indeed right. If you look into it more closely, he really does take some kind of risk all the time. And in the end, without even thinking about the consequences that may follow. At this rate, it may turn out that his luck will soon run out and everything will turn out badly. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by his interlocutor, who was turning on the signal to raise his nose higher. The hero noticed her, and the girl said that she would join his team. Ryan was embarrassed and asked if she was serious, and his interlocutor noted that he had knocked that same thug down, and that was their agreement. Then she sat down closer and asked if he had a partner, and it turns out that for the next round they need 3 people. The guy sadly lowered his head after this and noted that he didn't even know. He immediately remembered Adrian entering the room for the 3rd round and disappearing. Sophia said that he had someone in mind and let them find this person and take him in. But first she wanted to see how strong he was. Ryan turned to his interlocutor and asked her what her name was, since she had promised to tell him about it. The girl hesitated a little and noted that this was definitely true because a promise must be kept. Then she smiled and introduced herself, stating that her name was Sophia Pak. The interlocutor smiled and remarked that it was indeed a beautiful name. She smiled and remarked that he was a fool, since she certainly didn't choose him herself. Then she extended her hand and told him to believe that she would not regret taking her into the team. Ryan thought that as soon as he looked into Sophia's eyes, all her frivolity and reason disappeared. After all, it turns out that now there was a firm determination there. It was precisely that same commanding look that his partner and Sarah had. The look of that very man who knows how strong he is. It turns out that the guy believed in Sophia even when he saw her in the banquet hall for the first time. And although he only caught a glimpse of her strength, his instinct told him that she could be relied upon. It turns out that the girl was worth much more than those beatings in the fight with Donald. She could be someone he could trust in this cruel game and a friend. So he reached out his hand to hers and they shook hands. Then his partner asked him if he could become one, and the hero responded that yes, everything was fine. Afterwards, he turned to Kayla and thanked her for helping him, and asked if Roger was still there, because he couldn't leave without thanking him. The interlocutor said that he was outside and that the guy should follow her. Her partner also wanted to talk to him, and the hero asked if this was true, to which he received a positive answer. Then Ryan turned his attention to the room they were in and asked if this was really the infirmary. The interlocutor said that it was, and the little minions worked for God. They may be mute, but they can easily turn a person into a cutlet if they want to steal something for the next round, so you shouldn't even try. Whatever is in these vials, it can heal anything, illness, wounds, and even death. She got excited and shouted that it was just amazing. Sophia noticed this and said that joy was just pouring out of her. After some time, the girl with green hair noticed that they had arrived. Ryan looked ahead and realized it was definitely him. There was that same guy who had knocked that big guy down in an instant. Now he was standing near the wall and tossing a coin. Well, then he caught her and greeted the people who came to him. At the same time, she said that it was that same insolent and scoundrel who had come to him in person. A few moments after hearing the force, the guy's eyes immediately began to work and he became wary. After all, the man who was in front of him with a sharp movement threw a coin from his hands in his direction. Of course, the hero noticed this attack and caught it with ease. Sophia asked what the hell was going on, but the guy's partner noticed that Roger was bothering to play the fool. He noted that it was okay for her, since he was just checking this man out, and then asked if she understood correctly that he had unusual eyes. So it turns out that, most likely, this is his divine power. The main character became a little wary and noticed how observant his interlocutor was. After he asked to listen to what he had come for, he called me to throw it to him, and wanted to say thank you for saving him. The interlocutor said that he should not take it to heart. It turns out that he simply didn't want to watch how that big guy turned him into a cutlet. And besides, he was a stranger, because he stood up for his girlfriend. And Roger really respects this kind of person. The main character was embarrassed and noted that he simply wanted to recruit her. The guy with glasses said that he also needed to say something, and the hero asked what it was about. Then the man smiled slyly and noticed that the hero was leaving his girlfriend and moving towards him and Kayla. He also suggested that they win this 3rd round together, and stunned his interlocutor. The hero immediately thought about the words with which he should leave her. He understood perfectly well that after this man showed what he was capable of, anyone would have accepted his offer immediately. It took him literally a moment to knock that brute off his feet, and the hero has no doubt that he will go far in the game of God. It turns out that Roger uses his divine power without letting others understand its secrets, so that even Ryan's eyes were not allowed to unravel the mystery of his ability. And then there's Kayla. And if this girl has made it this far, she can probably take care of herself, not to mention her healing divine powers. After all, she will definitely be useful in a team fight, but at the same time, the guy still doesn't know a lot. Roger and Kayla helped him, but did they really do it out of the kindness of their hearts? Most likely, no. And they need something. Because if you remember the words of Adrian, who said that the guy has the same eyes as him. As a result, the hero realizes that this guy with glasses, like his partner, wants to know the secrets of his divine power. And after weighing all the pros and cons, the guy said that he was apologizing, but he was passing because he already had a team, and the interlocutor was amazed by this. Then he said that there were only 2 of them here. But who was the third member of their team? Suddenly a guy from the outside said that it was him. Those present immediately turned their attention there and saw Adrian there. Roger said, "Is this the idiot who summoned his blade in the waiting room?" Then he began to take off his glasses and asked me to tell him how to arrange the colors of his eyes. The mask guy remarked that what difference did it make, since no one would care what color his eyes were once he cut them out. Roger took off his glasses and looked at him with a smile, noting that he believed in this because he would not give a damn. But Kayla stopped her partner because she grabbed his hand and did not let him take off his glasses. She also stated that he had already stopped all these actions and that he should be a little kinder. The interlocutor looked at her menacing expression, but said nothing. Then he began to behave casually and apologized, saying that he was just joking. Then he turned to the main character and noted that it looked like he would have to look for a third team member elsewhere. But that was bad, because Ryan had great potential. He then patted the guy on the shoulder and noted that they were still going strong, and called him handsome. On top of all this, he asked me to try not to die because he would like to chat with him again sometime. Adrian looked at the man and noticed that he was the second strongest of all those he had seen in this castle. Ryan asked if there was someone stronger or if he was talking about himself, and his interlocutor said that it was not so. After all, the bespectacled woman with whom we just spoke is much stronger than he is. The hero thought that if the gods heard his prayers, then he would not want to meet Roger and Kayla in the near future. Then he asked who was the strongest then. The main thing in the squad was that if they encountered him, he would tell him. Then he turned his attention to the girl and asked who she was. She introduced herself and extended her hand, stating that her name was Sophia Pack, and that he apparently was another partner of Ryan's. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by another one. Then he looked at the hero with an evil look, and he hesitated and said that they needed a third participant. The leader asked if he had forgotten to ask him. Then they both got angry, and Ryan said that he listened this time, because he didn't even know whether he would be his partner in the third round or not. Adrian asked what he was talking about since he wasn't going to show his powers to everyone while he was gone. Sophia said with a smile that the guys seemed to be getting along well, and after that she added that they promised they won't regret taking her into the team. The chief simply looked at her silently for a few seconds, and then stated that he agreed, and she would also go. After this, he called his team members to follow him. Sophia asked if this man was always such a jerk. The hero hesitated and said that she would simply get used to it soon. They didn't follow the guy together, and the girl asked Adrian where they were going. The leader said that Ryan never learned to summon his weapon, so he doesn't want their team to be dragged down by some ballast and needs to be shown how it's done, then asks to move before he changes his mind. The main character was amazed and wondered if they would really learn to summon their weapons. It will probably be the same glaive that he used in the first duel. He still remembers how comfortable it lay in his palms. It was as if he had spent his whole life with her and fought so easily. And even though his hands are shaking non-stop right now, he can easily imagine all the ways in which the gref should be used. The protagonist's mind stores years of experience with this blade, but he does not remember a single training session with it. Remembering the reason to live that was given to him earlier, the hero wondered what it meant to him. After some time, the leader of the squad said that the guy's weapon is an extension of himself. It turns out that he did summon it in the first round, so he should immediately try to remember the feelings he experienced then. Ryan, after hearing all this, immediately became thoughtful and began to remember. The same feeling he had then was when energy began to emanate from the center of his suit, and then it gushed into his palms. But it was unclear where this flow of energy began. Suddenly, the interlocutor interrupted his thoughts and noticed that it was a feeling. It turns out that every person has a defining feeling, so he needs to evoke this emotion in himself and the weapon will appear in his hands. And it couldn't be simpler. Ryan said what he meant by the defining feeling, but what did that even mean? Sophia asked if God hadn't told him anything at all. Immediately after that, she used her technique, and what your energy is appeared on her palm. Then the divine power calmed down a little, and after that a pistol appeared in her hand. The main character was shocked by this and watched carefully what was happening. The girl said that after the first round, God reminded her of one feeling from the past that allows her to summon her weapon. The guy asked, "What kind of feeling is this?" The interlocutor noted that we are talking about a strong desire. When you first summon a weapon yourself, then the guy will be able to do it without thinking. But first he needs to overcome the difficulty associated with his summoning, because it turns out that the first round summoning does not count, and the girl thinks that God himself helped him with it. Still, didn't he even hint to him what feeling he should be experiencing? Ryan thought about it and said that there was no talk about weapons. Moreover, it so happened that at first he was even generally handcuffed. The girl and the guy were shocked and asked if this was really true and how he survived at all. The hero said that, fortunately, he really did survive. Adrian said he was on the natives in the first round, but no player he knows has started the God game at such a disadvantage. Not to mention that he fought until the very end in handcuffs. And considering this and his eyes, Sophia asked if there were any guesses. The chief said that there were none at all. Something is wrong here because either God wants Ryan dead so badly, or he is too strong, which means his power must be limited somehow. The partners smiled sweetly after this, and the hero said that she should stop laughing because it wasn't that funny. Sophia said that Donald kicked the guy's ass, so she laughs, so the second option should be crossed out. And then she asked Adrian if he grinned or imagined it. Ryan said that whatever it is now, it doesn't matter why God hates him, doesn't know why he puts the average player at a disadvantage, but he has to get over it. And all this needs to be done independently, and whining won't solve the problem. Then I asked the team leader what feeling helps him summon his weapon. He immediately replied that his own rage was helping him. After hearing this, the girl shouted that he was a show-off, but the interlocutor noted that she would have understood if she had known about his situation. He already mentioned that their weapon is an extension of themselves, so in order to summon it, you need to find a feeling that reflects your inner world. After winning the second round, they were given the opportunity to look into their past, so the hero can cling to something among these memories. Sophia said that he suggests finding this feeling himself, and it is smart, but after the second round, they only unlocked one memory fragment, and she doubts that this will be enough to find the defining feeling. The head said that trying is not torture, and otherwise he will have to achieve the next round without weapons. And he doesn't want to take risks with a partner like that again, so he said if the guy doesn't find a way to summon his weapon for the third round, he'll put together a new team. So it turns out that Ryan's weakness will drag them down with it. And there is no need to be so surprised, because he already told him this before the second round. The main Russian character remembered the words to either match his level or die. The girl asked if these words were too cruel. Adrian said that it was cruel that it made 2 million souls fight each other. Besides, doing it in a deadly game for your own entertainment is reality. If Ryan can't summon his weapon in the next few rounds, he's destined to die. He won't go to the bottom with it because their opponent could be a monster like the bespectacled man. After this, Sophia turned away from him and said nothing. Then he looked closely at the main character and said that he would succeed. After all, this man had already surprised her once, so she was sure that he could do it next time too. Ryan continued to say that he really needed to find a feeling and what defined him, and he must look for it in his one and only memory. When he touched the surface of the cross, images of the past lined up around him like a simulation. The guy breathed in the freshness of the forest and felt the breeze of an unknown land caressing him. Moreover, it was there that he saw his sister and learned that her name was Jennifer Asura. But now it was unclear what emotion he was looking for and why he couldn't find the right option. Perhaps he needs a particular kind of rage or a particular aspect of love, so it's unclear what he's supposed to feel. From just one group of the past, which he did not even suspect, he needed to extract what defined him, although he did not even really know himself. Conveying all these memories, the main character began to cry and tears rolled down his cheeks. In his head, he was right in front of the blossoming flower, together with his memories. Then he remembered a conversation with Mr. Arnold, who gave him a cross and remarked that he had given him a gift and that it was a reason to live. Ryan thought that if God had not chosen him to play his game, he would not have to fear for his life every day. So it turns out that this monster took his life, his personality, and absolutely everything. Because of him, the guy couldn't even recognize his own sister and himself in his memories. And it is also because of him that he risks dying in a game with crazy rules. So he got angry and said that he would kill him. Why will this one become stronger not to survive, but to finish off God himself? Also, kill all these deities who watch the chaos with bored faces, and he will grind them all into dust. Thinking back to Sarah, Jonathan, and James, he realized that in order to kill God, he would need to make this list much longer. The protagonist decided that one day he would pick up a piece of paper with James's name on it. But right after that, he burst out laughing. When Ryan went crazy, all this was said. Then the weapon in his hand had already appeared. And after a few moments, the guy's consciousness returned to normal, and he opened his eyes. The members of his squad saw that he had a weapon in his hands and were amazed. Ryan didn't even understand how it happened and looked closely at the glaive that was in his hands. Sophia smiled and happily said that everything worked out for him. But before that, he fell out of reality and started laughing, and they tried to shout at him in vain. In the end, they even started to worry about him. The guy asked how long he had been in that state. The head of the squad immediately replied to him that it lasted 3 hours. And when Ryan came to his senses, the first thing he remembered was his smile. It was that grin that appeared on his face after the death of Sarah and James, so they understood what was happening to him in general. Sophia continued to say that at least he succeeded, and asked Arian if she was telling the truth. It turns out that now they can become one team, and that's great. And the guy asked the hero what his defining feeling was. Ryan looked closely at his weapon and noticed that he didn't know why, but something was bothering him. The chief understood that everything was not so simple, so he turned to him again. The heroes did not know what to answer to this, and therefore, gritting his teeth, thought that he did not understand anything. As a result, it turns out that every step in the game of God brings him closer to his instincts, and that voice appears that tells him to finish him off, asking what he is afraid of. The guy didn't understand at all then why even now it seemed as if he was losing himself. In reality, he was confident, but he cried and said that it was a thirst for blood. The chief was amazed and said that this was a thirst for blood, but the hero did not know what else to say to this and hesitated. Sophia joined the conversation and pointed out to Ryan that he probably didn't know who he was, and none of them did either. Of course, the guy felt sad about this, and so he wondered if he was really that kind of person. But that same boy, who it turns out, is he who then seemed so innocent to him. It was unclear at what point he had gone astray, to the point where that very same bloodlust had become his defining emotion. Soon he began to raise his weapon and stand up himself, saying that he no longer cared. The man in the mask asked what he meant by spit. Ryan noted that he doesn't care what his defining feeling is, and he is not the same person he used to be. And also, he is completely different from the one he saw in his memories, and he has changed, which means he will act as he wants. The interlocutor was shocked by this, but the interlocutor said nothing and was calm. And the hero actually began to behave strangely and madly, smiling and looking at his hand. Adrian soon said that no matter who he was before, the past cannot be simply brushed aside, and that is not how the game works at all. But if he truly believes that he can fight who he really is, then fine. He doesn't care, as long as he can kill the enemies that come their way. Simply asks him to try not to lose himself in this struggle. And now that I have made up for lost time, I need to do something. The man extended his hand forward and began to use his sacred power, and then said that they should warm up before the next round. Immediately after these words, he summoned his weapon and asked the hero if he was ready for this. He immediately took up his weapon and said that he was ready. Then, the head of the squad turned his attention to the girl and asked if she was ready. Sophia reluctantly answered him that it was obvious and called him a cretin for such words. Adrian then pointed his blade forward and noted that it was time to begin training. Their last hours in Enro Castle had been spent training under the guidance of the leader. They fought with each other, honing their movements and skills and trying to become one. The main one no longer revealing his abilities as much, but it was clear that he was still holding back. Sophia, on the contrary, spoke openly about her abilities and weapons. She even helped them figure out various strategies. At the same time she combined their fighting skills, the girl's openness was like a fresh breeze. And next to her, the hero felt less alone in this wild game of death. An hour before the third round, the tiny robots that patrolled the castle led them back to the banquet hall. There were quite a lot of people there, and the hero said, "Is this really all who participate in the game of God?" Sophia said that she doubted it very much because they would not have been able to squeeze everyone into one room, and probably there are also other castles. Suddenly the head said that, "Here it is." The hero asked who they were talking about, and his interlocutor pointed with his hand and noticed that he was looking at this one. The guy saw some big man with a beard, and the chief said that he was the strongest here. Remembering Roger, Adrian, and the big bald guy, Ryan knew that there were a lot of truly dangerous opponents in the game. But it turns out that none of them scared him, because this man, the hero, asked the main one who he was. Adrian said he didn't know his name, and he hadn't talked to anyone yet, but apparently he didn't have a team either. The girl asked if he was going to go to the third round alone. If this is so, Then has he really gone completely mad? The interlocutor stated that this is not so. Simply put, this man, who looks very much like a Viking, is confident that he can kill anyone here. Soon, a rather bright light appeared from one side and blinded the participants. It turned out that it was the goddess, who noticed that she saw familiar faces. Mr. Arnold was with her, and the woman remarked that they hoped they would give their lives. And with a sly smile on her face, she said that the third round was beginning. The dummy then said that for the third round of the God game, they had asked all participants to form teams of 3. Those who are ready to move on to the next round can do so right now. And it turns out that they have 3 hours to enter the gates before the castle collapses. The strongest of the participants was the first to start climbing up. Rebecca noticed him and was amazed, so she asked him how he was enjoying the game. The man said that she was still the same, annoying, and they couldn't wait to shut her mouth forever when all this was over. Mr. Arnold asked whether he was participating with the team or not, and he interrupted him and said that he was alone because it was time to finish all this quickly. Immediately after he said all these words, you entered the portal that was open ahead. The goddess was angry and screamed that she would finish off this jerk because who does he think he is? Sophia asked if it seemed like it or if the guy knew the goddess. The leader said that it didn't seem like it, and he didn't like it at all. And the hero noted that they had all talked to her before. Adrian said that there was no point in thinking about it and that they should go. The guy asked if they really should wait at least a minute. The girl said that you can't get enough air before you die. The mannequin addressed the protagonists' group and called their names. Rebecca tried to run and asked Arnold to let her go. But the creature that conducted the second round asked if they would participate as a team. The head of the squad, without a second's hesitation, answered yes. The interlocutor said that then he asked to go inside, but the goddess wished them luck. Their team really began to go there. The protagonist looked at Sophia and thought that she radiated the same confidence as when he first saw her. So what this means is that she is not afraid of what lies ahead for them. The guy thought that it was only a miracle that he survived the first 2 rounds. So, under no circumstances can one always hope that there will always be someone nearby who will save him. And this time, he will use his eyes and weapons. And later, he will win on his own. And when the team entered the portal, they found themselves in some strange space. The hero turned his attention to Sophia and asked if she was nervous. Only the interlocutor thought for a few seconds, and then, smiling sweetly, noted that she was not worried. She went on to say that she was worried, that she might get hurt, but the wounds would heal, and she was confident in their powers. The hero then said that this was indeed a good answer. Adrian stopped at a door and remarked that managing one's emotions was the key to good survival, so they should do it together. Then they went inside, and the hero said that he couldn't see anything, so he asked the chief if he would arrange some light for them. Adrian said that you waited a bit because it seems that you are in a cave. Suddenly, some voice said that it is on point. Immediately after this, some creature appeared from the darkness and greeted them. The hero asked if it was a monkey, and Sophia noticed that his body was human. The leader of the detachment also paid attention to it and said that it was bad. The girl asked if he really knew him, and the interlocutor replied that it was true, but meeting him did not promise anything good. This is Sun Wukong, and he is the Monkey King. The creature stated that he was pleased that they had heard of him after all. Then he said that he welcomed them to the third round and would now tell them what was what. It turns out that they will play Capture the Flag. The system reported that this is the third round of their living. Almost 500,000 people remained. It turns out that Rebecca caused some kind of trouble, so for the third round the others had to call him out. Still, they were lucky to have a curator like him, and now they will see if they can surprise him. Then, the Monkey King began to stretch and scratched his head and said that he wanted to be told something. He used his divine power and summoned his weapon and asked if they liked games. The hero was amazed by what was happening and wondered where he got this staff from. Sophia said that she loved him, but the leader of the squad interrupted them and told him to explain. The monkey noted that this was quite rude. Then, pointing with his hands, he said that somewhere in this cave there was a second team and both trios were given a flag. And to win, they had to steal the enemy's flag and also deliver it to their base. Adrian said that it turns out that they need both flags to win. Wukong added that this is true, and it will probably be fun. They are given 3 hours for everything, and of course murder is permitted. The interlocutor noted that this is already clear. Then the curator of the third round asked if there were any questions. Sophia raised her hand and asked what would happen if they lost, as usual. The interlocutor said that this is not so, because this round will be slightly different from the rest. If they lose, then he will spare one of them at his choice. But the remaining 2 people from the squad will be eliminated. After this, the Monkey King told them not to worry so much because even if they lose the chance to make it to the 4th round, there will still be a chance to entertain him. Then he said that he would go and announce the rules to the second team and the round would start when the timer went off. And for now, they should sit quietly. But if they cheat, he will finish them off himself and wishes them luck. The hero then said that he still thought that Mr. Arnold was annoying, so he asks the team what the plan was. The leader said that they don't know yet who their opponents are, and he is the strongest of the three. The girl sarcastically stated that this is, of course, true. The masked man continued to say that he would remain to guard the flag, and they would go on the offensive since no one knew what strategy their enemy would choose. The safest option is to split into attack and defense. Sophia asked if he thought he was worth both of them. The interlocutor got angry because of this. He said that if she wanted to stay at the base, then let her. She noticed that it would be okay, because let him see that the game had started, they would soon return with a lag, and let him try not to lose them. The boss said that it was better. She was still worried about herself. The hero then exhaled sadly and said, "Here is the name of the team." Together with Sophia, he went forward and said that this should be finished. The system then announced that the third round was starting. The girl said that the guy didn't seem afraid at all. Even when he fought with Donald, he seemed calm. The hero asked, how calm is hardly the right word, since he was more likely just numb. It may be strange, but as soon as the guy starts fighting, it's as if a switch clicks in his head. At the moment when he really should be afraid, he feels nothing. Fights, as well as murders. All this seems absolutely natural to the guy. He just wants to know why. Why he can so easily turn off his emotions and why he is not afraid. And also why his defining feeling is the thirst for blood. It's already the third round, and he still knows almost nothing about himself or the sister he's looking for. Sophia asked if she was in the memories that were returned to him. The guy said that it was. Although he is not sure he would recognize her now, she could even be in Enyo's castle. But he wouldn't even pay attention to her anyway. Then he asked if his interlocutor was looking for someone. In response, she said no. All the participants she met in the past rounds are either looking for someone or want to achieve a certain goal of becoming the strongest, for example. On the piece of paper that she received, only a name and age were written, and she had no one to look for and no purpose. It's a little disconcerting because everyone here has at least a written reason to continue living, and she has nothing. Even the memories that were returned to her turned out to be some kind of nonsense. The main character saw her sad face after that. I just asked her afterwards how she was, and there was no need to tell her if she didn't want to, and the girl noted that everything was really fine. It turns out that she was still a child and was sitting on the floor, and blood was flowing from a wound on her forehead. Someone was standing behind her, but she saw only an ominous shadow. Ryan asked if she was saying she had no reason to live. She needs to find out who it was and beat the crap out of him. Sophia said with a smile on her face that such a revenge story would please someone like Adrian. The hero said that, to tell the truth, he was such a show-off, and his interlocutor, smiling, said that he shouldn't even say it, because it was the truth. She went on to say that the guy should know that she was glad that he had followed her down that very corridor. Ryan was a little embarrassed and said that he was not stalking her, but his interlocutor added that, of course, that was true. But if he hadn't done this, she wouldn't have met the fearless fool, which might even make her laugh during this crazy death game. So she thanked him and noticed that she was truly grateful. The hero was embarrassed and thought that since he got into the game of God, not a single person tried to be friendly with him. Even Adrian and Roger were only interested in the secret of his divine power. But Sophia is different, and she dares to call her the first friend in this hell. For the first time, the main characters did not feel alone in the brutal battle for survival. The leader of the squad continued to guard their flag. At that moment, he thought that he had definitely underestimated their opponents in the second round. So I firmly decided that this would not happen again. But suddenly I heard the stones from above begin to crumble. That's why he became wary and immediately summoned his weapon, then pointed it towards the noise. It turned out that the Monkey King was there, and there was already a sword near his neck. The man in the master asked what the macaque was doing here, but the curator asked how Adrian was doing. He didn't think that their paths would cross again so soon. Besides, it turns out that he found a team for himself, and his boy is definitely growing. The guy told the monkey to shut his mouth and interfere in the game against the rules, and he knows that God will rip his head off. The interlocutor said that he is already annoying with his rules. Let him not worry. You will not be here soon. Someone will appear, and the cave is very big. And he did not give them so much time for this round for nothing. If he came down to earth and said he was offering to make a deal, he would sponsor him and make him his champion in exchange for one favor. Adrian listened to him carefully and then asked what the catch was. Wukong said that he knew perfectly well what this man wanted, but it was impossible, and he knew it. However, in order for everything to happen, he needed to become the strongest. But in addition to all this, you should recruit as many sponsors of the deities as possible. The interlocutor asked what he wanted from him. The monkey said that he wanted everything to work out for him. The guy asked in surprise why all of a sudden. The king wondered if he was still asking, since all this was because then real chaos would reign all around. His reason for winning is one of the most insane in the game, and he likes it that way, but that's not all the creature wants. Then, with confidence in his voice, he told him to kill his new comrade. Then he came closer rather abruptly and declared that he was talking about Sophia Pack. Adrian was amazed at what his interlocutor was asking. The Monkey King said that if he could finish her off, he would invest in him and become his sponsor. It's all really that simple. Of course, he doesn't have to kill her now, and the creature gives him 3 rounds, including this one, to remove her from the god's game if she dies, breaking the deal itself. He wants a guy to wring her thin neck? Adrian asked what she did to him. He answered that, nothing, he just doesn't like her current sponsor. So he wants this scoundrel to be incarnated for what he did several centuries ago. The guy asked if he was mixing up personal motives in the competition regardless. The monkey patted him on the shoulder and said that it was okay, because they both understood that God's game was not just entertainment. For someone like him, killing a practically unknown girl was a piece of cake, and yet he had done worse things. Adrian said that, who knows? Maybe when this is all over, he will finish him off too. The deity said that this is a great mood. Then he noticed that he believed in him and snapped his fingers and disappeared somewhere. Having transformed himself into an insect, he said that only those with the strongest will would survive. The masked man looked up and realized that he had been given the task of killing Sophia. Then he remembered the moment when they were spending time casually, and after that he wondered what Ryan would think of him in that case, although he decided that he should stop because why should he care at all? He is just another fool, a competitor, and a step on his way to his own goal, and that is probably true. Ryan said he's been walking for an hour, if not more, and he wonders if this cave ends somewhere. Sophia told him to wait a little and then, pointing her finger forward, asked if he saw it too. In front of the place where they were, there was a flag, and the hero noticed that it was a token, which he thought. The girl noticed that this was so, and that this was probably the enemy flag. Ryan noted that if that was the case, then there was no one here. And where was the other team? Suddenly, the guy felt with his instincts that someone was approaching from behind, and so he turned his attention there. But it was too late, because the attack was so instantaneous that he barely had time to cover his body with his hands. After that, he hit the wall hard and the girl began to worry about him. So she called for her weapon and, defending her teammate, told the attacker to come out. That same man began to come closer and remarked that it seemed like he was having a lucky day today. The hero started to get up and saw the one who attacked him, so he realized that all this was crap. After all, at the same time, he didn't understand why they appeared here. It was Donald and his squad. The blue-haired girl remarked to her boss that he was indeed right. After all, these idiots, who are also their opponents, are truly divided. So the third member of their team is nowhere to be seen. The brute said that Ryan Asura was standing right in front of him, as well as Sophia Pack. It turns out that they still have some unfinished business with them. The girl noted to the main character that their leader's plan really sucked. The guy thought that they didn't foresee that their opponents would split up, so they built a defense. They hoped to crush them. 3 more aces would be enough to stop the attackers, and then go on the offensive. And now they are outnumbered. The bald guy used his divine power on his hands and said that apparently the gods are on his side. It turns out that they drove the prey right to their feet. After this, Donald turned to Ruby and said that the boy would be on him. The interlocutor replied that she agreed and let him do what he wanted. Then she summoned her weapon and noticed that the opponents were Sophia. The head of their squad told everything about her. She also asked to be reminded who her patron was, if it was Zeus himself. The interlocutor replied that his name was Zephyr, and then the opponent began to laugh and said that this Slovak deity was simply pathetic. Of course, Sophia was angered by these taunts, and so she fired her gun, screaming at her to shut her mouth. At the last moment, the girl managed to repel this attack, using the power of ice, which she placed in front of herself as a wall. Then I looked out from behind her and noticed how nervous she was. Sophia noticed that she was using ice-based divine power. So she fired her weapon again and noticed that she would be a lot of trouble. The opponent noticed this attack and did not understand why she was aiming at the wall. Although I realized that I needed to stop and think, because the girl had activated her divine power. Using her eyes, the protagonist's partner began to control her bullet. Because of this, the cat did not fly straight into the block of ice, but tried to somehow go around it, but the opponent blocked it. Ruby went on to say that Donald had previously told her about all of this girl's tricks, so maybe she has some other tricks up her sleeve besides bending bullets. The hero thought that it was a pity that this big guy had managed to tell his friends about his partner's abilities, but the opponent, it seems, doesn't know the main thing. Immediately after this, Sophia fired her weapon at the mountain and asked what other roundabout bullets there were. After this shot, quite large pieces of stone began to fall down. The girl smiled and again, using her own words, asked if she really thought her divine power was so simple. It was really hilarious for her because she used these big pieces of rocks and directed them towards her opponents. The leader of the enemy squad noticed this attack and took action to repel it. So he gathered a huge amount of divine energy in his hand and prepared to strike. He was strong enough to smash that pile of rocks into tiny pieces. Then the man said to his partner, "Watch out, because her powers are not limited to some bullets." The girl said that she understood everything and thanked her for her help. Ryan noticed what was happening and decided that she had revealed her cards. Sophia's divine power, the Flash, allows her to move objects in the direction of her gaze. The larger the object, the more difficult it is, of course, to move. This power has many uses, and besides, the girl has it, albeit ideally. But Ruby's ice barriers provide the perfect protection for her. And on top of all this, Donald's brute strength acts as a frightening offensive force. As a result, this duo that has formed looks quite dangerous. And on top of all this, there is him, that silent guy who hasn't even shown his strength yet. The hero didn't understand why he was just standing there and doing nothing. But if he decided to be a spectator, then the guy didn't mind, because there was one less enemy. Then he told her partner that the girl's divine power was obvious. But were there any guesses about Donald? Sophia said that the guy had already seen what she knew about. His gloves accumulate power in themselves, and he throws it out in one fell swoop. In the end, it was something like a blast wave, but there was something in the second round that she still doesn't understand. Ryan started to move closer and noticed that this was enough, and then he closed his eyes. He immediately summoned his weapon and realized that his eyes would see what was hidden. Then he asked his partner if she was ready, and the girl asked with a grin if he really decided to steal her question, since it was he who was going to come to them. Although he is always ready for madness, and at the same time the guy rushed into the attack, the main character ran with a crazy smile on his face. But the girl called him a fearless idiot. The leader of the enemy squad told his partner that they should be finished off, and the girl agreed. As part of this, she began to use her divine power and summon a large amount of ice. Because of this, the sharp ice flows headed straight towards Ryan. The hero at that moment realized that his feminine power was not limited to ice walls. Sophia used her eyes to move the stones. Because of this, the ice that was supposed to attack her partner stopped and did not harm him. Ruby was shocked because she didn't expect Ryan to move forward like that. After this, Donald entered the fight, swung his hand and struck, but the hero dodged in time. Then, using the power of his eyes, he turned his attention to him and noticed that the man's gloves began to glow. It was unclear what it was, but after the blow happened, my friend flew straight into the wall and there was an explosion. The guy noticed a large dent in the wall and wondered whether he would be able to survive such a blow or not. Of course, he knew perfectly well that this brute was strong enough to deliver such blows, but those very gloves that he uses make him even more of a real monster. The opponent did not stop for a second and began to attack, and the hero defended with his weapon and decided that there was no need to think about nonsense. If he goes on the offensive, he won't be able to carry out another attack against him. So, taking advantage of his rather fast speed, the hero began to attack, but the opponent of lightness managed to repel them. Soon the boy continued to use the power of his eyes and did not understand why he could not see a single loophole. Ryan tried to increase the variety of strikes and even hit the legs, because in the last fight, they were the vulnerable spot. But the big guy easily dodged or reflected these attacks. And so the hero turned his attention upward and wondered if Donald was already wanting to counterattack him. Of course, the guy easily dodged this attack and decided that he needed to do something while he was in the air. He will take advantage of this situation and come up behind the man and then hit him from his blind spot. So that's how it was done, and in a few seconds Ryan was already behind his opponent. And there he was again surprised because he understood that, although Donald was completely open to him, he still did not see an opportunity to finish him off. All this was really incomprehensible to the guy. Suddenly he felt that something was holding him down, and when he looked down, he saw that it was ice. Then she noticed the girl with blue hair and realized who had been bothering him all this time. So it turns out that Ruby was covering for her boss all this time. It turns out that in previous fights, when he fought with an opponent one-on-one, he didn't even have to think. That his teammates can nullify all his successful attacks. The brute interrupted the guy's thoughts and noticed that he was even more impudent than he thought. He then moved closer to the immobilized Ryan and punched him hard. The hero can't return, so he received a strong blow and flew far to the side. The guy then landed in the wall behind him, keeping silent about his man from the enemy squad. Sophia was worried about her partner, but the thug came closer and told Benjamin not to touch him. After all, this boy belongs entirely to him, so he will finish him off himself. The interlocutor looked at Ryan's battered body and remarked that he should do whatever he wanted. After all, this person doesn't want to play with someone else's food. The big guy came closer to the main character and grabbed him by the head and said that he would really enjoy killing this bastard. Then he lifted him higher and said that now that his eyes were visible to him in the smallest detail, he realized that he had already seen them. So Donald, under his influence, began to ask why he and God had the same eyes. He wonders who he is related to this creature since he has the same eyes. Ruby asked the chief in surprise if he was really going to interrogate him. But if he was serious, then he should just finish off this guy quickly. At the same time, when she was distracted, she noticed an attack on herself, but did not have time to dodge and the bullet pierced her body. Donald was amazed and so turned to Ruby in surprise. Benjamin, as well as the main characters, noticed what was happening but said nothing. Sophia's weapon changed color, and now it was not blue, but red. The girl herself also had a completely different appearance and shouted for this man to let Ryan go, because he had not yet dealt with her. She thought that the further she progressed in the game of God, the harder it was to force herself to continue going further. It turns out that all the other participants have a reason to fight. And even if it is simply survival, they desperately want to live. Despite this, she herself does not feel the same. So it was unclear what was the point of living in such a cruel world, in a lonely world where everyone was against her. But in God's game, there was only one winner. And knowing all this, how can you make friends or build any kind of relationships here? Besides, how can you even think about anyone other than yourself? Although in principle, she doesn't even give a damn about herself. So it is unclear why she still continues her fight. And so, as a result of all these reflections, a completely different Sophia appeared right in front of her opponents. The brute looked at her with dismay and noticed that it was a 3-gun. But when she got it in the second round, she had not yet used it. But the interlocutor said that there was no need for this. Donald screamed how it wasn't necessary, and that's why her partner's head was blown to pieces and she was being selfish. It turns out that all this time she had the power that could save her partner, but she decided not to even show it. Then why are they now revealing their cards for some idiot? Sophia remembered the words of her partner, who said that they would not go to the next round together. The girl knew this, and they went there to find a reason to give her back the desire to live. And at that very moment of the fight, the girl forgave Sophia for helping. Her head was clutched in Donald's hands and she begged him to save her because she couldn't do anything. But her partner didn't help her and watched with tears in her eyes as her head flew apart. In the end, it turned out that Lily remained selfless and optimistic even in this hell. If anyone deserved to survive, it was her. But no matter how many times Sophia shot at Donald, he stood firm on his feet. Maybe if she had pulled out her second gun, she could have killed him faster or saved Lily. But was it important at that moment if in the end it was her partner who died, and not her? After all, every participant in this game of God is her enemy. But she didn't know if she was doing the right thing, and so tears welled up in her eyes. I remember all this. She broke down and said that it was in vain that she held back until the last. So it turns out that she really shouldn't have let Lily die, just like that. This regret has haunted her every minute since the end of the second round. She was so stupid to think that she could fight alone. And it was her mistake. The hero started his movement. Sophia continued to say that this is why she will no longer allow this big guy to kill her partners. Ruby started to get up and yelled at her to save her snot for later, because this girl had shot her and she should say goodbye to her life. The girl immediately began to prepare for an attack and fired her weapon, wondering if this would really happen. The bullets were flying in all directions, so the blue-haired girl asked if this was another attack. Donald noticed everything that was happening and immediately shouted to his partner that it was a trap. The first few bullets hit the ice walls the girl had made, but the next 2 flew straight at her. The alt control master realized that she could not escape from behind her icy walls. So in order to repel this attack, all that remains is to block the front. And when she did this, she thought that it was all over, but suddenly, Sophia shouted the word spark. And suddenly the ice in front of the girl immediately broke. And then a big red bullet flew into her stomach and hit her. Blood gushed from her opponent's mouth, and she couldn't understand how this could have happened. She looked at the girl carefully and asked how she was able to break through her defense. Sophia then said that the divine power of marshmallow manifests itself differently depending on the gun. The first one is related to flashes, which allows her to bend small objects, controlling their trajectory with her gaze. But in the second pistol, a spark is concentrated. If, with the help of girls, it can control the acceleration of visible objects. As it turned out, she had already made a mistake once. But this time, everything will be different, and she will not hold back. Ruby was conscious and asked if the opponent really had 2 powers. Of course, that was a good problem she gave her. She then said that, although all this was no longer important at all, and using her power, she told Donald to forgive her. But now the girl was her prey. The brute wanted to tell her something about this, but she interrupted him and said that he heard. A magic circle appeared under her feet, which emitted divine power, so Ruby said that she would use all her power. She took one last look at her partner and told him not to dare to interfere with her. The rest of her squad said nothing to her about this and simply watched silently. Then the man only told her to crush her opponent. The interlocutor smiled madly and said that she would do all this with great pleasure. Sophia watched closely what was happening and saw how the divine power was directed towards her. The blue-haired girl actually used a large amount of power and shouted that it was the divine power of Kailash. And so, after use, knights in armor appeared, holding ice spears in their hands. Their queen was the girl who declared that it was a cold death. Ryan came to his senses a little and noticed this. He realized that this man had summoned all these ice soldiers with his divine power. Ruby smiled madly and asked her opponent how she felt about that. Sophia didn't say anything to her about this and simply stood there, holding her weapon. The rival pointed her hand forward and commanded her ice warriors to kill her. The protagonist's partner took a deep breath and then began to use her spark power. Quite quickly, she shot at us from her weapon, alternately directing the red and blue bullets. As a result, after a few moments, a large number of them appeared and they all turned red. Donald noticed what happened and wondered what was wrong with her bullets. After that, he said that they were moving as if in slow motion, but how could that be? Benjamin said that the spark allows her to control the rate of acceleration of small objects. They have already seen her speed up her bullets, and it seems that she can slow down too. Now, first of all, they should better find cover because this attack looks really scary. Ruby, in turn, was also amazed and screamed, unable to believe her eyes. After using her ice powers to protect her body, Sophia decided that she didn't care about her own life at all. But at the same time, it was completely unclear why she was fighting. After Sophia let the Ice Knights get closer to her, she shouted the word flash. When these words were spoken, the bullets that were literally in slow motion began to fly forward. The girl realized that she was shooting and shooting, filling the air with so many bullets that they did not turn into lead rain. The light that penetrated through the shells wove a red and blue web in the air. With all these large number of bullets, the girl killed the Ice Knights that were in front of her. She also did not forget about the ice hole, which she protected herself from. And from the inside, covering herself with ice, hundreds of bullets were avoided, accelerated, slowed down by ricochet, or finally hit the target. And the girl controlled them all this time and did not stop for a second. Soon all these knights were defeated, but the opponent's defense also failed. The block of ice that had been protecting her all this time began to crumble, and blood gushed from the wounds. Ryan's partner began to think that maybe she didn't need to fight for herself, but she would fight for others and for her friends. It all sounds really good, like a purpose in life. The main character saw what was happening and thought with a smile on his face that she had never done anything like this during training. The big guy tried to get through to his partner, who was already almost defeated. The girl sat with her head down for a few seconds and a tear rolled down her cheek. Then she stood up, smiled, and remarked that it seemed that her fate was now in his hands. At this, Sophia immediately approached her and from a short distance shot her straight in the head, hitting the target. Donald, as well as everyone else present, were shocked by how cruel it was. But the girl, after she dealt with this man's partner, turned to him. And then she looked at this man quite madly and said that he would be next. The main character thought that he understood perfectly well that Sophia was really strong. But even if that were the case, it far exceeds his expectations. The brute was angry that his partner was brutally murdered right before his eyes. So he turned to Benjamin and asked if he was going to do something. He called the man a bastard and asked if this was a contract. The interlocutor looked at him expressionlessly and remarked that if he told him, he would not want to be his partner. The hero was surprised by what he heard and thought, what kind of contract is this? Could it really be that Benjamin made a deal with God? Immediately after that, he remembered Rebecca, who had offered to make a deal, and he understood why this man was not going to fight. Donald used a very large amount of divine power and said that after he finished dealing with those two, he would finish off his partner as well. So after this time, he sits and watches what happens. Then the man headed towards the main character, but he managed to jump back. The girl asked if he was okay, and the guy replied that it couldn't be better. Then he touched his native cell and noticed that he had imagined something. And is it possible that Donald's punches are getting harder each time? Then she looked closely at this man and said that he was getting stronger. Sophia asked her how he understood this. Ryan said he was beautiful. He would see it all with his own eyes, and his divine power was getting stronger the longer the fight went on. The interlocutor said that in fact there is a point in this, because she also noticed this when she fought with him in the second round, The man said that he was already close. It turns out that his guardian minotaur will soon appear. The more divine power is used around him, the stronger he becomes. The man said that unfortunately for them, they realized all this quite late. Immediately after that, he smiled madly and rushed to attack them. First, he attacked Sophia, who managed to dodge his fist. Immediately after that, a huge stream of divine power hit the wall there. The girl thought that if she got hit by the guns of his gloves, then she would definitely be a corpse. The rocks started falling down because of this attack, and they realized that this was crap because they wouldn't have enough time to get out. At the last moment, due to his speed, the hero of the bribe managed to dodge and jump to the side. Then he became alert and shouted, turning to Sophia. The guy did not understand whether she had managed to get out in time. After that, I noticed how the silhouette of a person appeared from behind the wall of dust. The hero hoped that there would be a girl there, but suddenly a big guy appeared and immediately attacked the guy. He then quickly headed towards Ryan and shouted that Sophia had killed 2 of his partners, so he had to even out the number of players on the battlefield. The guy successfully dodged the man's fists, but he hit him with his head. The hero fell to the ground and realized that this man was not only becoming stronger, but also faster. A few moments after the incident, the big guy felt that his arm had been pierced by a bullet. This was done by Ryan's partner, who climbed out from under the rubble and fired. The bully took notice of her and noticed that she was a scoundrel. Then he tried to attack with his fists and shouted that she apparently didn't know when to stop. The girl managed to dodge this attack, but her leg was still hit. So she felt hellish pain and realized that her leg could not move. But in addition to her leg, it also hit her left arm, from which the weapon fell out. Sophia began to scream very loudly because the pain was simply unbearable and the hero heard it. He watched carefully what was happening with his own eyes and saw something. It turns out that at the same time, the killer's path appeared, which led straight to the right shoulder of this man. It was a way to kill Donald, so the guy rushed towards him but suddenly saw him raise his hands. In the end, he realized that the situation was really shitty because he wouldn't get to it in time. The big guy, after raising his hands, immediately hit the ground very hard and it broke into small pieces. The blast wave from this was so strong that it threw the hero back as if it were an earthquake. As a result, the partners found themselves several dozen meters from the epicenter, and Donald was sitting on the ground. Sophia sat down and held her hand, and Ryan asked if she was okay. The interlocutor asked what it was like, because the longer this battle lasts, the stronger this person becomes. She went on to say that they needed to kill him now, while that guy wasn't fighting. She also added that she would cover for the guy. He was stunned by what he heard. He then thought that he couldn't just rely on others to always be there to save him. This time with his weapon and those eyes he would win on his own. After all, Sophia literally just recently dealt with Ruby on her own. That's why he stood up and thought it was time to make his own contribution to this battle. Donald thought that his partner was the second person in this game who spoke to him without any fear. And the first was a boy whose name he never even found out. He wouldn't even have given him 17 years because he looked at him with a determined look. And then he suggested fighting together. He said this with such confidence, as if he was considered the strongest in this room. The man really didn't care whether it was like that or not. After all, this guy was the only one who didn't look at him trembling with fear. This man wanted to become his partner, and Donald was going to escape with him. But the second round did not go according to plan, and his partner was killed by a shot to the head. The man was desperate at that moment and did not understand why he had to die. After all, if only he could protect him, everything would be completely different. The man's greatest regret at that moment was that he never learned his name, after which God appeared to him and said, "How about a second chance?" The chance to avenge his partner, the rage that Donald felt in life of failure, is also vivid even in death. There is absolutely no way he can rest in peace knowing that the killer of that very boy is still alive. So when it starts, you realize that you are still in the mortal world, screaming in despair on the floor of Enyo's castle. Then Ruby came up and said that such a powerful guy was screaming like a girl here. He should be more careful. If he flaunted his weakness, he would immediately become easy prey. After that, she extended her hand and told the strong man to tell her what had happened to him. After all, they didn't have much time before the third round began. But instead of training or looking for a team, the girl sat and listened to him. She told him to know that dismissing it wouldn't make his heart feel any better. They didn't even know the guy, and he just liked him. And that's not uncommon here. She likes anyone who doesn't want to kill her. But was he really going to take revenge for a man he didn't really know? For someone whose name he didn't even know? The man said that he was a child, and his killer was still alive. The interlocutor noted that, in fact, he had no choice because these were the conditions of the game. She feels sorry for him, of course, but he's not the only one who lost a comrade in the second round. So she handed him the food and said that they should unite and find his killer together. Donald looked at her, and asked if she really wanted to be on the same team with him after everything he had told her here. The girl noted with a smile that he knew he was strong, but he was just completely down right now. Seeing his friend die really sucks, so it is suggested to cope with all this pain that is experienced together. The man grabbed the chicken leg that was offered to him and remarked that it went well together. Ruby smiled after that and told him not to talk with his mouth full because it was just disgusting. He remembers laughing quite hard for the first time since arriving in this horrible place. From the memories Arnold gave him, he learned that he was once a builder, and killing and watching others die was definitely not his life. In the game, he has to be scary to scare the other opponents, but I wondered how he lived before all this madness. There is interest in all this, but what were the people dear to him like before this? I remember all this. Donald was standing in the same place in the dust that was blowing in the air. Soon the main character arrived to meet him and was supposed to fight him. The man noticed this attack and still managed to block it with his fist. Then he tried to retreat and saw a guided bullet flying straight towards him. Having easily repelled this attack, he asked if she was still alive. If so, then this guy must die first. When he remembered the girl, images of his dear comrades who had died began to pop into his head. This made him quite angry, and trying to attack, he asked why this was so. The big guy just asked to let him kill that very girl, but the hero easily dodged his attack. Without stopping for a second, he attacked himself and cut his opponent's legs with his glaive. When he did this, that Donald immediately fell to his knees because he could not stand on his feet, and the guy jumped up to finish him off. At that moment, it looked like it would pierce his chest right now, and the man noticed it. That's why, fortunately for him, he managed to grab the weapon and held it with his hands. Because of the enormous strength that this big guy had, he held the weapon, and the guy still tried to finish him off. After some time, a girl intervened in their fight again and was pierced in the shoulder by a bullet. But it turned out that there were quite a large number of these bullets, and they all pierced Donald's body. The man realized that he was in a very bad situation and shouted that she had killed two of his friends. Blood gushed from his mouth after these attacks, and he screamed Sophia's name. And the main character looked at him sadly at the last moment and declared that he understood all this. Immediately after that, he felt his opponent losing strength and plunged his blade straight into his chest. Donald was in a hopeless situation and desperately realized that he would not be able to take revenge. The girl continued to sit at a fairly large distance and watched what would happen. Then the thug grabbed the main character by the head and shouted that in that case he would at least drag her partner along with him. His grip was actually very strong, and that's why he was squeezing his head, and the guy was screaming because of it. Sophia, of course, saw all this and screamed at Ryan, worrying very much about him. At the same time, the man was thinking that if it wasn't revenge that lifted this burden from the soul, then what did? Immediately after this, he finally let go of the guy and fell to the ground. And he also thought that he had had enough of this whole game. Then he turned his attention to his partner's body and said with tears in his eyes that perhaps next time everything would be different. The protagonist fell to his knees next to him and watched carefully what was happening. He soon took out the man's flyer from his pocket. It said that his name was Donald, and he was a 33-year-old man who had spent most of his life alone. And all this time he is looking for those people whom he can trust. The guy was sad about it and said he was sorry they took it away from him. He then turned to Benjamin and noted that he understood that he would not let them just take their flag. This man finally showed another emotion and smiled, saying that it was not so because everything was as Donald said. It turned out that he had made a deal with a deity. Ryan turned his attention to him and asked what her conditions were. The interlocutor began to use his divine power and noted that the condition was to kill the entire team alone. After that, a stuffed octopus appeared above his head in the video. The main character was shocked by this, and the guy asked the doll what she thought of these two. The creature was alive, so it answered him and said that they were weak. Sophia, as well as Ryan, were surprised and wondered if his puppet could really talk. Benjamin said that he completely agreed, and one was about to pass out and the other was barely standing on her feet, but who did he think was mentally stronger now? The puppet continued to speak and turned her gaze towards the boy. The owner asked him what he meant by that, since he was betting on the girl. But the creature said that he would soon see everything for himself. The protagonist prepared for an attack and thought that this man was definitely a weirdo. Although if he kills him first, it won't matter what strange power he even possesses. So Ryan rushed to attack the opponent after seeing this, lowered his gaze and smiled. Soon he raised his head and noticed that it was okay. Then it was time to start. His pupils were empty and they had darkness. Benjamin went on to say that this was divine power and that he was using the power of a mad dreamer. At that very moment, the guy did not see that he was in some empty space, and that is precisely why he wondered if this was some kind of illusion. So I tried to reach out to Sophia, but she didn't answer, so the next step was to throw down the weapon that was in my hands. He thought that if there was some kind of mirage in front of him, then at least there should be a solid floor under his feet. But the glaive flew far down and did not stop, so Ryan wondered if the man had really transported him somewhere, because it was unclear what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the main character again heard a voice in his head, which told him that this little guy should not panic. What is there to be afraid of here? He knows perfectly well what all this is. The very same creature that was a puppet appeared in front of the guy and asked what he was most afraid of. Perhaps this answer for him will be death or God himself. And at the same time, it may be that it will be from the interlocutor himself, because at the moment when he told, he increased in size several dozen times. A moment after this was said, Sophia appeared in front of the guy, wrapped in tentacles. And then there was Adrian, who was just standing there and was unconscious. The creature continued to ask. Maybe he was afraid of losing his new friends. The main character wanted to pounce on his interlocutor, but suddenly a voice in his head told him not to move. The monster then destroyed everything below and asked if that was not the case. But then they would try again. Soon his sister appeared in front of the boy, also covered in tentacles. The entity continued to ask if he was perhaps afraid that he would never find his own sister, or precisely that he will never know the truth, namely the information that he needs about himself, as well as about her. He is afraid that he will not find the very truth that his god secretly hid. The hero noted to the creature that he was a deity, so he forgot about the god in the game, the interlocutor asked. But who said that deities cannot participate in this? The guy should understand perfectly well that he has already met exactly this kind of participant. In the end, he still has to figure out why this game was created, but he was not enrolled as a participant, and he is just a part of Benjamin's divine power and weapon. Ryan thought at the same time that the divine power and this man's weapon were interconnected, just like the flash and spark of Sophia with her pistols. But the girl's weapon can still kill, so what's the point of Benjamin's power? A voice in the guy's head interrupted all these thoughts and noted that it was time to finish off this fool. After hearing this, Ryan saw that there was a path to opportunity, and it probably led to the body, so he was right. All this is just an illusion. Suddenly, the hero felt that someone had shot him in the left shoulder. The illusion was destroyed after that, but Benjamin said that he was right, and he escaped from the captivity of the madman. Stop. The guy had never seen anything so real. The deity said that it was his eyes and the boy's divine power allowed him to see through their mirages. The participant noted that then he simply needed to be blinded. Ryan touched his earlier to hold back the blood and wondered if Sophia had done it. Suddenly, he saw the girl pointing a gun at him and begging her to stop doing it. She continued to say that she shouldn't be treated like that, and the guy looked at her pupils and saw that there was emptiness there, as well as darkness. So he rushed towards her and noticed that she stood still because it was just a mirage. The partner grabbed her weapon and screamed in a trembling voice that she could no longer remain strong. With tears in her eyes, she added that she could not take it anymore and apologized, and also presented a gun to her head. Then a shot was fired from the pistol she was holding in her hands. Luckily, Ryan ran up to her and grabbed her hand, directing the shot up the mountain. The guy saw how his partner continued to sit with empty eyes, and that's why it hurt him. Then he didn't want to do it, but he clenched his hand into a fist and hit her hard right on the head. Immediately after this attack, the girl's body flew a great distance. Benjamin, who was giving us all this from the side cunningly, smiled and said that it was not bad. With this blow, the guy made her unconscious and therefore apologized to Sophia. The opponent immediately afterwards said that the guy deserved better. The main character got angry because of this, and turning to that very person, he thought that it was definitely not his fault, but Benjamin's. The madman kept laughing and saying that when he watched them fight Donald and Ruby, the girl turned out to be more interesting. But despite all this, he now found out that the guy also had something like that. And then he asked if he understood correctly that Ryan was also in some sense crazy. The interlocutor looked at him coldly and asked what he was talking about. The opponent said that he could hear everything perfectly well and that there was a bloodthirsty voice in his head too. It turns out that the Kraken told him something about this guy, something he himself knows about himself. Ryan should really believe what he says. He's a lot crazier than this guy. The hero wondered what he meant by saying that he was crazier, because before Benjamin was quiet and calm. But after he summoned the Kraken, he began to lose his normality with each passing second. So is it really this monster's very divine power that is gradually driving its owner crazy? The hero became curious, so he asked what his interlocutor had found out about him. The guy asked with a smile if he wanted to look at it. Then this same man again used his divine power, and darkness began to envelop the space. Ryan found himself again in some kind of vast, dark space. But at the same time, he did not just stand like last time, but fell down. At first, he began to worry about it. But when he went down head first, he was amazed by what he saw there. Below, right in front of him, there were, like this, fragments with images of various people. A few moments later, the hero found himself in some strange and previously unfamiliar room. What he saw there amazed him, because there was burning incense and bodies covered in blood. The boy looked at what was happening in horror and saw that the family was completely killed. He, of course, could not recognize these people, and so he asked Benjamin why he was showing him all this. Then tears started welling up in his eyes, and the guy asked why he was crying, since he didn't even know who these people were. The voice then said that he knew it, he just didn't remember. And after a few moments, the darkness began to disappear again. The guy got angry after this and said that his opponent was a scoundrel. How could he even know that this was a real memory? The interlocutor, smiling, said that he would not find out from anywhere, but his body knows everything. We are talking about his other self, and in addition to all this, the hero saw that his hand began to shake quite strongly. So he turned his attention to her and realized that for the first time in his life, His Majesty had seen something like this rage that wasn't even his. Benjamin said he wished he could see that same madman who had been hiding inside him all this time. Kraken talked about him, and he's one of the main madmen in this whole game. The hero was angry about this and said that he was definitely not like that. What if the puppet started saying that it was enough to act like a fool, and that he knew who they were talking about? After these words, Ryan began to think that he really did hear an unfamiliar voice that was addressing him from the depths of his consciousness. He also knows about the very part of him that felt relief when James, as well as Sarah, died. It was the same one who smiled every time he survived, and remembered when he first saw the trumpets in the game of God. And it turned out that at that very moment, it was as if some switch had clicked inside. Moreover, he again felt something click. The opponent felt some strong divine energy from outside. The main character's voice changed dramatically at that moment, and he said that they had dragged him out again, this scum. After that, looking madly at the others, he asked what he wanted. Benjamin was delighted by this and shouted that this wife was the one who had come. The guy then shouted Kraken, well, everything worked out and now he can finally show himself and kill him. But suddenly, the deity interrupted him and told Ryan that he wanted to make him his champion. Benjamin was surprised by this and asked what was going on, since this was not part of their plan. The hero told him that he was dreaming to say that, and both interlocutors looked at him in surprise. Ryan said if he thought he had forgotten what he had just shown him, and they had to understand that it was a sore subject for him. The deity said that he didn't think so, because the guy remembers everything perfectly. Benjamin asked how he could remember the past when God had not yet awakened his memories. But how could this happen at all? The hero smiled rather madly and said that God could not restrain the real him. Then he called his interlocutor a fool and said that why did he think he gave him those eyes? It turns out that the god of reality himself bet that he would be the first in this game. The boy was amazed by this and asked if he was the champion of the god himself, but Kraken did not tell him this. Then the deity asked the hero if he would accept his offer. With another divine power, he would rise to the top much faster. He shouldn't be a fool, though, and let him accept his offer. The interlocutor looked at him for a few seconds and then asked if he was still calling him stupid. It turns out that it was stupid to call him properly enraged before this. Does the creature really think that he forgot about what happened to his family? Then his gaze became angry, and he literally ordered me to meddle in other people's business with this bastard. The power that Benjamin used, as well as the deity, began to gradually disappear. The guy was, of course, shocked by this and noticed that their world would be destroyed. But could the eyes of God really nullify the illusion? The octopus stated that even if he himself wished it, he would not have enough power to destroy all their illusions in time. So he told Benjamin to finish him off because he was just wasting his talent. The hero jumped up and noticed that the Institute was saying to finish off what it was, but these were still big words. He then asked if this creature could answer for them. Soon, with a crazy smile on his face, he rushed forward to attack his opponent. The opponent extended his hand down and noticed that it was divine power. At that very moment, they found themselves in the desert, and there was a huge chasm between them. Ryan asked if the man thought all this would stop him. This same mirage began to collapse again and the guy's weapon appeared. Benjamin was shocked by this and wondered if he had broken through again. So he used divine power again to create another place, and now there was a train in front of the guy. The heroes continued to smile and said when they would finally understand that he couldn't be stopped like this. So, using his eye powers again, he broke through and headed towards his opponent. At this point, he already had a weapon in his hands and he was going to destroy it in a few seconds. When he got close enough, he swung to strike, and Benjamin knew things were bad. Immediately after that, he used his divine power and summoned a mirage. It was a woman standing in line asking what Ryan was doing. Of course, the guy was shocked by this and looked ahead with empty eyes. But not for a second. Without stopping, he struck his weapon at his opponents, even though there was a girl there. The hero easily cut off her head, but he didn't reach his opponent with his attack because he returned. The Kraken realized that the situation looked bad enough and used his dark power. Ryan jumped up the video, saw this attack, then wondered what kind of smoke this was. It was clear that Benjamin had split into several people, and one could say that this was an illusion. One of them said that there really was a madman in front of them, and all this is because he literally just chopped up his own mother. The hero looked around and saw countless copies of his interlocutor, but said that all this was not so. It turns out that his mother had been dead for a long time, and suddenly a secret path of the killer to the main body appeared, and he immediately directed the attack there. But when he hit the body of this so-called man, he was an empty shell. Then he disappeared completely, and only clones remained around. One of them actually attacked the guy, but he easily returned and saw the hidden path. So immediately after that I attacked him, but it turned out that he was also a dud. Then he stopped to assess the situation and realized that this was another clone. And for some reason he couldn't dispel these illusions like the previous ones. And smiling madly again, he noted that all this was indeed amusing. Then I asked my interlocutor if he understood correctly that he was full of surprises. On top of all this, I began to think that Benjamin's feminine strength was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. By making eye contact, he can draw the other person into the illusion of his own authorship. That's exactly how he is without problems. He gives insignificantly to those who are weaker in mind. However, this person is capable of creating illusions in the physical world as well. After all, the guy had previously seen a path of opportunity that led to a critical hit, but it disappeared as soon as he struck. And all this means that this same guy can change places with his illusions too. He knows full well that Ryan will ignore an illusion that is too elaborate. So because of this, he created his clones, behind which he can hide and move between them, making them a threat to him. So, with a smile on his face, the hero declared that it was interesting and much more fun this way. After that, he rushed to attack one of the opponents who stood in front. At the very last moment before the attack, the killer's path changed to that of a completely different person. The guy understood all this and literally in a few seconds struck the one he had moved into. But nothing came of this attack because it was also a dud. Ryan was immediately glad that there were two movements in 1 second, and he was looking for his weak spot. The guy did not continue his attacks, and through eye contact he saw another path of the killer. So he grabbed this very man and pinned him to the ground and then declared that this is where he is. But literally a moment after he struck with his blade, the boy's body disappeared again. Ryan continued to stand in that place and look down, wondering what he should do next. But after that he turned his attention to the side and heard the click of a pistol. Benjamin was right there, holding a gun to Sophia's head and yelling at her not to move. If he continues to move further, this man will easily finish her off. And the hero began to rise rather slowly and looked at his opponent with surprise. Then, smiling madly, he asked him if he really thought that a hostage unknown to him would save this man. The deity said that he was not bluffing, because the guy himself remembered how he grew up under the illusion of his own mother. The hero released even more divine power and noted that the octopus was right because nothing would stop him from gutting Benjamin. And that's how it turns out what was taken from the hand on which this stupid doll is sticking out. The opponent asked if he would really just let his partner die like that, since he would have time to move anyway. The hero looked at him angrily and noted that then he would catch him again, but who cares if she could die? On top of all this, there is still only one surviving person left in this game. And this person would be exactly him. Then he swung and was ready to throw his glaive. But it turned out that at the last moment he stopped, because he felt that something was stopping him. The voice he could hear in his head said that it would not allow him to kill his friend, and then it was as if the hand itself grabbed his throat. Ryan said it was a little bastard who woke up and wanted to take over his body. It turns out that now he does everything that he couldn't do and wins this round for their sake. The guy said that he didn't need the power of this creature at all, and the interlocutor asked if he thought he could get his body back just because he wanted to. After all, that pathetic brat is the real me, and it is he who remembers everything, and this person's awareness is simply a blank slate. This is a naive boy who doesn't even know anything. The hero said that in this case he would become that same naive boy, and also to those who will find the truth and not turn into something like this consciousness. His interlocutor told him that he was a stubborn scoundrel, and did he really think that he had a choice? And it turns out that the further he goes in this game, the more he becomes like him, and besides, you definitely can't run away from yourself. Ryan threw away his weapon and said that all this was completely wrong. He took complete control of his body and declared that he would run away. Benjamin told him not to overestimate himself because he had just missed his only chance to beat him. So in the end, he thinks he doesn't need the hostages anymore, and then he clicks his gun to fire. But suddenly he felt a divine power approaching from the side and turned his attention there. It turned out that this man was Adrian, who used his power and saved Sophia. The main character was shocked by what happened and shouted that this was the chapter. Benjamin moved into another body and noticed that this was all great, because this was just another pathetic midge. The guy in the mask turned his attention to the troops that were standing to the side and noticed that, given how he looked here, they weren't bored. After that, he told the main character to take the girl and run for the flag. But it turns out that there is not much time left. And in the end, someone has to win. Otherwise, they will all die here. But Ryan came closer to him and, touching his shoulder, noted that this was not so, and that the head would take care of all this. But the main character will take Benjamin on himself and make sure that he doesn't interfere. The interlocutor said that he was wounded, but the guy noted that this was another reason why he should be the one to capture the flag, especially considering that their lives depended on it. And his divine power is just perfect for fighting this man, so he asks to let the leader finish him off. And he wants to do all this using only his own hands. Adrian was shocked by these words because he realized that in just one round, this guy's aura had changed beyond recognition. So the chief threw Sophia over his shoulder and noted that your agreement suited him. But he asks not to die before the end of the round. And the hero, in response, wishes him the same. He then told his interlocutor not to look Benjamin in the eyes, otherwise he would fall into the trap of his illusion, to which he agreed. At this point, Kraken entered the conversation and remarked that he would introduce them now. But the partners did not stand still and immediately rushed into the attack with a sharp movement. It was clear that the caller had grabbed Sophia's weapon and was preparing to use it. Ryan wondered if this man's slopes were just an illusion, and he could only attack from one place at a time. Adrian thought that his partner was right, because the power of his eyes would be much better suited to fighting such an opponent, even if he was wounded. So he decided that he had to trust him and jumped to the other side, and an attack was being prepared for him. At the same time, of course, he saw her and understood that he was in a bad situation. But then the main character appeared, who suppressed this attack and protected his partner. Benjamin was shocked by what was happening and asked what the hell was going on. And besides, the partner himself was amazed because he realized that Ryan had cut through this red bullet. And right before his eyes it happened again, because his opponent fired again. Adrian realized that the bullets could come from anywhere at blinding speed, but Ryan was so fast that he had time not only to see them, but also to react. After what happened, the leader used his divine power and rushed forward. Of course, Benjamin saw all this beauty and was ready to shoot him. But the main character did not stand still either and immediately attacked him. And even despite the speed of this attack, it was still empty. So all that was left for the guy to do was to cut through another bullet that was flying in his direction. One of the clones said that everything was bad because the guy in the mask had escaped. The interlocutor noted that he had forgotten about him because something had changed in the area. The divine being said that the speed, as well as the reactions of this guy and the movements themselves, became much faster. He used to fight much worse, but now he looks more like his true self. Benjamin said that visiting the trajectory of the bullets is one thing, but having time to react and cut them is another matter entirely. Most people are not capable of cutting a single bullet, not to mention dozens at a time, and Ryan doesn't have a divine power to increase his speed. Adrian then grabbed their flag. The deity stated that this could be explained by the fact that he predicts the trajectory of the bullet even before it is fired. But if we speak in other words, can he really see the future? The main character smiled and said that the creature guessed correctly, because it was the divine power of all-seeing. The guy's true self was somewhere in the depths of his soul and consciousness. He turned to the guy and noticed that he had finally managed to take control of his own body. Of course, it is impressive because he did not expect that he would have the courage to go against the truth. Only now the situation looks bad because they will both be killed. Ryan told him not to worry because he could easily handle Benjamin himself. The interlocutor looked at him with disgust and noticed that he was such a talkative person and that he didn't trust him. But he needed to survive. Then she pointed with her hand and noticed the guy so that he would catch a hint on how to win this round. The trick is in the secret that God hid from him. Now we'll talk about the guy's true divine power. Kraken said that it seemed that this man's divine power was not as simple as they thought. The interlocutor noted that he had not used this trick before, so why now? The deity stated that perhaps he simply did not know how to use it, or that something had changed within him. Whatever hidden power he possessed, their opponent was now on a completely different level than he had been before. Benjamin grabbed his weapon and pumped his. He didn't care if he could see the future or not, because this guy was actually wounded. But he will simply continue to attack his opponent until he weakens his defense. Immediately after that, the divine power illusion was used, after which the monster grew larger and its pulse became higher. The opponent understood that most of these bullets were illusions, But if he continued to change his position and attack him from different angles, it would be better. After these manipulations, this person's eyes will definitely miss one of them. If this person loads his mind with the need for a refusal, then victory will be his. The hero carefully examined all the bullets that attacked him, that you recognize them. Soon, Kraken said that no man could cope with so many illusions and endless attacks and even all-seeing eyes. In the end, all this divine power did not save Ryan, but he continued to move forward under a hail of bullets. Benjamin looked ahead and realized that he had dodged and was now about to throw his glaive. So it turns out that you need to switch to another body much faster in order to save yourself. The heroes were already very close, and the guy understood that he needed to move faster. The Kraken noticed that something was wrong and so shouted at his partner to stop. It turns out that this is a trick, and the hero of reality attacked forward, but suddenly changed his trajectory to the side. The very path the killer saw with his eyes led to a completely different body, which is why he said that he had enough games already. And then, with great speed, he threw his weapon towards where the real body of his opponent was located. Benjamin smiled after that and thought that she really did throw her weapon away, which means she was an idiot. Although it turns out that even if Ryan noticed that he switched to another body, he would have enough time to do it again. When the blade was about to touch his neck, he used divine power and moved. Then, from a different angle, I saw how the clone's body was destroyed. Now the guy was happy because he understood that he had won. But suddenly, he felt a strong blow to his head. Of course, it was a trick of the main character who attacked his opponent, trapping him. Benjamin fell to the ground, but the deity that was on his hand was trying to reach him. The creature called him a blockhead and told him to wake up right now because he needed to switch to another body. The hero came closer, but the Kraken told him to wake up right now because he couldn't lose. Ryan took the stuffed animal off his opponent's hand, and the creature thought that maybe the guy had seen it all. He knew that his opponent would actually switch again. Benjamin knew that if he remembered even that trick, when he threw his glaive and made him switch so that he would lower his guard for a split second. This man's actions actually played into his hands, and he turned to his opponent and asked if he really had eyes that could see the future. Then he named the guy's full name, Ryan Usura, and said that he turned out to be a truly worthy opponent. He hopes that one day they will meet again on the battlefield. Then I wished him good luck in the game, and it was clear that he was prepared to lose. The main character then swung his weapon and plunged it into his opponent's body. After what happened, Ryan turned his back and looked at a completely different side. Then he turned around and looked at the body of the opponent he had just killed. Next to him was the same note that God had given him, as he had given everyone else. But this time the guy didn't want to take her, and so he simply turned around and left. At the same time, Adrian was somewhere at his own base and was carrying the enemy flag there. While on the way, I thought about how I hoped this idiot was still alive. After these thoughts, the words of the Monkey King echoed in his head, saying that he not only wanted the first, but also that he should kill his new comrade. And he spoke then about Sophia Pack. If this man can finish her off, then the king will invest in him and become his sponsor. Of course, Adrian was in an advantageous position as the girl was unconscious and right next to him. A flying creature appeared in the sky above the main character. It said that the enemy flag had been delivered to the base, and the third round was over, so it congratulated him on his victory. Then the insect transformed and it turned out to be Wukong. He said that it was an interesting fight and he was stubborn. Afterwards, Asura turned to Ryan and noticed that his divine power had greatly interested him. After all, it turns out that God has never given his eyes to one of the participants in the game. And all this time he thinks about how much he can see with them. The guy must know that this secret does not give them peace as deities. But at the same time, he should not finish telling what his own secret is, because the creature itself wants to understand how its power works. So let him go forward. Like the rest of the winners, he moves on to the next round. Ryan walked slowly past him and asked where Adrian was, as well as Sophia. The Monkey King smiled slyly and asked why he didn't find them himself. The hero said nothing after that and touched the door handle in front of him. Then I immediately opened it and looked ahead to see what was there. But the curator who was behind him pushed the guy from there so that he wouldn't stop. Immediately after this, the door behind him slammed shut, and the hero found himself in some strange room. He asked in surprise what this was, but there was a man in the room who asked if this was really Ryan. The hero turned his attention to him and saw that it was Roger himself. The interlocutor breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was so nice to see a familiar face. He knew that the guy would still make it through the third round. The interlocutor said that the guy survived, and he is also quite happy, but what about Kayla? The man in glasses noticed that she is doing great, because they came to victory together. Suddenly, the front door opened again, and some man entered, shouting that he had had enough. It turns out that they are in God's game, but there is no place for friendship here. It was precisely this Viking who fought alone and was the strongest here. The hero, of course, paid attention to him and realized that this was the strongest one from Enyo's castle. But did he really go through it for the third time? He alone? Roger said that okay, this alpha male, although it would probably be better to call him a kick-ass. Soon, another girl entered the room and greeted the people hesitantly. And then she asked if the next round had already begun. Ryan said he didn't know, but the person next to him thought she was really cute. The hero asked why Wukong separated them from his teammates. Roger said that he didn't know because he just shoved him there. The girl said that this was probably another waiting room. Suddenly, the dark space began to split. And from there, they said that this was not so, because he wanted to play. Then the Monkey King showed up and said that he liked to gather his favorites in an additional competition, the winner of which becomes his champion. Of course, in the game of God, skill and talent are the most important thing. And he does not argue, but it seems to him that some rounds lack the main thing. And he talks about luck all this time, and then he takes out a pistol with 3 bullets in it. All the participants then looked at what he was doing in surprise. The deity placed the pistol against his neck and remarked that today they would test their luck. Somewhere in another dimension, God stood next to his throne, and below him was Rebecca. He said that he had told them only one rule, and the girl had ignored it. It turns out that they can in no way choose the champions that he chose. After all, it turns out that if they are given even more power, the balance of the game will be disrupted. And now he speaks about a man named Ryan Asura. The girl asked what was so special about him. It turns out that God talks about balance, but he himself puts a spoke in its wheel because he hid from him his divine power and access to weapons. And in the first round, the man was in shackles. This guy is his champion, but he wants him to lose, whether it's true or not. It turns out that God is afraid of him, and she wants to know who this Ryan Asura really is. The Monkey King was saying at the same time that today's game was one of his favorites. But it's called Russian roulette, and the rules of this game are extremely simple. The gun he holds in his hands has 3 bullets in it, and people present it to his head and then shoot. As a result, if you find a bullet in the chamber, they will die immediately and will play until only one remains alive. Roger then said that in this game, everything is taken away. Probably only in the case, Wukong said that this is true, and this is the reality. It turns out that to survive in their world, skills or talent are not enough. And besides that, it is important to have an ace up your sleeve and be able to choose the right moment. He then placed the gun on the table and asked why they didn't get started. But he wants Roger, who is opposite him, to speak first. The guy didn't say anything after that and turned his attention to the gun. Ryan turned to him and asked him to wait, because first he needed to think, because it turned out that there had to be another way. The man with glasses asked what other way, because in a deadly game everything depends on luck. It turns out that such a pathetic attempt to scare them all doesn't even surprise him anymore. Immediately after his words, he pulled the trigger, but the shot did not fire. Immediately after this, he breathed a sigh of relief and noticed that he almost wet himself. The hero said that there was no need to rush in such a hurry. Then the man turned to the big guy and noted that it was now his turn to do it. The Viking grabbed the weapon, but the girl behind him said that it was unfair. Because in the game of God, the strongest should win, and isn't that so? It is not clear then why play this game where everything depends only on your own luck. The Monkey King thought for a moment and said that if he was asking us why, then it was a good question. But soon he smiled madly and declared that it was all because it was much more interesting this way. The interlocutor angrily said that he was a damn psycho because she, of course, did not like all this at all. The strongest man in that place also pulled the trigger, but the shot still did not go off. That's why he immediately handed his weapon to the girl who was standing next to him. Roger saw the boy's disconcerted face and told Ryan to raise his nose higher. He said that there was no need to worry because they would both definitely get out of here. The only girl in the room held the weapon in her hands and wondered if this was all. Her body started shaking and she was very worried about it. The Monkey King said that it was enough to waste time. They had heard whether she was playing or whether he himself would finish her off. Ryan thought that unlike the previous rounds, there was no timer here. And for some reason, Wukong didn't call this game the 4th round. It turns out that it was after the first round that they were sent to the waiting room where Mr. Arnold was. But after the second, all the participants found themselves in Enyo's castle. So it turns out that something is wrong here and why after the 3rd round they immediately jumped to the 4th. Doubts began to creep into my head about whether this game was even official. Of course, if not, then Roger is right and suddenly there is a way to make sure that all 4 participants survive. However, it turns out that with each move, the probability of survival becomes less and less. The girl's hand continued to shake more and more, and she could not manage to shoot. The hero thought that there were still 3 bullets in the chamber, which meant their chances were equal. In a panic, and with tears in her eyes, the opponent finally screamed and pulled the trigger. And literally a moment after that, there was a bullet in the chamber, and so she shot herself straight in the head. The main character was taken aback by what had just happened. Everyone else also noticed the girl whose body had fallen to the ground and was lifeless. The Monkey King clapped his hands with joy and said that it was well played and that one of them was already there. There are only 2 participants left who will catch their bullets too. Immediately after this, he crouched down and grabbed the weapon, which was all covered in blood. Then he handed it to the guy and remarked that he should see how lucky he was. Ryan picked it up and looked at it reluctantly, wondering what would happen next. Then he turned his head towards the girl who was killed. And when he twirled his weapon, it was noticed that the Monkey King must know that they, as gods, are too cruel. And when he said this, he used divine power, which began to ooze right from his eyes. The monkey saw this and wondered if he was using omniscience. But if, in the end, this power allows him to see the future, then he will understand whether there is a bullet in the chamber or not. But even despite this, no one knows how far he can see into the future. But if there really is a bullet there, then what will he do is interesting. Ryan then asked if he could spin it again, and his interlocutor looked at him in surprise. The guy said that he was talking about one more time, because the creature wanted this game to become more exciting. It turns out that wouldn't it be more interesting if the chances of death were reset every round? The Monkey King did not know what to answer to this, and immediately after that he smiled and noticed that they had shaken hands. After that, he took the weapon from him and realized that he was talking about one more time. But most likely, it turns out that she saw that there would be a bullet in the chamber. On top of all this, it turns out that respinning increases its chances of survival. But even if that's true, the guy is actually right. The Monkey King finally spun the reel and said it was much more interesting this way. Then he extended it forward, and the main character immediately grabbed it with his hand. Immediately after that, I put this weapon to my head and was ready to shoot. But suddenly he thought for a few seconds and something changed in his head. So he took his hand away from his own head and pointed it forward. And then he pointed it towards Roger and pulled the trigger, but no new arrows appeared. The man smiled and noticed that this guy's similar eyes saw much more. Because the last time they met, things were completely different. The Viking turned to the Monkey King and asked if this was against the rules and if he wanted to stop this man. Ryan wondered why this was so, because this was no longer a game of God, but a game of this creature. And all he wants is to have a good time. The deity broke into a bright smile after hearing this. Roger asked, "So this is still an unofficial round and just a monkey having fun. And so it turns out that dying in some left-wing game is such a shitty way to get kicked out." And the main character smiled sweetly and noted that he thought the same thing. A few moments after the incident, Ryan suddenly turned in her direction and pointed his gun at the macaque. The creature was surprised and angry at the same time, and then asked if the guy even understood what he was doing. The guy smiled after that and remarked that he was challenging wretchedness. He immediately pulled the trigger, but the shot still didn't go off. Wukong was shocked by this and wondered if there really wasn't a bullet there. Immediately after that, he felt someone hit him very hard in the head with a hand. It turned out that this very man was the Viking who got angry. The deity's body flew to the side, and then Roger flew up to him. Then he asked the monkey to tell him what color his eyes were. Well, after that, with a sharp movement, he kicked his opponent so that he broke through the wall in front. Then he flew quite far, and the building they were in began to collapse. The monkey landed right in the waterfall that was ahead. The man in glasses was warming up and saying that it was so nice, and he was glad that the guys had understood his plan. The big guy said that in any case, they still remained his enemies. Roger said that he shouldn't get too distracted because they still had to kill the deity. The god, who was in his other dimension and sitting on his throne, asked the girl if she wanted to know more about Rayana Asura. Of course, he can admit that part of him is truly afraid of this person. But does she know why all this is happening? Because he saw his future. After all this, it remains his duty to prevent it from becoming a reality. Mr. Arnold even suddenly came closer and noted that he was apologizing for interrupting their discussion. However, it turns out that the third round ended long ago, and 4 participants have disappeared somewhere. The Monkey King then finally began to emerge from the water into which he had been sent. Then I thought about the fact that Ryan pointed the gun at Roger in order to signal the beginning of their plan. The weapon was then pointed at the deity so that he would focus all his attention on the Asura. Of course, at that very moment, the guy knew perfectly well that the chamber was empty, but it didn't matter at all. And all this is because what was happening was just a distraction for their trap. But for the monkey, it was now completely unclear when they had not only managed to develop their plan. He then went on to say that he didn't give a damn about all of this, because now all of this definitely didn't matter. Since all these people are just rabble and will soon die, the deity then called upon his weapon, which appeared in his hands. The guy with glasses smiled and declared that they finally had a chance to take revenge on the damn gods. At the same time, he hopes that Ryan's eyes will have time to follow him. And immediately after what was said, he headed forward, and it was quite fast. Of course, the opponent noticed that he was attacking and pointed his stick, which was his weapon, at him. But Roger easily dodged this and continued on his way. And a moment later, he was already right next to his opponent and was ready to strike. But the macaque turned out to be not as simple as it seemed at first glance and managed to dodge at the last moment. The guy wondered at that moment if he was really that fast. Wukong quickly switched from defense to attack and was ready to strike. But while he was trying to do this, a moment later he saw a bullet flying towards him before his eyes. To be honest, he managed to see her in time to dodge this blow. After the deity did this, he saw the shadow of another person in front of him. It was just a huge man who was about to strike with his big hands. Using his divine power, he angrily shouted for the creature to die, and then a blow was struck at the same place where the opponent of these people was located. The main character, who was standing to the side, saw only a huge column of water that rose after a strong attack. That's why the guy thought about how strong that person really was, because that's probably his respected strength. Suddenly, the man realized that his attack had not achieved its goal, and so he asked if he had really disappeared. Roger Ture stood in the water and, listening, heard that the macaque had turned into an insect. Then, along some rather strange trajectory, the deity headed towards Ryan, and the guy in glasses noticed this. Wukong thought that since the power of this man's eyes allowed him to predict his movements, he needed to be eliminated first. So he reincarnated as a monkey again and was ready to strike. But the hero again used the power of his eyes and noticed this attack. The deity saw that he had turned his gaze to him and wondered if he had noticed him too. But he still had no choice but to continue his attack, and the hero easily dodged and summoned his weapon. Then the guy counterattacked him, but the macaque easily dodged it from the right. And while this deity was fighting with one opponent, Roger appeared from behind, ready to attack him with his foot. Luckily for Wukong, he also noticed the attack and turned his attention there. Using his stick weapon, he still managed to block and repel the attack. But the force of this blow was so great that the courage, still flew off into the nearest wall and hit there. Then the man in glasses asked if everything was okay or if the area was okay, and he replied that everything was fine. But if they want to get out of here alive, they must be as honest with each other as possible. Of course, he doesn't know if the Viking will agree to all this, but the best thing they can do at the moment is to become one team. Of course, the heroes are aware that all participants in the gods' game want to hide their strengths from each other. But he will do everything possible to get out of here alive. But if they all understand well how their ability works, they will not be able to win. That the main character was going to reveal the secret of his strength to this interlocutor. Ryan understood perfectly well that his divine power was omniscience. It helped him see 15 seconds into the future. But naturally, knowledge of the future also changes it significantly. Ultimately, if the hero acts differently, it is because he knows the future, and then it will change. If the guy pointed his gun at Roger and fired, then he saw that outcome, and he also saw the result of him shooting himself. In other words, it is the guy's eyes that can see any future actions that he wants. The Monkey King stood to the side and watched intently as several boys talked. But this made him even angrier, and he wondered what the hell they were up to. Roger, after the conversation, said that he was very lucky with their powers, and in this sense, he is not very strong. The hero smiled and said that he thought so too. Then a big guy came up and slapped him on the back of the head and told him to stop daydreaming. Because it turns out that right now they are in the middle of a battle, and the guy with glasses asked if he even likes to have fun at parties. Ryan asked him, by the way, if he would follow his instructions. The Viking told him to leave him alone. Roger sighed sadly after this and noted that he was not surprised. The hero understood that if this guy doesn't listen to him, then the future where he can change his movement is also unavailable. So he remarked to his partner that it seemed to be up to them to decide, and the other man said that he should simply warn him if anything bad happened. The Monkey King wasted no time in shouting that these impudent little humans actually thought they had a chance against him. After all, it turns out that he is God, and he is not just an ordinary person. The boys jumped from where they were, and the macaque noticed this, so she linked them with a communication spell. The big guy saw that something strange had touched his hand and was holding it. Then this technique made the radius even larger and captured him completely. After this, the man could not move and screamed that it was a damned monkey. But the rest of the team rushed at their opponent in order to hit him. So they fought like this for some time, dodging each other's attacks and delivering them in return. Even using the power of his own eyes, Ryan couldn't land a punch before his opponent dodged. The creature next to it jumped up and was ready to strike the guy down. And before the collision, he threw the gun to his partner so that he could fight with it. Roger grabbed him and was about to fire his pistol, but after a few seconds, right in front of his head, he saw the monkey's fist. So he was shocked by this and thought that he could not make it in time. Luckily for him, the main character arrived in time, pushed him away, and helped him dodge the blow. After that, they fell to the ground together and hit the ground quite hard. The monkey was ready to strike from the air and screamed that it was all because of this guy's eyes. It turns out that they continue to ruin their fun. The guys who were below noticed that something strange had happened, because a huge shadow appeared above them. But the deity used her power and applied the technique of 72 transformations, so that after that, a huge elephant appeared. The creature was ready to hit the ground, and it did. But at the last moment, Roger managed to grab the hero and run away. They were standing apart together, and Ryan thanked him for his help, but his interlocutor responded by telling him not to mention it. The Monkey King landed on the ground and transformed back into his body. Roger thought that just like now, he couldn't keep up with this deity. She went on to say that, as her partner had said, they should not hold back their strength before this. Afterwards, the guy started to take off his glasses, noting that perhaps it was time to show it to everyone. Show exactly what he can really do. At the same time, when the guy took off his glasses, several spirits appeared in the sky above him, and it was he who used divine power. His eyes glowed with different colors and different powers came from them, so he said that this was a double storm technique. The Monkey King stood to the side and carefully watched what was happening. He then turned to the storm gods, Regan and Fujin, and asked if they had both chosen this brat. The Viking, who was on the sidelines and yet connected to the spell, was shocked. Ryan covered his body with his divine energy and told his partner that he would back him up. Roger threw away his glasses and remarked that no offense meant, but it wasn't worth it since he couldn't fight. The Monkey King then remarked to his interlocutor that his speed was not something to brag about. But before she could even finish this sentence, her opponent was already standing right in front of him. Because of this, the monkey was amazed, because now she could not keep up with his movements. But Roger didn't want to stop and immediately kicked the creature in front of him. The deity was astonished by this and wondered how this could have happened. It was unclear how it could happen that this man was able to accelerate sharply, but his opponent was already on top and was preparing to kick him again. Then it happened, and so Wukong flew straight down at great speed. He didn't even have time to land there as Roger was already below, so the creature realized that he had become at least 8 times faster than before. The guy didn't stop and hit his opponent quite hard in the chest. Due to this powerful attack, his body was thrown back several tens of meters. The main character watched from the side what was happening, and thought that even he could not keep track of them. In addition to all this, the deity only had time to take the blows, because he could not react to them in any way. But suddenly he felt that something had happened, because the Monkey King was able to get up and tried to counterattack. So Roger had no choice but to stop and jump away from the weapon. Without stopping for a second, he looked ahead and prepared for the next attack. So he used his divine power and flew through the countries as if on the wind. Then he started spinning as if a tornado had appeared in the sky and was preparing to kick. The deity had no time to react to this blow and easily missed it. And as a result of this, he again flew quite far and hit the wall that was behind him. Roger understood perfectly well that this attack would not cause him any serious harm, and therefore he went down. Then he used his divine power again, and the streams concentrated directly to his hands. From the enormous energy that had accumulated in one point, a shot was fired. This attack, which was accompanied by a large beam, rushed straight towards Wukong's body. The main character was amazed by this and thought that it was a crazy power, because lightning appeared, as well as wind. All this means that this is Roger's real power. Ryan turned his attention towards the smoke that rose from the boy's attacks. The deity came out of there literally whole and unharmed, and told his opponent that he was, of course, fast, but he needed to hit much harder. If he still wants to kill a god, then he should not strike so lightly. Although this guy really is one of the most impressive mortals he has ever seen. So in a few moments he was already next to the guy, and noticed that perhaps he shouldn't rush. Although he heard that in the entire existence of this man, only one was able to hit him. Roger was shocked that he didn't see how the creature was already next to them, preparing to attack him. So he didn't even have time to return from this attack, but the deity hit him right on the ground with his head. Then Wukong smiled and asked to be allowed to be the second one to hit him. Looking back on his childhood, Roger realized that he had been an abomination his entire life. The kids laughed at the scar he had on his face and asked what was wrong with him, if someone had burned his eye. They also said that they were disgusted by all this and told him to leave. But the guy didn't regret his appearance at all, nor did he regret the fact that he was an outcast. As a result of this whole story, he did not make a decision that would determine his whole life. The solution to this situation for him was that no one would hurt him again. So he made fun of the big guys, and they begged him to forgive him because that's not what they meant. The guy smiled because of this, and so he perked up for the rest of the time. After all, it really turned out that he never gave his enemies a chance to even hit him. The principal scolded him and said that because of him, 17 of his innocent classmates were hospitalized. But Roger still didn't even let the words affect him in any way. The guy thought that in a world of winners and losers, strong and weak, he would stand on top. So no one will be able to hurt him under any circumstances until he finds that person. After all, it was that same man who once grabbed him as a child and then burned him with a red-hot swear word, so that he got a burn. In the third round cave, Kayla was with another member of their team. She told the boy that Roger had probably been a bit strange before. And if that wasn't true, the boy wondered what she was talking about since he didn't know how well he was. The interlocutor sadly said that she didn't know either, because she simply thought that during the battle the color of his eyes had changed. And now, when the guy was fighting with the deity, his eyes also changed color. Further, the divine power was released around, as if everything was enveloped in tongues of flame. The Monkey King was surprised by what was happening, because he did not understand what kind of power this was. Immediately after this, there was a rather large explosion, and Ryan and the Viking only saw a large stream of flame. The guy covered himself from this destructive force, but still tried to use his eyes. After all, it was he who wanted to understand the future that he saw before his own eyes. Then he turned his attention to the front and saw that Roger was there with his back to him. Wukong managed to escape this attack, and so he jumped up. And then he landed a short distance from his opponent. The monkey asked if this meant that all this was not enough for him. Roger continued to use his powers directly in his hand and said that he had been untouchable all his life. And all this happened because of the promises he made to himself. At that moment, the glasses began to swear and be seen in his hands. The man continued to say that this creature had ruined everything. He then asked his opponent to say what if a person is so strong that he remains inviolable throughout his life. Then he wondered how many gods he thought were sponsoring him. The Monkey King was amazed when he heard these words and made up his mind about how many there really were. After all, is there really anyone else besides Regan and also Fujin? But this is all simply unthinkable. Then Roger smiled and told his interlocutor not to worry because he would tell him the correct answer. It turns out that he is patronized by 9 gods, and the interlocutor was simply amazed by this. Ryan was also very surprised, and the guy continued to say that he is not defeated, neither in life nor in death, and is the best candidate for the god game. But on top of all this, it turns out that he doesn't care at all about the reason why he's here. After all, he was looking for someone. The note said his name was Roger. He was 25 years old, and he refused to endure pain until he killed his father. But at the moment, it turns out that the majority stands in his way. So until he kills this creature, he has one last chance to answer the question. Then they changed the color, and he asked how to lay the color, and his eyes. He wondered why he wanted to survive. What could possibly be worth this senseless suffering that life consists of? To stand firm despite all the difficulties and demands of a father, unwavering determination and only a clear goal can make these feelings blossom. That's why Roger used his divine power and touched the compartment as well as the blue color. He used a skill called Lord of the Nile, and thus a respectful energy enveloped the deity's body. The plants that emerged from the ground began to envelop the monkey and restrict his movement. After using this skill, he pointed his finger there and noticed that this skill was called Gaia. The next divine power that was used was Raiden's drum, and then he shot lightning straight there from his hand. Water, plants, and everything else intertwined together and hit the Monkey King. The creature thought that with such power, this bastard was on the same level as real gods. That's why it turns out that he definitely has to pay him back. Then he jumped up and pointed his stick upwards in order to hide from the attack. Wukong plucked a few hairs from his thick beard and then scattered them to the wind. Because of this action of his, a large number of clones appeared on Earth. This technique was called Shenwai Shenfa. The hero saw this and thought, are these clones? But they are different from the clowns that Benjamin used. After all, this is definitely not an illusion, but they are truly material. Roger, after noticing this attack, asked his opponent if he thought he would let him get close to him again. Next, he used the divine power, and it was the element of fire, as well as a skill called Dante's Underworld. Because of this, a rather large scarf of fire rushed straight forward, but suddenly the guy felt that an opponent appeared behind his back. So he turned around and saw it, and also thought that this creature was really fast. The columns that were created were able to dodge the attack. Ryan took notice of what was happening and realized that Wukong's pillars were probably as strong as he was. Roger said to hell with it all because he didn't care about all these fakes. After all, the only one he really wants to kill is his opponent Wukong. That's why the guy began to make his way through the whole crowd of these clones rather quickly. Finally, he was already near the real body, but suddenly the macaque began to prepare for an attack. The guy noticed this, but he was not going to stop, so their blows were dealt to each other. Roger's body then flew quite a distance straight towards the main character. Then, of course, he stopped. But he didn't like this whole situation at all. So he looked at his opponent with a smile on his face and asked if that was all he could do. Wiping the blood from his face, the Monkey King smiled slyly and noted that they no longer remembered the last time he fought like this. Ryan came closer and restored it because he said, "Does he remember that they need a strategy?" The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and then declared that this monkey had ruined his promises. So it turns out that he is the one who is going to be the one to kill this creature. The hero realized that the situation was really bad because the guy no longer understood and he did not listen to anyone. Then he turned to the side and looked at the man who was restrained by the technique. But you looked at him because you understood that you would have to use the strongest to win. But at the moment, it is completely unclear what kind of future will allow him to do exactly this. In just a moment, he realized what he needed to do and came up with a plan. So he immediately grabbed the pistol that was in his hands and pulled the trigger. Well, when he did this, he pulled out the drum to see if there were bullets in it. After he had made sure of everything, he immediately approached the Viking and pointed his weapon at him. Roger, as well as the Monkey King, looked away for a second and watched what he was doing. The man himself didn't understand anything either. And so he asked what the hell he was doing. The protagonist immediately after this declared that he was choosing the right future and pulled the trigger. There was a bullet in the drum that actually fired and headed towards the man. Immediately after that, she got into the technique that was shackling this man with a beard. The Monkey King, of course, realized what had happened, and he didn't like it. The Viking began to rise from his knees and noticed that Ryan had broken Wukong's spell. But how did he know it would work? The protagonist stated that he was simply watching as the Monkey King kept a close eye on the gun. At first glance, it was completely unclear why God would pay attention to such trifles. If he really is a deity, then why would he dodge an ordinary bullet? So the guy predicted a future where he would be used to free this man, and he chose that path. The Viking pulled himself together and remarked that this was not bad, and perhaps he was not as useless as he had previously thought. The Monkey King asked, "So what happens if he frees Nicholas? He used his last bullet, and the three of them can hardly handle him alone. But if that's the case, then how about if he was 50, so he used the technique and, from his beard, summoned clones?" And Roger said that it was bad and was already thinking of attacking, but the hero stopped him. Ryan noticed that it turned out that he now understood everything, and his interlocutor asked what he was actually saying. But the main character said that he understood who Nicholas really is. The man immediately and very confidently began to walk into the crowd of monkeys that were rushing towards him. Then he stopped and began to use his moistened power. Externally, this technique was called the Hand of God, and he clapped his hands and then placed his hands in front of him. The opponent stopped and felt a very large flow of energy that was ahead. Wukong also watched closely what was happening and was shocked when he saw it. And all this was because a large stream of flame was directed straight towards him and was blowing away everything in front of him. The teammates were amazed by this, and Roger asked what the guy even ate for breakfast. Finally, Nicholas dispelled his technique, and after that, a huge crater formed in front of him from the blow he dealt there. Immediately after seeing this, the district thought that now he understood perfectly why Adrian said that he was the strongest. After all, Nicholas is the protector of God, and he is the deity of vengeance. So in the end, it turns out that he himself is God. Roger noticed this and saw that the hand of a god was used. But does this mean that this rude guy is a candidate for God? The main character declared that he was not just a candidate, but the truth that God himself hid. Then he remembered the dialogue with Karkin, from whom he asked what God himself had forgotten about the game, and he remarked to him who had said that they could not participate. It was also said that the guy had seen a divine participant before, so now the hero said that he was sure that this man was also a deity. Roger said it wasn't fair, but his partner said the game hadn't been fair from the start. And then Nicholas turned to them and said, "Stop messing around." It turns out that everything still hasn't ended. The Monkey King was sitting on some cloud and saying that they almost got him. These three people put him in quite a difficult position. This is the Norwegian majority of Revenge with God as its sponsor, and also almost untouchable wars with 9 divine powers hid. He's also a pretty annoying bastard who sees different futures. The monkey was inspired by the choice of one of them to be his protector. Well, now he can't wait to kill them all together. Ryan then said that he had an idea on how they could defeat the creature, but despite this, he needs the assistance of his other partners. Nicholas noticed that he agreed, and the guys looked at him in surprise. Then the man added that the guy should not make him regret it. Roger scratched his head and said that he apologized for what happened, if he was a big guy, but he also had to work in a team. All this will happen until the monkey finally dies. Ryan said that he will also give it his all. He then turned his attention to the room in which they had first appeared and noticed that they were now simply repeating everything after him. And immediately after that, he makes it so that not everyone gets out of here. Immediately after this, the Monkey King smiled madly and remarked that they would not look at this yet. That's why he jumped off his cloud and headed towards his opponents. And then he used the expansion technique and his weapon extended very far. The attack was supposed to get the group from the guys, but Nicholas grabbed the stick with ease. But the rest of the partners rushed to attack the main body of the creature. Roger immediately used his technique and divine lightning power. But when he struck, Tony hit the great Monkey King, who managed to dodge with ease. The main character was on the other side and summoned his weapon. He then attacked with it. But Wukong defended himself with his stick. And while his partners were distracting his opponent with their attacks, Nicholas jumped up and was ready to deliver his blow. Of course, at that moment the deity saw this attack and covered himself with his stick. But the blow was so strong that the bones in the chest began to crack and blood began to flow from the mouth. Moreover, the body of the Monkey King itself flew quite far after this attack. The blow was so powerful that the creature broke through several mountains in its path with its body. Roger said they had him, and Ryan noted that they would just keep attacking until he opened up. If they don't actually defeat him now, then every one of them will die. From the wall of dust that rose at the place of the fall, the opponent jumped out, and with a crazy smile shouted that this is how it should be. The opponent has a heart that is beating wildly in anticipation of impending death. And yet, doesn't it make his blood boil with excitement? The deity attacked his partners and Nicholas covered himself with his hands in order to repel the attack. But that was not all, and the monkey struck a second time, causing blood to gush from the opponent's mouth. The big guy was in a difficult situation and did not understand why the Monkey King suddenly became stronger. At the moment he attacked with his foot, Roger was already preparing for you to hit with your hand, so he headed towards his opponent. But he managed to repel this attack with ease. And then he counterattacked and hit the guy, put him down so that he fell. The man in glasses did not understand whether he had become even faster. After Wukong dealt with two opponents, he turned his attention to the hero, who was behind and holding a gun. So he told him that he knew. He was waiting for all this. It turns out that this is the very path of possibilities that he has. Then the creature jumped up and asked what he was going to do with this empty pistol. As a result, a blow occurred, after which the weapon flew to the side and the hero fell. The Monkey King and his clone remained on the ground, and he said that the spark of hope that he had been clinging to so desperately had gone out. When he dispelled his technique, he began to approach his opponents. On top of all this, he said that he believed he should kill Ryan first. Wukong said that the fearless puppeteer uses providence to control his comrades to turn his plans into reality. But it turns out that it seems he can't see the future that far. The main character was completely calm and therefore asked his interlocutor if he knew what the key thing was for puppeteers. Then he smiled and stated that they were not the center of attention. Immediately after these words, someone fired a gun, and a bullet pierced the Monkey King's chest. Before this, the girl who was killed turned into a deity and said that she was his champion, so she should be grateful. And so it turns out that as long as she is strong, everything will be fine with her. On top of all this, she only has as many chances as she wants to win in the game of God. At the moment the girl was killed, she literally rose from the dead thanks to the divine sponsor of death. At the same time, when the hero said that if they did not defeat this creature now, then each of them would die, the girl continued to lie. But soon she began to think that everything was bad, and it seemed that the pretense of being dead could work for a long time. Still, this is probably her only chance, and it's time to get up already. That's why she used divine power and a skill called Second Chance. It was because of this that her body became covered with energy, and she herself began to rise. Then she stood up and looked from the side, also wondering if three idiots could really survive after such a long battle with Wukong. So it turns out that he is probably holding back, because the girl thought that he could blow up this place with one swing. Then she felt in her hair the bullet that was supposed to load the gun. So she picked it up since it was nearby and loaded it, thinking that it was in her interests. The beginning turns out to be that he will be the first person to kill God. And so it happened that the Monkey King's chest was pierced by a bullet. He asked in surprise what this was, and at that moment blood began to gush from his mouth. The main character smiled and noted that this was the time. The interlocutor asked how he was not like that, they could have pulled it off. But Ryan noticed that this was the very future that he had seen until recently. Wukong noticed that it turned out that the guy forced him to disarm himself in order to hand the gun to her. It turns out that this is why he was so confident even with a gun without bullets. The guy said that everything was correctly noted, because he knew that the only way to defeat the creature was to use a gun. So it turns out that the bullets were powerful enough to kill a god like Nicholas. Even while the gun was loaded, the monkey was extremely vigilant. So the hero spent the rest of the bullets to make sure they were unusual, and in order to understand that they can destroy even the power of the gods. But just when the Monkey King thought he was safe, the hero used the last available bullet. It turns out that she was putting it in this girl's head all this time. Wukong was taken aback and shouted, but how did he know about her divine power, since the two of them had never met before this round for sure? Ryan said that his divine power is omniscience and allows him to see into any future he wants. At the very moment when they were playing Russian roulette, he quickly looked at all possible futures. Then the Monkey King himself thought, ask the guy allows him to see the future so that he will know if there will be a bullet in the next compartment. The hero noticed that he was lucky that he saw the option in which he checked if she was alive. Suddenly, the girl said not to touch her, and the guys looked at her in surprise. Now Ryan said with a smile on his face that was why he shouted those words quite loudly. Words that, if they don't defeat this creature now, then each of them will die. And all this was because he hoped that it would scare the girl and make her wake up. The Monkey King began his movement and noticed that everything seemed to be happening just as he had planned. Of course, he was very lucky at that moment, but not everything is so simple. Because it was necessary to aim for the head in order to kill it, immediately after these words the creature began its attack forward. Nicholas and Roger lined up at the front, and the latter said that everything was actually perfect. After all, it turns out that it is they who will deliver the final blow to this creature. But after a few seconds, something happened that the main character did not expect at all. A large number of deities appeared in the very place where they were fighting and immediately stopped Wukong. They also stopped the guys who were fighting with him and threatened them with weapons. Suddenly, the voice of the god began to be heard, asking the deity whether he really thought that he would not find out anything. He said that he was actually very disappointed in the Monkey King. Despite his constant disobedience, he gave him another chance to improve. But it turns out that now his patience has completely run out. Wukong thought that from the very moment of his birth, he was striving for freedom. He was actually in captivity for quite a long time. At the same time, he knew perfectly well that he wanted to break free literally, always. But after he did all this, he wanted to spend his eternal life according to his own rules. So, to carry out his plans, he fought and fought every time. His rivals were people of the deity, as well as various monsters. And then one day, he finally thought that he had achieved the very freedom he had dreamed of. But the god himself arrived, and he was the overseer of this creature. And so it happened that one day this new theft appeared literally out of nowhere. And then, using force, he conquered the gods who belonged to the same group. His power at the same time turned out to be simply infinite, and even the immortal gods submitted to him. Wukong himself spent a long time asking himself why he was fighting. But in the end, it all came down to the fact that nothing had changed at all. After all, the Monkey King, who thought he was already free, was still a prisoner, and so a large number of gods appeared to stop Wukong. God himself said that, despite the obedience of this creature, he gave him another chance. But this patience has in fact already run out after centuries of indulgence. After all, he was tired of trying to tame him. The hero looked at what was happening and thought it was strange. It turns out that for some reason he cannot see the future of God himself. Roger wondered what kind of gathering this was. Where were all the other dear gods? One of them got angry at these words and shouted, "Does he really want to die?" The interlocutor smiled and said that he was just joking. Anubis turned to Nicholas and asked how the game was going, since it seemed he had become desperate since he had united with mortals. The man glared at him and told the balcony to cover his mouth. The interlocutor noticed that it was not he who was the idiot, but that other interlocutor who was barking here. And now he can't wait for the moment when he will be wiped off the face of the earth. While everyone was arguing and shouting at each other, the hero looked down at the bullet that was lying there. Mr. Arnold asked God if he should move the participants while he dealt with this situation. The deity said that he shouldn't do this because he wanted everyone else to see it. Immediately after that, he began to use his divine power with his right hand. And then, he said that this is what happens when someone objects to him. At that moment, right in front of the Monkey King, those with whom he had grown up before appeared. They were surprised, and one of them asked Wukong how they got here. The monkey immediately remembered the old days when they grew up together and played with each other. That's why he turned to God and asked him to stop. It turns out that he shouldn't have played this, and now he understands everything. But his friends, whom he now called here, he certainly did nothing wrong. While he was begging that deity, it did not listen to him at all and began to use divine power. And after a few seconds, the heads of all the Monkey King's friends were simply crushed and scattered to the side. The main character and his partners were amazed by what they had just seen. The other deities were also, of course, stunned, but did not say a word. God stated that the monkey rebelled again and again and made him raise his hand. The death of all his friends is his fault, and all lives, whether divine or mortal, all belong to God. And it turns out that he, in turn, can take them away literally whenever he wants. Ryan was surprised by what he heard and asked if they were really gods. Roger said that if so, then aren't they immortal, and why did God kill them so easily? Then Nicholas pointed out that immortality doesn't protect against the power of another deity. So, in reality, it turns out that gods can kill other gods. But they had never encountered such power as this super being had before. The Monkey King didn't know what to do in this situation and was just terrified, and she was also very angry. After all, remembering his friends, he knew that all he wanted was freedom. So out of desperation, he began to ask why all this happened. Then he became very angry and, breaking away from the other gods, rushed towards the main one, asking why he killed them all. A deity named Zeus shouted that he would be his, so he used his divine power and his own lightning. And so they immediately flew straight towards the opponent. But suddenly the hero noticed with the help of his eyes that something strange was going to happen. And indeed, the Monkey King stopped and then grabbed one of the lightning bolts. After that, he stopped and looked angrily at whoever did it. The god, who looked like an elephant, asked if he had caught Zeus's lightning. And the owner of these lightning bolts himself was simply amazed, because he saw that, in fact, the force was flying in his direction. Immediately after this contact, there was a fairly large explosion and dust rose up. The protagonist's partners covered themselves from this blow, and Roger asked what the hell happened. Several other deities did not stop at this and immediately rushed at the monkey, but he used his power and summoned clones who protected him. The man was amazed and asked if he had clones. Wukong himself turned around and saw that he was being attacked. That's why he immediately attacked the woman who was closest. Then he attacked the other one, saying that they were all nothing more than slaves of this very deity. In despair, he wondered how long they would allow a god to rule over them all. Will all this really happen over centuries or even millennia? It was so that their pantheons were peacefully guided by the heavens before the arrival of this being. After all, they are gods, but for some reason they bow down before him. Then the Monkey King turned to the Supreme Being and said that he had had enough. And it turns out that today, on this very day, he will remove him from history. The Supreme God simply looked at the creature and then turned to Mr. Arnold. He told him to take the rest of the participants to the waiting room. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything and began to approach them. Roger wanted to say something, but the hero stopped him. He said that he shouldn't do that, and then the guy got a little angry. Then a deity in a suit and hat came up and said it was time to go. On top of all this, he said he apologized for the inconvenience. It turns out that the Monkey King will be punished accordingly for his misdeeds. The creature asks to have a good rest in the waiting room and also to await further instructions. After that, due to the power he used, people immediately materialized and flew away. Then God said that he was really very sorry and he regretted it. Then he asked Mr. Arnold to remove the other deities from here as well, because unfortunately this god, who is right in front of him, must be erased. Mr. Arnold then used his power and asked God not to destroy the other kingdoms in the process. Wukong turned his attention to the side and saw that the other deities were also beginning to materialize. Then he asked him if the deity was organizing a duel, as he always wanted. But still, recalling his warriors was a big mistake. Why was it now completely unclear who would stop him? Ever since the day this creature appeared, the Monkey King had been dreaming of this chance. This is the very day when he will do what other gods will not do. And that very event, on the day of which he will speak out against the supreme ruler. And he is also going to restore balance to the heavens. Now he has used his divine power and summoned quite a large amount of it, and also changed his appearance. At the same time, the hero looked down and saw his reflection there. But immediately after that, he asked where they were now. Roger noted that at least they had moved them all here together. After that, he turned to Ryan and asked why he had stopped him then. Of course, he understands that Wukong was their enemy at the same time, but apparently things are not that simple. After all, in the end, he is also a prisoner of God, like all of them. And the main character looked up after that and sadly said that he stopped him, because there was a reason for it. And the point is that they couldn't do anything about it. Roger sighed sadly and noted that it would take several relationships to do this. Then he pointed his finger and asked what they were going to do with this girl. What was actually wrong with her? Because it turns out that until he fought the deity, she was pretending to be dead the whole time in order to save her ass. Will they just believe her, or will they just save time and get rid of her now? The interlocutor said that, of course, they could believe her because she helped them defeat that god. She had to pretend to be dead. Otherwise, he would never have let his guard down. The guy looked at her uncertainly, and the girl said that she swears to it. Ryan turned to Nicholas and asked what he thought about it, whether they should believe her. The man stated that if her sponsor is death, then she has many lives, and based on this, she will definitely be useful. But if we talk about whether she deserves trust, then he doubts it, because all mortals constantly lie. And so it turns out that in this game, there are ways to find out all their shortcomings. The protagonist stopped everyone and told them not to argue, because they were all just a little tense about what happened. Then she turned to her new partner and asked her name. The girl smiled and introduced herself, saying that her name was Melissa. Ryan extended his hand to her and said it was nice to meet her, and that he thanked her for helping them out back then. After that, he suggested playing this game together. The girl agreed and shook his hand. But suddenly, using her own eyes, she looked ahead and saw something strange there. For her, this guy actually looked crazy, because he was not at all what he seemed at first glance. The hero then stated that it seemed that the waiting room for this round was located off to the side. They all turned their attention there, and it was visible how on the surface, which looked like water, there was a house standing. Everyone immediately headed there, and Roger said that they should go because they could use some rest after all. While the guy with glasses, as well as Nicholas, walked forward, the girl stopped and asked if she was right in thinking that his name was Ryan. Then she used her divine power and her appearance changed, so she wondered what the hell just happened. The hero also changed his friendly face to a more frightening one and said that this was a warning. It turns out that he sees right through her, and this definitely won't work on him. And all this happens because he sees her future. And in such a case, he understands perfectly well that people like her only worry about themselves. Some people sell out others when it is actually to their advantage. Then I asked why I should play alone. God's game is truly dangerous, and with each round teamwork becomes more and more important. A person really won't get very far in these rounds if there is only one. Suddenly, Roger noticed his team members coming out of the building, and Adrian was there too. The squad leader turned his attention to Ryan but said nothing. But when the guy looked forward, you saw that someone else was coming out from there, and it was precisely Sophia. After she saw the missing member of her squad, she immediately burst into tears and smiled. She happily jumped up and flew towards Ryan to hug him. After that, she finally hugged him and said that she thought Wukong separated them, or, even worse, he did something to him. The hero was embarrassed by this and told Sophia not to worry because he was fine. Besides, he was really relieved that the rest of his squad was safe. Then Adrian came up to them and immediately addressed Ryan. Looking at his appearance, he asked what the hell happened to him. The hero said that it was quite a long story. The masked man immediately remembered the first battles with this guy, as well as the last battle. And after these memories, he told his interlocutor that he had changed quite a lot. The hero smiled and asked if this was true, but if so, it was funny, although I wonder what he was talking about. Then the hero turned his attention to his partners and said that first he wanted to introduce them to his new friends. The battle between the gods on the mountaintop continued, and the body of the Monkey King flew to the side. But at the same time, a cloud was moving behind him, which was supposed to become a support for him. Wukong had already taken quite a lot of damage at that time and was holding his stomach. The Supreme God was right in front of him and asked if this was all the shameful Monkey King could do. Or maybe it was those same pathetic mortals who hurt him so badly. The opponent immediately smiled and noticed that before the one who always speaks little, the interlocutor talks too much crap. Then he began to use his feminine power. Namely, he used the expansion skill, and after that the weapon that was in his hands straightened out very far. Then the monkey struck it straight in the direction where the Supreme God was. But it turns out that that very creature didn't even move from its place and easily stopped this attack with its hand. Wukong then said that he knew very well that God was too arrogant to evade. That's why he was open to attack, and the columns that the Monkey King had made were heading towards the soy subscriber. The Supreme God noticed this attack with his eyes and then used his hand. At the same time, he was calm enough and said that his opponent should not be a fool. After these words, a huge stream of divine power flowed straight from his right hand and shot downwards. And that same multitude of clones that were below were destroyed at one moment. But the Monkey King himself was already standing behind his opponent and said that it seemed he was right. After all, he probably can't really see this guy's future. The opponent turned around to repel this attack, but he was no longer in time, and it achieved its goal. Because of this powerful attack, the Supreme God's body field was very far to the side. And so, having flown this considerable distance, it stopped on the ground, where the impact occurred. Wukong asked him if he really thought he had fought those brats with all his might. At this point, the only thing he wanted was to interact with Ryan, the guy with the eyes of a god. And after all, how can he see the future of someone who also sees the future? So it turns out that anyone who has met him can escape the all-seeing eyes of the Supreme God. The Monkey King then said that he knew perfectly well that he would come after him, but without his omniscience, the monkey thought that he had a chance. The Supreme Being began to rise from the place where his body had been sent, and remarked that it seemed that Buddha had been right, for he was indeed quite intelligent for a primate. But it turns out that this is no longer something important at the moment. Suddenly, the opponent turned his attention to the body of this creature and was amazed by what he saw there. The Supreme God used his power and simply waved his hand downwards. Then the Monkey King felt himself being pressed very hard towards the ground. Immediately after this, she will endure, which he was, there was a trace of a huge hand that pressed everything to the ground. Wukong was shocked by what had happened and wondered if the force of the wind alone would be enough to push him over. Although at that moment he understood perfectly well that this skill was definitely not the hand of a god. This power really didn't look like the power of a supreme god, so Wukong thought that this couldn't be it. Could it really be Buddha? After this attack, the deity asked if it was really charming. After all, it turns out that this is the only known force that can seal the Monkey King. And in the end, it turns out that it is she who will become the death of this creature. The creature shouted that he could not even imagine how he had received the power of Buddha. After all, it turns out that I am absolutely certain that he would never have given her to someone like this creature. While Wukong was saying all this, you used your divine arm power to deal with the impending threat. He went on to say that it didn't matter how many gods worshipped this being or how strong he became. It turns out that in any case, he will keep his word and strike him. For it turns out that the Monkey King does not accept the rule of this supreme god. The creature, after hearing all these words, said that in this case he would be erased, and no one in history will know about him anymore. Then the power of Buddha was used, and a huge hand went straight to Wukong. The Monkey King then used his adjusted power to stop that hand and save himself from it. The force that was pressing him to the ground was so great that it could be seen from space, and it covered most of the planet. But the monkey continued to hold on to this enormous power, and he said that just like his friends, he too would be free. If all this actually happens not today, then definitely in the next life. And until this happens, the creature will continue to fight. After all, now this whole situation doesn't seem like such a bad outcome to him. After these words, even more divine energy appeared, which was emitted by Wukong. The Supreme God, however, was actually amazed by what was happening right before his eyes. He couldn't believe that it was actually a monkey raising the Buddha's huge hand. The Monkey King then said that he hereby declares that he will sponsor and bestow his divine power upon the new champion. He then broke into a mad grin and shouted that the champion was Ryanasura. The main character heard a voice and also felt that something happened inside him. At that very moment, hot lava appeared under Wukong's feet. That's why he began to sink downwards with most of his body. The Supreme God at the same time was very angry and asked if this creature dared to choose him as its champion. The ornament that was on the Monkey King's head fell off, and he thought that he did not regret it. He really had an exciting life, and in his last moments that was true too. After all, even now, plunging into the hot lava, he is still fighting for the freedom he has always sought. But if there is someone who can finally achieve this freedom, then he is sure that it will be that boy. Now we are talking about Ryan, in whose eyes he saw that will to fight. And then that very hand of Buddha, which had been squeezing the Monkey King all this time, hit the ground. Immediately after this super powerful attack, a global explosion occurred and the planet was blown apart. The main character stepped away from all his comrades, and so Sophia turned to him. She saw that something was wrong with him, so she asked if he was okay. He had tears in his eyes at the time, so the girl asked him why he was crying. There was a bright flash in the sky, and the hero said that he was fine and he apologized because the day had been long. The protagonist looked at his hand and felt the power that appeared there. At the same time, somewhere in another dimension, the Monkey King was defeated. Of course, the district found out about this after it felt the power of this creature flowing through its veins. It turns out that the Supreme God stood in the same pose as the main character and looked at his hand. All the people present near the guy were busy with their own affairs, and no one even knew what had happened. God immediately went to his dimension after that. And now it was absolutely clear that a clash between him and the main character was simply inevitable. Ryan and his friends entered the house where a huge table was set. Sophia asked if they had really defeated Wukong, and the guy even helped. When the interlocutor was disappointed that she doubted him, the girl apologized and said that he could not go from fighting ordinary people to killing gods. The guy smiled and said he just had a pretty good team, and Roger turned to a boy named Leo and asked him what he was playing, but his interlocutor told him to leave him alone. Then the boy asked him not to be such a cheapskate and let him have a look, but the boy was talking to you, and the old man left him. The main character turned his attention there and realized that even a child had appeared here. It turns out that he was also in the waiting room for the second round. Leo said that it was because of this man that he died, and Roger said that it was his fault. Ryan thought he wondered if that was why the guy with glasses had invited him to join his team in the third round. But then again, how did a kid get so far in this game? Suddenly, Sophia screamed and said that the Earth was calling this guy and turned to the hero. She then added that perhaps they should think about a strategy for the fourth round, since they barely made it past the third. The interlocutor looked at her in surprise and asked if they knew what it would be like. The girl noticed that, of course, they knew this and was about to say something, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Of course, after this, everyone immediately became alert and began to call upon their weapons. The door did not stop, and it was clear that someone was waiting for the door to be opened. The hero took a closer look and then declared that this was truly unexpected. That's why he got up from his seat and said that he would open the door. At the same time he did this, he saw that the goddess of war Rebecca was there. The hero immediately greeted her. But Roger asked what happened to her eye. Everyone looked at him angrily at that moment, and Ryan asked why this idiot was asking about this. His interlocutor was not small. What did he do? The goddess sighed sadly, and then noted that this was exactly what she expected from an idiot like Roger. An image immediately popped into her mind of when it happened, when God ordered one of the girls to gouge out her eye. So, the woman noticed that if we were to speak about it, she didn't want to talk about it to everyone. The main character said that it was all nonsense, but then why are we here? The interlocutor stated that she always came to bring back another memory and prepare them for the next round. It turns out that they have 2 days until the fourth round. They can do whatever they want during this time. If one of them gets hurt, then there is a room in the house with a healing elixir. Melissa then raised her hand and asked what the next round would be. The goddess told her to cover her mouth and maybe she would tell her. Of course, the girl smiled sweetly and noticed that she understood everything. But inside she was raging and thought that this woman was definitely a bitch. After these words, Rebecca asked if at least the participants knew about the Labyrinth of Minos. She then said that they definitely don't remember anything and apologizes for that. She stated that in the fourth round there would be no teams, and there wouldn't even be any winners. Only the surviving participants who will fight will remain there. It turns out that they will all be placed in groups of 1, 2, or 3 in a huge labyrinth. And so it turns out that in it, the participants will face trials and monsters that they will have to kill in order to move on. Of course, people can join forces with others or go there alone. However, the further a person goes into the labyrinth, the more difficult it will be to find the way back. After hearing the information, Adrian immediately asked how long the round itself would last. The goddess of war smiled and noted that it would last 4 days. Ryan was surprised and said that if that was the time, then it was quite a long time. Although this is still the only round in which they are not forced to kill other participants. If all this is really so, then he is sure that there must be some kind of catch here. Rebecca said that it was true, because there were almost 200,000 participants left, but only 1,000 of them will be able to advance to the 5th round. Those remaining in the living maze will be fed to the 4th round observer. But the Minotaur will be just that. And the hero remembered that he was Donald's patron. After that, the goddess stated that this was a briefing for the 4th round, but there is a real reason why she is here. It consists in the fact that now he will reward them with another memory. The woman extended her hand forward and asked if they were ready for this. There is a possibility that all these memories will give them another reason to live. After using this ability, the participants literally lost consciousness again and went into memories. The main character felt that there was no state with his consciousness, and immediately began to lose it. The first thing he saw in his memory was a village near which there was a fire, and it was pouring rain. The hero was standing right under this rain and looking at what was ahead. After that, he saw a boy who was turning to his mom, dad, and Kenji and begging them to wake up. It was just little Ryan who was crying and in despair, saying that he would do anything for this but begged them to open their eyes. The main character realized that it was him in childhood, and the memory that Benjamin once gave him was true. Suddenly, the main character heard that someone started walking along the road behind him and turned his attention there. There he saw his sister, who was covered in blood with a weapon in her hands and was dragging some man. Then she threw this armored samurai, and apparently she ran away and killed him. But when she began to approach the house, she heard the desperate cries of her younger brother. The main character turned his attention to his older sister and looked at her carefully. The boy inside the room continued to scream, asking why would anyone do such terrible things. Jennifer walked inside and touched Ryan on the shoulder, turning to him. She noticed that she was here, so there was no need to worry. The boy looked at her uncertainly and noticed who his sister was. And then, with tears in his eyes, he asked why they were killed. Because mom and dad were just farmers, and they did nothing wrong. His brother Kenji was only 5 years old at the time, so the boy sadly asked why they all died, but his sister hugged him closer to her. She went on to say that all this was not at all as he thought, because the world was cruel and also unfair, and that was why they died. Although if the world is such, then perhaps they will be able to fit into its framework. Then the girl suddenly hesitated and asked Ryan what she needed so that he could hide. But if she doesn't return in 5 hours, then let him go to the east and find his grandmother there. The woman will take care of him. The boy was shocked by this, but Jennifer stood up and grabbed the knife that was in her hands. And then she turned around and quickly began to leave the room. The boy turned to her and begged his sister not to leave. After all, he can't believe that she decided to leave him here like that. Then he continued to cry so that his interlocutor would finally stop and be next to him. Jennifer couldn't stand the screams, and so she stopped for a few seconds. And then she said that she understood perfectly well that for Ryan now, this makes no sense at all. But one day he will understand everything perfectly. When she said this, tears welled up in her eyes. After this, she stated that in such an unfair world, either a person develops or dies immediately. It turns out that the guy knows this much better than other people. The sister immediately went forward after these words and did not stop. But the boy continued to cry and beg her to come back. After all, he has no one else in this world. That's why he asks her to come back, because he needs her. The people who destroyed this village were celebrating their victory somewhere in one of the houses. One of them said that this was their next successful achievement, and the person sitting next to him noticed that this was true. But it turns out that all this is thanks to General Taro. The girl noted that she told him not to call her like that. The guy then apologized and said that old habits are hard to break. Before he could even finish his sentence, a kunai pierced his neck. The girl who was talking to him was amazed by what she saw before her eyes. After that, she turned to this man. He did not answer. A girl entered their house who remarked that it was interesting how fragile life is. It turns out that before this they had experienced years of creating memories, as well as raising taxes and friendships. But all this can be destroyed literally in one moment. Jennifer entered their house, who had a large number of weapons in her hands. The girl noted that life is indeed precious. Well, then let the general tell her something. Her gaze was stern and cold, and she asked why this woman wanted to live. She then asked who the hell she was. The main character's little sister said that she was one of their victims. After she said this, she immediately prepared to attack, because she was ready to kill everyone present here. The warriors lined up in front of the general and said that the daimyo must be protected. The girl only smiled slyly when she saw people appear in front of her. After that, one of the samurai attacked her, but she easily dodged downwards. Then he saw that a counterattack was being prepared against him, but he did not have time to dodge it. This is precisely why Jennifer easily cut his neck. But of course, at that moment it didn't want to stop and rushed forward. There were other warriors there that she fought and destroyed with ease. At the far end of the room they were in stood an archer, preparing to shoot. When he did this, the girl sensed danger and immediately turned her attention to him. Easily, she dodged the arrow that was supposed to hit her, and so it hit another warrior. Jennifer then walked towards the archer and disabled him, knocking the bow out of his hand. After the man noticed that he was unarmed, he realized that this was bad. But he did not have to torment himself with doubts for long, because his body was soon cut into 4 parts. Taro turned her attention to the person who attacked them and noticed that she had interesting eyes. And if she has it, then it means she is one of those very people. Suddenly, a soldier with a weapon appeared from behind the girl and shouted for her to stop. But after that, he prepared to behead Jennifer, who stood with her back to him. However, he was unable to do this because young Ryan appeared and grabbed him by the neck. The general was shocked when she saw what had happened and asked if it was really a child. The boy grabbed a small knife and was already preparing to kill the man he was holding. He told him that it was all his fault, and the main character watched from the side near the building. The young boy bloodthirstily killed this warrior and said that this scoundrel took the life of his family. Immediately after this, he stabbed him several times in the chest and killed him. The elder sister and also the woman were standing in this room and heard the boy screaming with you. That man died. In addition to all this, the rest of the warriors appeared in the room, sadly watching what was happening. Suddenly, Ryan felt that someone had stopped him and immediately turned his attention there. It was Jennifer who asked him what he was doing there. The kid looked at her and said that he simply didn't want to be left alone in that house. And so it turns out that he probably understands correctly that these guys killed Mom, Dad, and also Kenji. So he simply wanted to help her give them what they didn't deserve all this time. The older sister smiled and noted that she understood everything. As much as she didn't want him to listen to her, but she knew that he would come. While the girl was talking to the guy, Taro ran up. The woman took advantage of the girl's distraction and therefore hit her in the neck to make her lose consciousness. After that, it happened, and Jennifer fell unconscious and the boy was horrified when he saw it. One of the warriors also ran up to him and grabbed him, holding him on the floor. The older sister lay on the ground and the boy begged her to wake up right now. The woman then came up to her and touched the cross, but Ryan told her to just reject it and he would kill her. His interlocutor did not listen to him, and so the boy continued to shout, asking if he could hear him, since he was already dead. Taro then said that she could hear everything perfectly well. The subordinate who was holding the boy asked if they should kill this brat. The feudal lord said that this should not be done, because she was using them both for her own purposes. Then she turned to this boy and asked him to tell her something. It was interesting to know who this girl and he believed in. Is their belief in the same God, or are there several of them? Perhaps, after all, it was all about them. The hero continued to watch attentively, and then what was happening inside the room? The general, with a sly smile on her face, said that each pantheon simply exists in this ether. But in any case, it turns out that she doesn't know where her faith lies. After some time, the young boy was locked in a house and kept there. He kept trying to get out of the room and turned to his sister Jennifer. Literally, with tears in his eyes, the guy begged the girl not to leave. And then suddenly some guy came up to me and said that a week had already passed, and he was still crying because of his sister. This man also had red hair, and he asked the boy where his pride was. Then he put the food he brought on the floor and asked if he was hungry. Little Ryan reached for the food, and the interlocutor said that then he would stop crying. It turns out that his quiet farm life is long over, and let him wipe the tears from those pitiful eyes. But if he really wants to survive here, then he must be useful. Now he is just a hostage that the daimyo keeps alive in order to control the prophet. The boy, as ordered, wiped the tears from his eyes and asked what other prophet. The guy responded by saying that he was talking about Jennifer Asura because she is a divine prophet. Then he started pushing the food forward and said that ever since daimyo started using it, they have been winning every battle. At the same time, rumors say that she can see the future with her own eyes. The boy grabbed the food that was brought to him and asked if this was true, because it turns out that he doesn't think that his sister Jennifer really has that kind of power. The interlocutor looked at him and noticed that it was true, because it was definitely her. Ryan began to have memories and noticed that it had always been like this. The man who spoke to him noted that he understood everything, and in any case, if the boy did not want to live the rest of his life here as a hostage, he had to change. The youth was surprised by these words and asked in what sense this meant to change. Then he remembered the words of his older sister, who said that this world is cruel, but perhaps they can fit into its framework. The interlocutor extended his hand to Ryan, not noticing that he would help him become useful. The kid continued to look at him in surprise and asked why he wanted to help him. The interlocutor smiled and stated that it was all because he knew what it was like. Then I asked him what was going to happen next, whether he was going to continue crying for his sister, or at the same time, it will allow him to turn it into something that the daimyo can use for himself. The kid shook his hand, and then the interlocutor said that he would turn him into something crushing. It is at this point that the protagonist's memories end, and he is back in reality. Immediately after this, I fell to my knees because I was horrified by what was happening. Rebecca, who was in the room, noticed this and asked if they had had a good trip. Everyone had already regained consciousness at that moment, and so the goddess said that it seemed that they all had something to think about. But in that case, she doesn't intend to detain them and will leave them alone. The main character, however, asked if that was all, since she was teasing them with the truth. And it turns out that they have to risk their own lives to find more. Rebecca glared at him and asked if there was something Ryan didn't like. The guy then stood up and said that she had the power to bring back their memories and he knew it. Adrian entered the conversation and turned to Ryan. But the guy was interested in what the girl thought about God. Now he was actually quite curious about what had happened to her eye. The goddess of war suddenly used her divine power and grabbed the guy by the neck. Sophia alerted them and shouted that they should be careful, but the woman pressed the main character against the wall and held him there. Ryan then said that this told him everything he needed to know. But if God really did take her eye, then why does she serve him? Then he smiled madly and told the girl to give him his memories, and then he would avenge both of them. The goddess of war was surprised by this and asked if he was threatening the god himself. He's a complete idiot if he thinks he can even scratch it. Then she told the guy that he was a lucky man and she wouldn't kill him for such words. Roger wondered what next exactly. Was she just going to continue being God's little dog? It turns out that Wukong at least had the courage to fight for what he believed in. The woman got angry about this and said that the interlocutor looked to see where all this led him. After all, at this point the Monkey King is already dead. And the main character was quite surprised when he heard this. And Rebecca went on to say that this is what happens when a deity or a person speaks out against God. These idiots only have 2 days before the next round starts, so they shouldn't waste that time. Roger shouted where the woman had gone since they hadn't finished talking yet, but Kayla stopped him. Here the main character ran up to her interlocutor and, touching her shoulder, asked her to wait. She looked at him and the guy told her to just listen to him. Ryan stated that she didn't need to be given the god himself, and all he needed was a favor. It turns out that she shouldn't have lost her eye for anything. The woman looked at him for a few seconds and then said that he only had 1 minute. Soon, several of the protagonist's comrades were standing aside, and Sophia was asking what they thought Ryan was telling her. Roger said he had no idea what they could be talking about. But of all those here, there is no one better able to convince Rebecca to come over to their side, because there's something in Ryan, and that's why he has to cope. Ultimately, since there is only one winner in God's game, everyone must take care of themselves. But even despite that, this guy somehow brought them all here together. If he convinced Mr. Viking to join them, then perhaps nothing is impossible. Sophia smiled after that and said that her interlocutor was probably right after all. It turns out that when they first met, the wounded man risked his life just to win her trust. But I wonder what he will get if he lures Rebecca to their side. Nicholas, who had been silent all this time, said that everything was as the guy said, because he wanted to kill God himself. The girl was shocked by what she heard and asked if he really was serious about it. Roger said that it was true, because the only way to get out of this prison is to kill their warden. Wukong's rebellion against a god gave them key information on this matter. First, it turns out that they know that God rules all pantheons, and this means that everyone obeys him. Among the rather large number of gods, there are a few, like the Monkey King, who resist him. Ultimately, if they find a deity that could turn against God, perhaps that is the way to overthrow him. Then he asked Nicholas if he was not a god after all. The guy was sure that he knew a deity who wanted a great ruler. The interlocutor noted that no one acknowledged this as openly as the Monkey King did. So it turns out that because of his omniscience, if God sees a future in which he sees a deity rebelling, he can get rid of it before it happens. After that, I asked my interlocutor why he thought he was here, since the deity wanted him to die. Roger, as well as Sophia, smiled after that, and the guy said that he didn't know that. Nicholas said that it turns out that Ryan only outsmarted God once. So there is a high probability, and it is possible that he could do it again. While everyone was discussing what was happening and talking to each other, Adrian was on the roof of the building. He sat there alone and thought about something of his own, so it was clear that he was quite sad. I remembered the situation when I was left alone with Sophia near someone else's flag. It so happened that before this, the Monkey King said that he wanted the guy to kill his new friend Sophia Pack. If he does this, then the creature will invest in him and become his sponsor, and it will be that simple. That moment, when Adrian in the cave remembered this whole situation, he immediately put the girl on the ground. Then he immediately took out the weapon from the sheath that was on his belt and swung it. Of course, he wanted to kill this girl and fulfill the requirements to obtain the deity. But he didn't succeed, because at the last moment he pulled the blade back and thrust it right next to his head. Then he looked closely at his partner, and after that tears started flowing from his eyes. The guy was very sad about it, and that's why he didn't do anything. So he left everything as it was. Then he moved away from his blade and noticed that all this was wrong, because there would be no more tricks. Besides, he will no longer be able to tolerate any betrayals in his life. He had a memory of how he cut his opponent into pieces. After that, some strange object appeared in his hands, which was all covered in blood. Then all these memories came flooding back to him and he grabbed her. And right after that, he said that this time he would win the God game with his own efforts. It turned out that he was the winner of God game number 107, Adrian Shingen. Rebecca was actually surprised when she listened to Ryan's plan and noticed that it was quite interesting. So it turns out that she will think about it after all. The hero extended his hand to her and said that this is all he asks for. Next, let him know if she decides to take someone's side. But honestly, this is her only chance. Then she will move without the gods who are watching her closely. Even if it's temporary, she is truly free now. Soon, Adrian approached the guy and asked how the conversation with Rebecca went. Ryan said that he still thought she would come to her senses. Then the interlocutor asked if he would tell them his plan. The hero smiled and said that no, he apologizes for that. Of course, it's a secret. The guy at the mask turned around indignantly and noted that she didn't want to know anyway. But Ryan said that he still knew what he was interested in. At the same time, Sophia took out her gun and started shooting straight at Roger. The hero dodged this bullet at the last moment because it was flying straight at him. Then the girl apologized, and the guy with glasses asked if the guys wanted to move a little further away. Ryan agreed with this, and then wondered if they were still practicing for the next round. Although, of course, it turns out that this makes sense because the fourth round is the largest of all that have come before. He remembered the rules that were announced in it and realized that the teams were not defined. And it also turned out that everyone from the Gods game would be placed in the same conditions. If you look into this whole situation better, this level sounds like some kind of chaos. Suddenly, the hero felt Nicholas approach him and ask if the two of them wanted to fight. The guy paid attention to him, and then, after a little hesitation, asked if he really wanted to fight him. The deity declared that he had understood it absolutely correctly. and then he remembered what had happened before. And he said that the thoughts of the regions of reality still intrigue him. So it turns out that this is precisely why he wants to experience all of this in battle. He then turned his attention to Adrian and said that he looked strong enough. The interlocutor said, "Is this really true?" And he is still an overage. So it is precisely because of this that he will not bring this one down hard on his knees. Soon, the opponents went their separate ways and were already preparing for the fight. Ryan realized that when he thought about the whole situation now, he still knew very little about Adrian's power. This man is actually quite good at keeping his own secrets. But if you look into it, Nicholas is definitely the strongest in terms of pure strength. The hero knows perfectly well that both of them are physically strong enough, but can he continue in the same spirit? Roger turned to the rest of his comrades and told them to place bets on who they thought would win. Kayla looked at him in surprise and noted that it was 2 against 1, and perhaps she understood correctly. The guy with glasses said that, to be honest, he thinks Nicholas can beat both of them. Melissa also joined the conversation and said that, based on what she had seen so far, the power of this deity was comparable to other gods. Ryan's special features are his brain and also his eyes, but they won't help if Nicholas just burdens his power. So whether they ultimately win will depend on how long Adrian can hold his partner in battle. Roger said he actually agreed. Kayla pointed out that she thought he had more faith in Ryan. The interlocutor stated that, of course, he believes, but without the divine power that can physically strengthen him, he is in some sense dependent on his comrades. Sophia heard all these conversations and watched carefully, worrying about the guy. Leo continued playing his console and said that he thought Ryan and Adrian would win after all. Roger was surprised and asked if this was true. Then why? And his interlocutor said that he did not know. It's just that Asura is actually like those people who always win. Nicholas, like his opponents, prepared for battle and used their divine powers. And then the man said that they should show him the powers of another candidate for God. Adrian asked his partner if he understood correctly that this was the hand of God. The hero stated that everything was true, because this was his divine power. Then one of them said that one should not underestimate him. And so, using the power of his eyes, the main character foresaw the future of the opponent attacking them. The Norse deity immediately extended his hand and directed energy into them. His look said that he was completely confident of his victory. And after that, he told them to die. Then a large flow of energy went to his hand, and a waterfall rose up. Sophia and the others were surprised after that, and said that he was strong. But Roger, after seeing this attack, asked if Nicholas was holding back. So it turns out that the last time he used his divine power, it was 10 times stronger. Perhaps this attack was weaker because he used less energy. Or simply put, his divine power has different states. Suddenly, the man was amazed, because he saw that opponents appeared from behind the water that had risen. Adrian grabbed the protagonist by the arm and was ready to throw him forward. In order for the effect to be many times stronger, and not both of them used their divine power. Finally, his partner turned to Ryan and asked if he was sure about this. The hero said not to ask unnecessary questions. "You just did it," the teammate agreed. Then he threw him down and told him not to blame him if he was killed. Nicholas saw a guy rushing towards him with a gun in his hands, and he wondered what these idiots were even thinking. After all, in such a position, his opponent is absolutely defenseless. And while the Norwegian deity turned her attention and concentrated on the concept in front, Adrian appeared from behind. Listen, only at the last moment after what happened, the opponent saw it. The man saw that the person behind him was moving quite quickly, so he snapped his fingers to release his energy. The hero, using the power of his eyes, saw what he was going to do. Streams of divine power spread around and drove opponents in different directions. The man in the mask then fell into the water, but gradually began to rise. But when he looked away and looked ahead a little, he was amazed. And all this because he saw Nicholas in front of him, who was already ready to hit him. And the man had no choice but to throw away his weapon and fight with his bare hands. So he did it pretty quickly, and he even managed to hit his opponent on the head. The deity's body was sent flying far to the side due to this rather powerful attack. Sophia was happy about what was happening and noticed that Adrian hit him. Kayla said that it was true, but was he okay at all? Of course, the Viking quickly began to rise and wanted to return to the battle. But a few seconds after what happened, the main character was already behind him. It would seem that the opponent did not expect this attack, but in others the man put out his hand and pushed the guy away. He then asked if the ambush was really what Ryan had planned before. So it turns out that he must know that with his divine power he has no chance in a fight where power is needed. And this time it turns out that he doesn't even have comrades who can protect him. He noted that he had to say all this regrettably, and then prepared for his own attack. When he was about to attack the main character, he said that he expected more from him. Ryan wondered if his opponent was really telling the truth, since he relied on others for so much, even in his fight against Benjamin. After all, it turns out that the power with which he fought that man did not belong entirely to him. It turns out that his skill of omniscience relies on those who embody the vision for him. But in order to actually go through this whole god game, he must learn to fight himself. So when the Norse deity hit the guy with all his might, he put out his hand and held the blow, and only a sufficiently large amount of divine power unscrewed to the sides, raising the water. Roger and the girl who stood next to him were shocked by what they saw in front of them. Just like they were, everyone else was amazed, because they didn't expect that the guy would be able to stop this attack with his hand. Nicholas was as surprised as everyone else and said that this couldn't be. He saw the aura that accompanied the guy, and it was clear that it was the Monkey King, so the man thought that he knew this aura. On top of all this, it turns out that Adrian, who saw this fight, also understood what happened. He then asked if it really meant that Wukong had chosen Ryan, but at the same time it was completely unclear why he did all this. The opponent asked the guy when this Monkey King gave him his power. The protagonist responded by saying that choosing him as his champion was the last resistance to the god Wukong. The guy then said that this is precisely why he uses the king's power. He would do all this in order to pave his way to the top. The guy at the same time was already using his strength and preparing for the blow. The opponent was amazed by these words and asked what other peak. Immediately after that, he used his divine power and shouted for this damn mortal not to get ahead of himself. Within moments, both divine powers of the opponents collided between each other's blows. These were such large flows of power, as well as aura, that literally the sky and everything else was painted in two different colors. The comrades who were standing on the sidelines could barely stay on their feet and watch the fight. Sophia saw what happened and asked if Ryan was really on par with Nicholas, and at that very time they were fighting, hitting each other. Just as he fought with the main character, the man fought in response. The exchange of blows continued for some time, and then the deity began to think. Nicholas wondered if Wukong's divine power was really that clumsy. Then this man put his hand out to the side and said how pathetic it was. He directed quite a lot of energy from his left hand and said that it was real power. After that, there was a blow, and the main character noticed that this hand was 50% God's. Luckily for him, he still managed to dodge this swift attack at the last moment. But the wind that appeared after that began to pull the guy to the side. Because of this, he flew back even after the blow still missed him. The deity continued to be in place, but the body of the protagonist was flying, and he could not cope with stopping it. So it turned out that only after some time he fell into the water and the column rose up. Sophia, who had been watching the battle closely, immediately shouted at Ryan. Nicholas also noticed what had happened and said that perhaps he had overdone it, but the potions should restore him. But suddenly he noticed that the water had gone, and the body of a guy appeared there. He said that he recognized this power perfectly well, and now it seems that his rival is finally taking him seriously. It's really impressive because his power is insane. All he could do was dodge to reduce the damage. But is it true that they only used half of their real power, and it turns out that he is also holding back? Roger was taken aback when he heard these words and asked in what sense too. The opponent was surprised, and the heroes noticed this, so he asked if he also thought that the guy used all his divine power. But he shouldn't buy it, because it's his new power. If he doesn't show his hand, then why should he do it? He then asked if his opponent still wants to see his new divine power. But in that case, let him take it and force him to use it. God got angry about this and told the bastard not to be so self-confident. Then he began to accumulate his strength and asked if he really thought he could throw words around just because he had accepted his courage. In the end, it turns out that it will destroy this guy along with this entire planet. After Roger heard this, he immediately took off his glasses and asked everyone to wait. Then he started to come closer and said that this was really becoming dangerous. But he can't allow them all to have fun like that. It turns out that without him, it will be completely uninteresting. Nicholas turned his attention to him and asked him if he thought this was some kind of open invitation. So he got angry about it and angrily told him to get out of there. After all, it turns out that he will be the one who will crush Ryan. The interlocutor asked if he was telling the truth and then used divine power. So in a moment, there was no one left in the place where he had been, and he had disappeared. The man just noticed how this person appeared behind the main character and said that he apologizes to this person, it will be his. So, using his instant speed, he jumped up to attack his opponent. Roger thought that his opponent was certainly full of discoveries, but you suffer next to him. He knows something. This man's eyes can definitely keep up with him. Then, after he attacks him from behind now, it is unclear why the guy does not react at all. Suddenly, he saw the main character turn towards him and smile. Roger then noticed that his attack was restored by Adrian, who appeared behind the guy. Before this, The masked man watched, as Nicholas said that he would be the one to crush Ryan. So he thought that two of the strongest participants saw this guy as their rival. Next came the memories of how this particular man chose him as his partner. So Adrian now wondered if he was being left behind. But remembering everything that had happened before, he thought that this was not so. And he did not want everything that would happen. So I got angry and told myself that this would not happen, and also used divine power. Then he became inspired, and after he rushed into battle, he said that he should be the winner of the gods' game. It was precisely because of this that in the present he stopped Roger's attack, who was attacking from behind. The guy smiled and asked if Adrian felt abandoned. The opponent looked at him angrily and said that this bespectacled guy was really superfluous in the fight. Nicholas, who was standing to the side, shouted that enough of this talk was enough. He then declared that they were all bastards and began to use his divine technique. When he was about to use the hand of God 100%, he shouted that they could die. But literally the moment before he did it, something happened and everyone felt it. In this world, everything became dim and dark very quickly, so everyone immediately stopped. Nicholas turned his attention to the side, because he understood what all this meant. But the main character, along with the other guys, did not understand what had happened and looked away. Just like everyone else, they looked towards the man who appeared immediately. It was one of the deities who was emitting a large amount of divine energy and was slowly walking forward. The man turned to Nicholas and remarked that he seemed to be having a lot of fun with the insects. After that, he broke into a bright smile and called this man brother. His name is Thor, and he is one of the two tribal Scandinavian gods. Sophia asked her interlocutor if he really said little brother, and she noted that it meant he was also a god. Melissa didn't like all this, so she asked why God had come to their waiting room. Nicholas then asked Thor what the hell he was doing there. The interlocutor stated that he decided to visit him because his father told him that he had recently seen something. This was when his son fought the Monkey King, but it turns out that he didn't even greet him, and it's unclear where his general manners went. The brother asked why he would even talk to that scumbag. Thor started using his power and said it was rude, but he was always like that. Because of this, it is not at all surprising that this deity was condemned to play the god. She went on to say that, to tell the truth, he first came here just to talk. But every time he finally sees Nicholas, he just wants to destroy that look. And the main character suddenly appeared right between them and looked at this god. Thor was astonished by this and shouted for the insect to get out of the way, for the gods speak. Ryan stated that your interlocutor listened to him carefully because he does not know who he is, and also why he is interfering with their training. But despite this, Nicholas is with them now, so let him just get out of here. The man was shocked because he did not expect such an impudent conversation from a mere mortal. The guy said that besides, is it right that he is his brother? And is it possible to communicate with family like that? Thor smiled and asked if he was teaching him how to deal with his own family, since he was a pathetic person. He then used his divine power and his weapon began to fill with it. After that, he said that all this really irritated him a lot. Nicholas was shocked by this because he understood that the guy had turned against his brother. Thor charged at his opponent and shouted that they, as humans, were lucky to even be in his presence. The protagonist thought that it didn't matter that this man was a deity, because he was already afraid of them enough. It turns out that if we remember that they all come from worlds in which they are invincible, Ryan thought he was getting really tired of all this arrogance he was experiencing. So he asks to be allowed to show why he will regret underestimating him as a person. When the god attacked his youth, the hero managed to return. Thor was surprised by what the guy did, and the hero told him that he was even glad that he came on time for their training. And so it turns out that he is truly the perfect warm-up for the 4th round. After this attack from the guy, blood gushed to the side. But the hero was surprised when he saw what happened. The deity grabbed his blade with his hand and said that he must be that very Rayon Asura. This man's father told about the guy because he is the one who defeated Wukong. So it turns out he really uses those eyes well. But even though Rayon defeated one of the gods, he should not become arrogant about it. Nicholas realized that this situation looked really dangerous, so he yelled at the guy to leave quickly. But Thor swung his big hammer and immediately apologized to his brother. He said it was too late, and at that moment he was ready to hit the guy. But suddenly he saw that Ryan remained calm and smiling, asking if it was already too late. That's why he said that it was a deity, because he must understand perfectly well that he is not the only one who fought with God. Several partners were already quickly heading there from both sides to help. Roger asked if he understood correctly that he needed to beat the crap out of this god. Immediately after these words were spoken, he hit him and declared that it was indeed his lucky day. When he did, it was Adrian, on the other hand, who was already rushing, swinging his weapon and shouting at the bespectacled man to get out of the way. Thor was shocked when he saw the man and asked if he was Adrian Shingen. The guy didn't respond and dealt a pretty strong blow right there. Then he stopped and lowered his weapon down in order to calm the divine energy. Roger looked at it and his cheapening said that he was really a fire guy. It was clear that there was a gap in the water several dozen meters in front of them, and the interlocutor said that this man was stronger than he seemed. He then asked if he had actually killed him, and Adrian replied that he doubted it. After all, it turns out that he is the strongest of the Osir clan. And then the deity appeared in the air, and he shouted that they seemed like interesting guys. After that, using his divine power, Thor was ready to attack these people. The partners looked at this, and Roger shouted at the other man to look because he had made him angry. The protagonist also noticed what was happening and therefore realized that the situation was quite bad. Leo wanted to join the fight for him to help his comrades, but Kayla stopped him and noted that he shouldn't do that. With a smile on her face, she said that she should trust them because everything will be fine with them. Ryan, after using the power of his eyes, thought that if he took this chance, he could stop him. But if he does it now, it will be really bad. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Nicholas, who spoke during them, and it was clear that he was ready to fight. And the hero smiled after that, but the man said, "What are these idiots doing? These people interfered in his battle, and do they really think he needs dogs to stand up for him?" At that moment, he remembered the past and said that he did not need their help. Also, Nicholas didn't need anyone because this was really a battle between two brothers. He got even more angry and shouted at you. Everyone fell off his path, otherwise he would be the one who killed Thor. The elder brother was shocked by this and asked if he was really going to kill him. But how could one talk to an elder like that? Nicholas yelled at him to shut his mouth and prepared to use his power. Thor also summoned his hammer to himself and prepared to attack. The younger brother was already heading towards him and telling him to finally die. Soon, several very powerful forces were about to collide with each other, and this caused currents of wind. The protagonist understood what would happen next, and so he was ready to go and figure it out. And suddenly he noticed something that left him stunned, and he could not believe his eyes. But someone had already stopped them and asked Nicholas for forgiveness because she had to intervene. And all this is because if they fight a little longer, they will simply kill everyone here. It turned out that it was Melissa who stopped the attacks on the opponents, and the man turned his attention to her and asked who the hell she was. Ryan noticed what happened and immediately wondered how it was possible that Melissa's strength had increased so dramatically. Soon, Thor lowered his weapon and said that he had had enough. It turns out that he actually came here simply to deliver a message to Nicholas. He said that they had not forgotten his failure, so if he wanted to settle everything forever, that was what needed to be done. It turns out that the younger brother should find the older one in the labyrinth, where they will settle everything. Melissa wondered what that was. Did he really not want to fight anymore? But if so, was it possible that she just took it seriously? Nicholas said that if we talk about their clan, it turns out that she has already defeated him. The deity returned to her domain and, enraged, struck the stone. The man could not understand who the girl was if she was able to stop him. I remember what happened shortly before this, and I also wondered if a person could really stop two gods. Suddenly, a woman came up and saw that the man was angry and remarked that he was a big boy. But did those people really beat him? Her name is Loki, and she is the Ozursk goddess of evil. She also said that this game of God is becoming even more interesting than the previous one. Next to her was Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. After this, the girl asked how their brother was doing, and her interlocutor said that he was as usual. Loki wondered if he was still as thoughtful as usual, and she was surprised that he had come this far without his comrades. The man showed his hand, which had a fairly large wound, and said that he definitely has comrades now. The sister was very surprised and asked if he was serious. Anubis said that these were probably the ones who helped him in the battle with Wukong. Thor asked if these idiots had done what he had talked about, and if they had volunteered for the fourth round. Both interlocutors said they had done so. The man said that it was wonderful, and now there was only a little left. If only Nicholas would cross paths with them in the labyrinth just once. And if all this happens, then in that case they will finish him off once and for all. At the same time, the man's father was watching from the side. Kayla noted that if the deity said that he should be found in the labyrinth, does this mean that the next round will be gods? Kayla noticed that everyone was busy with something of their own, and asked if anyone was listening to her at all. Adrian turned to Nicholas and called him a Viking. When the man turned his attention to him, the guy asked if he was going to tell why that scoundrel was hunting him. Most likely, he would hunt him in the next round. The Viking said that in that case, it would be better for him to be away from all of them, so he would go through the labyrinth alone. The interlocutor was sad about this and said that this man's arrogance would soon kill him. Then Melissa stepped in and asked if he couldn't just tell them. Some of them had almost died trying to protect him, and he needed to know that. Nicholas got angry about this and immediately shouted at the couple that he never asked them to interfere. Ryan was surprised by what was happening because he knew that this man was feeling pain inside. And then Leo entered the conversation and noticed that it was pretty obvious that all three of them were hiding something. This is the truth about Nicholas and his story with Thor, and the truth about why God is involved in this game. I immediately remembered the words about the big guy who said that they should know why he was here. Because this man wanted him to die. Then the boys said that there was also Melissa, and they thought that her ability was self-healing. But even now, they do not understand the essence of her divine power. Of course, if we talk about this, then she has something more if she was able to stop Nicholas as well as Thor. But despite everything, there is one more person, and that is Adrian, who is also very strange. Leo then asked why Thor recognized him. The man of the mask himself was amazed that this was noticed and that they were asking him. Sophia joined the conversation and said that now that he mentioned it, Adrian recognized Wukong when they first met him. So it is precisely because of this that it turns out that without their memories, it is simply impossible to do such a thing. The deity immediately after hearing all this began to laugh quite brightly. Those present were amazed by this and asked if he was really laughing, since before this the man had always been serious. The man hit the table immediately after this and said that it was no wonder he had this mask because he hides everything behind it. He then added that in that case they should tell Adrian and him their secrets. The interlocutor became wary because of this, but the man said that the two of them should tell them. Around the same time, there were only 35 hours left until the fourth round. A man in a mask walked past him and, pushing him, told him to get out of here and leave. Nicholas stated that the other person should know that he could have told all this himself. Adrian continued on his way and coldly replied that he did whatever he wanted that day. They both know something very well with this deity, better than anyone else. So it turns out that talking about yourself and getting in touch with someone is all pointless. And this is because in the end they will all die anyway. And so, after Adrian left for the next day, the comrades focused on training, and the man in the mask went off in the other direction to train alone. Nicholas never ended up telling all of them Adrian's secret. All they can do is imagine what's been weighing him down all this time. And before all the comrades had time to come to their senses, the night before the fourth round literally arrived in an instant. Leo was playing near the water, doing zigzags and saying it was cool. But Ryan was sad at that moment and said that it seemed like they only had a few hours left together. Roger was looking at the stars and asked him if the guy really wanted to say something sensual and stupid. The interlocutor replied that this was not true, and the guy with glasses stated that he was just joking. But if he wanted to say something, now would be the time to do it. It may just turn out that this is the last time they spend time together like this. The protagonist looked down and said that he was simply thinking about this game. After all, these were wonderful moments when they fought together for their lives. And even just spending a few days together doing research was also great. And all these memories and thoughts made the guy worry about them. Ryan said he really didn't want his time with them to end. Everyone else said nothing about it, but they all felt sad about it. Suddenly, Nicholas announced that if we were talking about tomorrow, he knew something that could help them. Melissa asked if he was telling the truth. The interlocutor said that it was, yes, and he didn't tell them because it was obviously connected with him. Of course, no matter how much they didn't want to admit it, it was they, like idiots, who stood up for him. And what he wants to say now is simply returning the debt for them. He went on to say that just recently he had said that the gods really did want him to die. But that was only part of the rest of the truth. As everyone present may well know, many gods and pantheons want to erase his existence. It is true. And of course that the game of God is needed for the entertainment of the divine pantheons. Despite this, the real purpose of this game is to execute deities who no longer follow the gods' views. Rebels and disobedient gods may be subject to this execution, or else gods who know nothing and have no faith, as well as those who are despised by everyone else. The supreme ruler himself adds deities who must be executed to this game to see if they are worthy of further existence. After all, if a man defeats a deity, he will prove that he is more worthy of immortality, and this is probably true. The protagonist wondered if this all meant that this game was killing old gods and creating new ones. Nicholas said that this is absolutely true, and in order to protect themselves from the game, some deities joined God. Before this, they had all met several, and in them, Thor confirmed that he would represent the next round. But it turns out that he was chosen by God, and the Minotaur was already carefully chosen, which means that this deity voluntarily joined the fourth round. In these very past games, there were instances where deities would voluntarily join rounds as either a curator, game master, or participant. The man thinks that Thor is not the only god who joined the fourth round. Sophia asked if this is the reason why in this round the candidates do not fight each other. Kayla also joined the conversation and said if this meant that they wanted humans to encounter the gods. The Viking noted that this was only his guess, and that tomorrow they would understand much more. At the same time, he stated that he was telling them all this only because of Roger's stupidity. The man also understands perfectly well that the gods who want him dead will most likely be tracking them down as well. This is precisely why he doesn't want their deaths to be on his conscience. So he shouted that they should not die tomorrow and asked if they understood it. Roger said with a smile on his face that, just look at this, because it turns out the big guy has feelings and isn't that cute. Nicholas shouted with you. He covered his mouth and Ryan smiled and thanked him, and also noted that tomorrow they would all be ready. They are all really strong guys, so no matter what happens, they will survive. And it also turns out that they will meet each other on the other side. The remaining time until the fourth round at that moment was already 0 hours. After a while, all the comrades lined up in front of the doors and Mr. Arnold was next to them. He said that they all probably had a pretty good rest. He then said that now they should begin the fourth round. The creature smiled rather slyly and asked who wanted to go there first. Ryan had thought before that this day of reality had arrived. With everything that was going on, he felt that he couldn't have expected Mr. Arnold to have peace forever. Their guide asked to let them explain the rules. They would all be divided into 4 different groups and taken to the maze. There would be a maximum of 3 participants per group. The first team he assigns will be Ryan, as well as Sophia. He went on to say that the second team would consist of Kayla, Leo, and Roger. The third team will be Nicholas and also Melissa. The girl hugged him, and the interlocutor asked if she could leave. He didn't understand why the girl was clinging to his tracking channels. The interviewee said that she simply thought that it would be better if she joined someone strong. The deity said that if we talk about the fourth team, then does he even want to ask about it? Adrian told him that he didn't want to do it and told him not to waste his time and just get it over with. Mr. Arnold touched his hat and then remarked that he agreed not to let him come forward. On top of all this, he opened the door behind him and declared that it was time to begin. Ryan then told everyone else to remember what they had talked about last night. That is, let none of them look for each other in this labyrinth and go to the finish line. But soon they will meet again on the other side, when they win. The protagonist reflected that, unlike his brave tables, a part of him knew that he might not see these faces again. In the end, it turns out that this is still God's game and anything can happen here. After some time, together with his companion, they found themselves in a labyrinth. The hero used the power of his eyes, did not ask Sophia if she was okay. The girl said that she was fine, but at the same time stated that the scale of this was shocking to her. The guy looked forward and said that it was indeed so. Then they went forward together, and the hero said that it was reminiscent of the first round, because it could easily have seemed that that white world continued endlessly. Sophia soon said that they had 4 days before they could find a way out, which wasn't much considering how big the place seemed. After that, she asked the guy if he thought everything would be okay. He looked at her and said that this was all they could hope for, but it turns out that now they themselves have to survive. Sophia smiled and said that this was true, and so they came to one of the walls, near which there were 2 paths in different directions. Sophia asked if they should go straight ahead or to the side, so Ryan used his eye power and said that he should just give her a second. And so he used the divine power of omniscience. And because of this ability, 2 paths appeared before his eyes, and one of them was normal. The guy took a closer look at the doors that were in front of him and realized where they needed to go. So, pointing his hand to the side, he said that if they went this way, it wouldn't be that much, considering how big this place seemed. Sophia asked what would happen if they continued to go straight, and her partner noted that it would presumably be a shortcut. But despite this, there is something there and most likely it is something dangerous. He could also clearly see that there was a deity there. Indeed, there sat a god and ate an apple. His name is Hermes and he is an Olympian god. The girl asked, "What does the guy want to do anyway? It is obvious that it is better to choose the easier path." Ryan thought about it and said that it wasn't quite like that, because she had to remember what Rebecca had told them when she told them the rules for this round. And she said that if the debt participants were in the labyrinth, it would be more difficult for them to find the exit. And so, thinking along the way, the guy said that the goal is to find a way out as quickly as possible. Of course, if they choose the easy way, they can avoid a confrontation with God himself. But then there is a high probability that they will take the long path that deviates from the exit. The guy's omniscience skill still can't see into such a distant future, and he doesn't know what's behind the trap. Sophia stated that in this case she thinks the best way for them is to move forward. On top of all this, she knows perfectly well that this is his face, and does he really want to fight with God? Ryan smiled madly and said that if it was about fighting, then it wasn't, because he wanted to destroy it. After that, they immediately headed forward together. After a few dozen meters, they reached the stone on which the god Hermes hung. After that, when the man saw them, he greeted them and asked if it wasn't perfect. He even began to think when they wouldn't be able to start the game, and then he introduced himself and said that his name was Hermes. He is a divine messenger from Olympus itself. In addition to all this, he noted that it was still good that Ryan and Sophia were taking part in his game, and not just the two of them. Before this, the deity had seen their fight in the third round, and he had to admit that it was one of the more interesting ones. Ryan turned to Hermes and asked what they were doing here. The interlocutor responded with a smile and asked if they were in a hurry to get somewhere. It turns out that the fourth round takes place in a huge labyrinth, and it can take centuries to move through it. It is because of this that it turns out that in order to make the task easier for the players, the deities added minigames. Participants must win this round and learn about a shortcut that is guaranteed to lead them towards the exit. But despite this, if they lose the battle again, they will die. So it turns out that their game will be tag, and during the round, they will be divided into hunters and runners. To win this minigame, the hunter must tag every member of the other team before time runs out. Well, if he loses, then the roles change and the runners become hunters, and the game itself continues until a winner appears. Suddenly, the main character and his partner saw that some kind of mark had appeared on their chests. The curator of this minigame said that in order to mark someone, they need to hit the marks on the target's back or chest. Then he smiled slyly and asked if there were any questions about the rules. Sophia said that it's all about him winning. Ryan needs to be tagged and her too, but they're like, only him needs to be tagged or what? Hermes said that was true, and then began stamping his feet quite quickly. He then began to warm up and said that they should believe that it would not be that easy. After all the questions were over, the deity called the people and said that they would play here. He headed towards a new standing forest, in front of which there was only darkness. Ryan looked at the area carefully and thought that this forest was huge, and Sophia asked the curator of this mini-game how such a large space could fit into this labyrinth. Hermes was surprised, but he looked at her. And then he smiled and said that it was a game of the god. That's how it happened. The partners were shocked by these words and thought what a shitty answer this was. On the way, Hermes said that they use spatial manipulation to create rooms for their mini-games. But the participants won't be able to see this forest until they enter the room. What may be a huge win for them is actually in a small room. And this room is only a few meters long and wide. Ryan said that he had one last question. The interlocutor told him to ask. Then the main character asked why this deity voluntarily became the curator for the fourth round. The interlocutor was actually surprised when he heard the question, and then smiled and said that Nicholas had probably told him everything. After that, he turned sharply to the guy and asked how about this. Let the guy first beat the god in the minigame, and then he will tell him everything. It really turns out that there is no point for him to reveal the secrets of a couple of mortals. Suddenly, Hermes stopped abruptly and noticed that he had forgotten something. So it turns out that 2 participants in the game of God will definitely not be enough to catch him. Eventually, in order to make this game fairer, they will unite with those who came before them. The deity said that Ryan most likely knew one of them after all. Several people then approached them and asked Hermes why it was taking so long. It turns out that they really need to finally start this game. Sophia noticed these people and then asked Ryan if he knew them. The guy also looked at them carefully and then noticed that he only knew one. Immediately, memories of the boy he had spoken to as a child came to mind, so he said that this was the same person he saw in his own memories. The interlocutor came closer and asked what other guy. He wondered if that was all Ryan remembered about him. The hero looked at him in surprise because of this, and the interlocutor extended his hand. The man smiled and said that he was so glad to see his friend again. The guys shook hands and the man said that he didn't think they would meet so soon. The man introduced his partner and said that his name was Jack, and they had become partners in the second round. The man said that he was really pleased to meet him. And then he noticed that Russell didn't really look like someone who had friends. The partner stated that he met Ryan in childhood, and it also turns out that he taught him something. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Hermes, who shouted that no spoilers should be told. He is truly confident that there will not be much time to catch up. But of course, all this can only happen if they defeat him. The main characters, along with the other participants, were on some path, and the guy said that it looked like they would start out as hunters. Then he asked the others if they had any ideas on how they could catch Hermes in such a large place. Russell said that there seems to be a timer for this round, which lasts about 30 minutes. But this time is not enough to get by with everything here. And so in reality, a timer appeared in the sky, which began to count down the time. The main character's friend said that they need to split into groups of people. Those who find God will start screaming, and so the second team can come and help. If Ryan remains the same person, then the man can believe that he can probably handle it himself. The hero used the power of his eyes and then confidently said that it was so. The new partner turned around and remarked that it was good that they had a lot to discuss. After that, he used his divine power and said that in that case they should crush God and end it. Sophia, who had been silent all this time, said that this man was really strong, and the main character confirmed this. Immediately, memories of the past popped into the guy's head, and he noticed that this man had been like that in childhood too. His partner asked if she understood correctly that this person was someone from his past. Ryan said that everything was correct. He saved him when the boy and his sister were imprisoned by the daimyo. The girl asked what daimyo really like in the Sengoku period. It turns out that she only read about him in textbooks. The hero asked what other textbooks, what was she talking about? The guy was interrupted by a noise that they heard from the side. This creature turned out to be Hermes. He asked if this was the first time they were talking about their past. His partners took notice of him, and God said that he thought the boys were closer, considering how much time they spent together. Ryan was surprised by what happened and asked what he was doing there. The interlocutor then smiled and stated that the fact that they were hunters did not mean that he should hide from them. It turns out that hiding from a couple of Slovaks is a waste of energy, and he is the owner of this game, so he can have a little fun. Besides, it didn't matter at all that he was standing right in front of them now. The hero had used the power of his eyes at the same time. A moment later, the boy saw that this deity was in front of him. Hermes smiled and said that these scoundrels would not be able to catch him anyway. So it turns out that this is how big the gap is between them. After Sophia saw her opponent, she immediately summoned her red weapon. She then immediately fired, but her opponent, of course, easily noticed this attack. He dodged the bullet and asked if they saw it. His partners were surprised that Togo did not see him ahead. Eventually, when Ryan realized where Hermes was, he immediately turned around and rushed to attack there. But the god again dodged this attack quite easily and simply jumped up. The hero thought that, of course, this man was quite fast, but he still wouldn't be able to dodge in the air. Sophia quickly fired in his direction because her partners thought that he would not return. Hermes noticed this, then smiled and said that it was really clever. A cube appeared in the air right under his foot, which was material, and he could step on it, so he pushed off from it. And then he said that he always knew that it would be really fun to play with the two of them. Ryan saw something strange with his eyes and wondered if his shoes were creating support in the air. Hermes landed on the trunk of one of the trees and said that he appreciated their quick teamwork. After all, not even a second had passed since the attack, and she was already in sync. But despite this, in any case, something more is needed in order to catch it. Sophia sarcastically asked if this was true, and at that very moment she summoned her second weapon. God pretended to be surprised by this and asked if it was another gun. Of course, the girl did not answer and immediately shot straight in the direction where this man was sitting. He easily dodged the bullet families and noticed that they were not fast enough to catch him. But before I could finish saying this, I saw that the flash skill was used and the bullet flew in the other direction. Sophia commanded her bullet to sparkle and change color as it flew towards her opponent. Using his great speed, the god still returned but was surprised by this. Soon, Hermes stopped again on the trunk of one of the trees and noticed that this girl was full of surprises. But then I was even more surprised when I saw that bullets of different colors were hovering around her. The girl continued shooting and said that this skill was called a hail of bullets. The ammunition was flying in all directions and it was literally impossible to predict which way it was going to fly. Hermes was shocked by this attack and thought that with the red gun she could change the speed of the bullets. But with the blue one, she could regulate the flight path. A large amount of life-threatening objects flew straight towards the opponent. The deity began to run away from them, and he thought that all this together connected to the fact that the bullets were alive. However, due to the fact that the prisoner managed to cope with quite a high speed, he ran away from them and also hid behind tree trunks so that his pursuers would crash into them. Sophia, at the same time, did not restore her attacks and directed more and more ammunition towards the enemy. Ryan was on the sidelines and was surprised then, wondering what kind of crazy power it was. But is this enough to catch God himself? As more pursuers arrived, Hermes tried to dodge them faster and faster and make them crash into him. But there were actually quite a lot of them, so he was constantly trying to escape. In the end, using his skill, he even flew high into the sky in order to hide from them. In the same place, the deity was literally floating, but at the same time using materialized cubes to push off from them. Finally, Hermes stopped running and stopped in the sky. The main characters and their partner saw this and realized that everything was bad. But after their opponent found himself in the air, he quickly pushed off the cube and flew down. It was visible how he suddenly flew past the bullets that were flying upward after him, and now they were changing their trajectory. The man was heading straight towards Sophia to attack her, and she stopped shooting. The main character was a little to the side and saw how their enemy was rapidly heading towards his partner. Expecting to be attacked, the girl immediately fired several times because the target was quite close. So she thought she would easily hit this man, but he dodged. When Sophia realized that everything was bad and she was now being attacked, Hermes said that he had caught her. At the same time, he was distracted by a duel with a girl and did not notice the attack on himself. The main characters used their blade and flew up to the man pretty quickly, so they even managed to cut him a little. However, due to the speed that the god had, he quickly dodged the attack and only received a minor wound. When I found myself a little to the side, I was stunned and touched my cheek, realizing that there was blood there. Hermes then smiled and said that he should have learned something from this guy's fight with Wukong. It turns out that, perhaps, omniscience is an absolute weapon against speed. The result is that the guy has eyes that can see where he is before he gets there. But that's just fine, because Hermes would simply move faster than any future his opponent could see. So he immediately rushed into attack. At that moment, the man said that Ryan actually almost caught him, although it wasn't enough for Togo to notice. After all, it turns out that they must directly touch his body. But weapons, divine powers, and a weak touch definitely do not count. Sophia asked if he was talking about this only now, and the interlocutor noted that the technical rules were the same as in regular spots, but here everything was more complicated. The guys probably noticed that this man didn't have the same mark as them, and all this means that idiots like them can mark him on any part of his body. God thought that behind the eyes that see the future, Ryan will strike exactly where he will be. Indeed, the main character, after seeing the killer's path, immediately rushed to attack there. Hermes, you too thought at the same time that all the visions allow the guy to be one step ahead. It is precisely because of the power of his eyes that he does not lag behind. But despite this, how can it be that mere mortals do not lag behind him? Because this is some kind of stupid joke. Remembering his past, Hermes thought that no matter whether the guy knows where he will end up, in any case, the man will always be the fastest. Therefore, God easily dodged this one, which the main character had done in advance. Ryan was shocked by what happened and asked if the future had really changed. When he had already finished his attack and the weapon was down, he saw that his opponent was on a completely different side. Hermes smiled and said that literally from the very moment of birth, he was the fastest of all the Olympians. But it turns out that it was not only the body but the mind as well. Ryan noticed that the man was on the other side and immediately attacked him. But he managed to dodge, and then asked if his opponent understood all this. It doesn't matter how far into the future his eyes can see. If the guy's body and mind cannot keep up with his throwing movement, it is in vain. And so Hermes attacked the guy, hitting him in the head with his hand. Ryan flew quite a distance and landed, hitting a rock. Then I began to come to my senses a little and thought, could God really have gotten used to omniscience so quickly? Before this, Ryan saw the path of opportunity, which meant he actually had a chance to hit Hermes. In the end, it turns out that if a guy knows the future and reacts to it, then this also changes the future. At the speed of this deity, his brain still thinks and reacts on a completely different level. And all this can only mean that this man can adapt to a new future faster than Ryan. All this is actually bad for the main character because this villain turned out to be strong. On top of all this, it turns out that Hermes is able to outsmart the guy's future. Sophia ran up to the battlefield, already grabbing her weapon and ready to attack. She fired from literally a couple of meters straight at her opponent in order to hit him. But despite the small distance between them, the man managed to react. Sophia was angry about this because all this made her even more angry. Bogu was a few centimeters away from her and grabbed her hands, and then asked what happened. Was she really disappointed? But it turns out that the girl will never notice him at such a speed. Immediately after that, he extended his free hand and only touched her a little. But even this small touch was enough to deliver a very fast and powerful blow. This caused blood to gush from the opponent's mouth and she flew away with instant speed. With a smile on her face, Hermes asked if that was enough to kill her. He still hopes that he will be able to go at least a few rounds with these guys. Suddenly, the man heard something strange and immediately turned his attention there. There he noticed that Russell was already rushing towards him at quite high speed. Of course, due to his instincts as well as his rather quick reaction, he dodged the attack. But Hermes was surprised and immediately wondered how this could have happened, because the man who attacked him literally appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist's friend said that, as expected, the god's reaction was too fast, so he noticed that it was Jack's turn to attack. Hermes immediately turned his attention to the side, because he understood that this man's partner was behind him. Jack raised his hand using divine power and told Russell not to worry. After all, he is confident that he can actually cope with it. God looked there and did not understand what this man was doing because there was nothing there. Suddenly, the man felt that something was happening to his body, and he did not understand what had happened. But his opponent used divine power, as well as a skill called Ancient Mime. He made completely different and rather strange movements on the side. Hermes' body then moved against its will, and he began to think that he would recognize this divine power everywhere. After all, this is the god of wine and entertainment, Dionysus, and the man thought he was a scoundrel. In fact, Jack's divine sponsor was the Olympian Dionysus. Russell said that this was all just fine and that it should now be put an end to. So he went on the attack and said that he never liked this childish game. Hermes was shocked by what was happening and wondered who the hell they were. His movements looked quite bad and he could barely move. But he did it anyway and thought that he would allow mortals to defeat him anyway. Jack went on to say that this creature moved so fast that it could pass through his divine power. But that was bad. Russell continued his movements and told his partner that he had enough of being surprised. After all, if you really think about it, weak gods simply shouldn't exist. At that moment when the man said this, you almost touched the body of the deity. But he still did not succeed. It turns out that Hermes used his speed and quickly ran away, and Russell said that he left. Then he told his partner to go after the age, and he would be here. Jack noted that the interlocutor knew that he could not catch that creature. But the man told him to just go, so the guy said he agreed because Russell knew better. Then he started running away and said that he hoped he knew what he was doing. The man stopped next to Sophia and remarked that it meant Ryan had chosen her as his partner. Then he came closer and asked if she had really fallen after just one blow. With contempt, as well as with a rough voice, he noticed how pathetic she really was. But Ryan, as he remembers, would never have allowed someone so weak to stand next to him before. In the end, it turned out that he saw the benefit of leaving her for the 4th round. But if this is really so, then let her show them what she can do. Blood was pouring from Sophia's mouth and she wondered if this was all she could do. It's really interesting to see how everyone changes throughout the round. But in the end, what about her? After all, the girl also thought that this was her limit. And the results of this are definitely not enough because if she wants to fight the gods and monsters in this world, she must do something. Immediately, memories of her team came to her mind, and the girl decided that she had to imagine the impossible and then achieve more. A few moments later, Russell saw something interesting in front of him and said, "This is it." It turns out that when someone has a good command of their divine power, they can unlock access to a new level of power from their sponsor. After training hard, watching her friends grow, and constantly fighting for her life, it was obvious that it was time for her to make a change. And then, after a few moments, a new weapon appeared from the 2 pistols that the girl was holding in her hands. She used the 2nd level of divine power. The skill that was now available to her was called Eternity Piercing. Immediately after Sophia gained access to this weapon, she immediately fired towards her opponent. It was quite a powerful attack, and the force of the explosion spread out to the sides, raising the wind. The girl thought that now there really was nothing she could not achieve. A large number of bullets were fired towards the enemy, and suddenly he noticed it. Of course, it was surprising to him that Sophia was healthy. And when the man saw this attack, you immediately became confused, because you thought that you could handle it. But after a few moments, he asked if the bullet could keep up with him, and it turned out that it had become much faster. It also became more persistent because Hermes now has to speed up even more. Sophia herself did not stop, and bullets flew out of her tax weapon. The ammunition, as always, followed its opponent, but now it was even more agile and also faster. Therefore, the god had to dodge this attack even more efficiently, doing new tricks. After a while, he immediately wondered how far she would follow him. It turns out that Hermes had already overtaken the forest 5 times, when suddenly he saw something strange below him. Jack was riding a phantom motorcycle on the road, and he greeted him and asked if he really thought he could escape from him. Hermes asked what he was riding on because he looked pretty ridiculous, and his opponent at the same time smiled madly and shouted that here they were, having pressed some button. The deity saw that there was quite a powerful explosion, but he was surprised by it, so he wondered if these were invisible bombs. Russell said that Sophia was really great, and the rest of this business is on him. A moment after what happened, he had already rushed away and the girl was left alone. God was falling down and was angry, so he thought when those idiots set the trap. There is a possibility that it was at that very moment when Hermes was distracted by Ryan, as well as Sophia. Suddenly, the main character appeared out of nowhere and shouted that he had finally caught it. The opponent asked if it was Ryan and saw that he was ready to attack him. Also, on the other hand, Russell appeared, who said that Germany will have an effect. They will already run out of steam. And now the deity was literally falling into the lion's den because there were partners below. On the other side, the main character was flying, and from the 4th, Sophia's bullets were flying. Hermes understood that this was a hopeless situation, and getting angry, he wondered if he had been deceived. After that, his childhood memories were opened up, and he wondered if he was not the smartest. And also, is it even possible that he is not the fastest of all? After all these thoughts, his divine power immediately awakened, and he pushed off from the surface. Ryan used the power of his eyes and thought that this man's speed was changing the future again. That's why Hermes dodged attacks from 4 different directions at the last moment. The very bullet that Sophia fired landed, and thus the main character ended up in its path. Russell noticed that his partners were attacking, and so asked if he was okay. Then I realized that the situation looked bad and it was unclear where Hermes had gone. That's why he turned his attention upward and shouted to Jack that there was an opponent above them. The deity made full use of its divine power and prepared to attack its enemies. It turned out that this man's first victim was Jack, who was next to him. In the end, the guy didn't have time to dodge, and his opponent attacked him with his feet. After this, of course, the god did not stop, and immediately rushed to attack Russell. The latter wondered what this was and how they could stop it. And at the very same time, when the deity was about to attack his opponent, a signal was heard. It so happened that at that moment the time of the round expired, and it was because of this that Hermes immediately stopped. After that, he told the man that his signal was indeed lucky, but in the next round he will immediately put an end to this. Then the god turned in the other direction and slowly walked away somewhere. Previously, he was coughing up blood on the side, and after a few seconds his wounds began to heal. So he said it was really bad, because he thought he was going to die. Jack was there with him, and he said it was really not so good. Then he asked us where he was going. The man said that he was returning to the starting arena, and the next round should start soon. It turns out that this time it will be Hermes who will hunt them. The partner noted that this was a bad situation, because it was unclear how they could run from God, and if he caught them, they would definitely end up dead. The main character thought that before that they had pressed him face to face, and it was understandable. But he used his maximum speed. But is this creature really invincible? Although it turns out that there must be some way for you to survive the next round. Ryan thought about all this and realized that for some reason he couldn't find a future in which he could outsmart him. So there is a high probability that Hermes, though invincible even in the power of the guy's eyes, cannot foresee this. The hero told his comrades this, and Jack asked if his divine power didn't work on Hermes. Then it turned out that it was probably pointless. The guy said that it really doesn't work, and omniscience allows him to see the future, but essentially the future changes because he influences it. The deity, in turn, can react to the new future faster than him, and the guy can too. Sophia joined the conversation and said that she had the same thing, and that it was even getting better. None of the many bullets the girl fired could reach him. Jack asked in desperation, what should he do now? Would they just let him mark them? After that, he fell to his knees in front of Ryan and said that he couldn't die because he had so many reasons to live. The hero said that they would come up with something, and he was sure of it. The conversation entered Russell, and he noted that others in the state should think about how to celebrate Hermes in the next rounds, and he will take care of the rest. And after that, he will make sure that they definitely do not lose in this fight. The main character was surprised by these words and asked how he was going to do it. The man told his comrade to use the power of his eyes and find out about it. And at the very same second when he said this, they heard a signal. Everyone looked up and saw that the timer had started, so the hero asked if it had already started. Sophia said that it was really bad because the situation had already become tense at that very second. The participants immediately summoned their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. Ryan said that the deity was already on its way. In the forest ahead, a yellow flash was visible very far away, approaching faster and faster. It turned out that it was Hermes himself, who was rushing at high speed and shouted that these scoundrels had made him very angry during the game. So that's exactly why they're going to finish it now. A few seconds ago, the forest stood quiet and peaceful, and it was dark there, but soon a yellow flash flew through there, which illuminated the whole thing. Ryan, using the power of his eyes, warned his comrades that the deity was coming. After the opponent ran out into the open, he turned his attention for a second to those who stood in front. Then he quickly ran to the first person he came across, and that person turned out to be Jack. The man approached him so quickly that the guy didn't even understand what had happened and looked in surprise at the hand that was on his chest. In desperation, he asked what happened, but suddenly he wanted to. He got up in severe pain. Touching his opponent's mark, the god also sent him flying quite forcefully. Hermes' look at that moment was very confident, and he said that there would be no more tricks with this mime. Then she noticed a girl who was standing a few meters away and preparing to fire a cannon. Literally at the same moment after God saw all this, he found himself next to her. And then he said that even if you take this enhancement into account, she is still useless. After that, The man grabbed her by the head and immediately hit her on the ground quite hard. Summing it all up, he said that the second one is also ready. Hermes sensed the protagonist behind him and said that his omniscience did not work against him. But the man heard that the Kun made him his champion before he died. Does Ryan really think that now is the right time to hold back? Or perhaps there is some condition that stops it? Then Hermes used his divine power and said why he cared at all. Attacking with his right hand, he added that his opponent was already dead anyway. The protagonist noticed this man's attack and immediately counterattacked him with his weapon. Of course, the god easily returned from this attack, but he paid attention to the blade. Then I decided not to take all this into account, and so I immediately sat down to attack. But at the same time when the man did this in front of him, he saw the guy's knee. So Hermes was quite surprised by this and asked if the man was getting used to his speed. Ryan continued to use his powers on us and saw where the opponent was heading next. God was behind him, and so he immediately turned his attention to him. Hermes thought that it was simply impossible to see that this man had not become faster. But then it turns out that he uses his gaze to predict where the man will end up. The vision of a few seconds of the future still lags behind the speed of the deity. But if Ryan uses this future and accordingly knows where the god will move, then he can predict his movements. In the end, all this really helps the guy to be closer to the future of Hermes, but still not close enough to hit him with my attack. As long as Ryan's body remains at this same speed, he will never catch the deity. After moving around a few times, Hermes moved his hand towards the boy's chest and touched it. The hero realized that he was marked and said that it was very bad. The curator of this minigame then stated that this was already the third participant and there was one more left. After he hit the fourth one, the game would be over, so he turned around and addressed Russell. The man stood motionless on the other side, so the interlocutor asked how he was going to escape from him. And of course, he didn't answer anything and didn't move. So the deity asked if he had really given up, since he wasn't even going to run. The interlocutor asked if there was any sense in this, since you still wouldn't be able to overtake him. The curator smiled and said that this man would at least acknowledge all this. Ryan was stunned by what was happening and asked Russell why he was so calm, since they had almost lost. Hermes then began to use his divine power and remarked that it was still fun to play with these scoundrels. The man continued to stand calmly, but after this he lowered his results down and exhaled deeply. The opponent smiled madly at this and then suggested that they have a good time. Not long after, the god moved towards his opponent, and then the hero shouted to Russell. Then Ryan covered his mouth and paid attention to what was happening. The guy, as well as Hermes, were surprised because Russell stood completely still, and at that time his eyes were closed. After some time, the deity finally came to his senses, and he did not understand what had happened. It turns out that he literally flew past his opponent and was on the other side. On top of all this, there was a sound in the sky, so the man wondered if the round was over. Then he began to ask how this was possible. Was he really unconscious all this time? Even if you remember what happened before, he almost marked Russell, and then he doesn't remember anything. In the end, he was unable to do this and felt the insane aura of one of the deities. So I immediately wondered if this god was really this person's sponsor. Russell interrupted his thoughts and told his comrades to get ready, as the roles were already being changed. Hermes thought that this man could somehow control time, and it turns out that this is precisely why he was able to appear so suddenly recently. Although in any case, there must be certain conditions for this ability, otherwise he could simply stop time and mark it. Hermes smiled madly after this and declared that this was interesting, which meant that this was a race. The game's curator asked if he could figure out how to defeat his power before he caught him. After some time, the rounds continued continuously, and the participants gave their best in order to catch the deity. But it turns out that despite all the enormous efforts they put into this, everything was to no avail. Hermes himself could easily mark most of the participants in any case, but no matter how hard he tried to mark Russell, he was unable to do so. After a while, Ryan began to think that he seemed to be beginning to understand how his friend's divine power worked. If the heroes do look into the future, there are places where time changes. And sometimes Russell's aura itself comes to the place where time accelerates. And despite this, there are also various places where time actually slows down. If you look into this power, it seems that Russell's divine power creates small spaces around him, and if he steps into them, the flow of time changes. In the end, there is only one space in which the guy does not see a future. And all this happens because Russell himself is in this space. Hermes said that time was completely stopped, and that 20 rounds of this running had already passed one after another, so he asked if he would continue to hide behind the time barrier. The man raised his head proudly and asked if his opponent was really angry, but then why didn't he go and show it? The rest of the comrades stood aside, and Jack said that Hermes was no longer trying to mark them, because he was just chasing Russell. Ryan said that was it. As long as their comrade can tell, in this time space the game will continue forever, unless someone tags the opponent. Sophia noted that the only way to win now was when Hermes entered the space frozen in time, and Russell marked him. Jack said that there could be a reverse option, where Hermes finds a place beyond that space to mark the opponent. Ryan wondered if any of them could mark the deity. The hero knew perfectly well that he couldn't just let Hermes and Russell decide the future of this game. That is why, in any case, he must find a way out of this current situation. Jack noticed that the ugliness was going somewhere and asked about it. Sophia noted that she shouldn't talk about it. Hermes went the other way and was very angry, he said. Of all the gods, he would lose to the champion of Kronos. But in any case, it was as if he would let time defeat him just like that. Immediately, memories from his past came to God's mind. There he was running away from someone and realized that he had long ago decided that there was nothing he could not achieve. That's why the madman bent over and shouted that he was, after all, an Olympian. It was because of this that he turned to Russell and asked if he really thought that he would allow him to hide behind the power of a Titan. Then Hermes used his divine power and noticed that it was just an obstacle and nothing more. After that, he began to accelerate and threw off that if he could overtake the speed of sound, and also if he could overtake the power of light, then he should let the next ones win time. Having accelerated to his maximum speed, the god now headed towards the place where Russell and his temporary equipment were located. The opponent noted that time is not something that anyone can easily surpass. But suddenly the man was shocked by what had happened, because he saw that his time technique was beginning to collapse. Hermes was at such great speed that he surpassed time and pierced the man's chest. He coughed up blood and did not understand what had happened, and asked what this was. But the interlocutor smiled madly and said that his opponent was simply a loser. Instantly, he turned around and rushed towards his remaining opponents. The main character was shocked by what happened and a moment later saw the hand of God in front of him. Luckily for everyone, at that very moment the signal sounded, which announced the end of the round time. Hermes said that it seemed like the boring part was finally over. God turned around and said that after the next round he would kill them all here. The Titanomachy is a 10-year war between the Olympians and the Titans, but it turns out that it happened before the birth of this god. And also until the moment when he joined the Olympians, it was obvious that for such a small and stupid curiosity, both Judas howled with a sharp blade. Immediately after the Titanomachs, the Titans were cast deep into the abyss of the underworld, which was known as Tartarus. It so happened that the other Olympians never told Hermes about the war, but they still describe it as terrible and also a scary time. In the end, all these different stories only fueled the guy's interest in all of this. That's why he approached the exit to this place and immediately rushed down. But after I landed, I decided that for a place that was supposed to be home to the most dangerous creatures in the universe, there wasn't enough security. When Hermes came down, he saw the supreme god there, who asked whether they had regained consciousness or not. He told the Titan King Kronos to submit to him, and then his eternity would not be imprisoned. The man said that might be true, but he would still be chained to it. God turned around and said that if he did not want to cooperate, then he was sure that one of his friends would be found. The interlocutor asked to wait, and then stated that he nevertheless agreed. Then he simply asked to release him. And that was it. The Supreme Being began to use his power and stated that he was glad that he had decided. At the same time, when Hermes heard about all these agreements, he immediately rushed into the attack. The deity noticed this daring attack and immediately dodged. The guy was taken aback by what had happened and wondered if that scoundrel had really returned, so he asked who he was. The interlocutor paid attention to this man, but did not notice that he was probably the offspring of Zeus. Hermes felt that danger was indeed approaching and immediately put his upper hand on the line. Immediately after this, he thought that the hero was ready to swear, and this creature was God. But it was unclear what pantheon they were from, because he wouldn't recognize them at all. Then, the guy started heading up and decided that he urgently needed to arrive before all the other Olympians. The supreme god said that this guy was really fast, and then told his interlocutor to give him everything. Hermes ran as fast as he could, wondering which god wanted to free the Titans. Literally, a few moments later, the guy noticed this god right in front of him, whom he saw below. So he told the bastard to get out of his way. Using his divine power, Hermes dodged in different directions and rushed forward. In the end, he only told this creature that it would never catch him. The interlocutor noted that he was indeed right, and that he never succeeded in doing this. But this Olympian can definitely do it, and after that he used his power. Hermes was taken aback by what was happening and looked back. And then he wondered if these were Zeus's lightning bolts. Soon there was an explosion, and lightning touched the guy's body. Because of what happened, it happened that he stopped and felt hellish pain. Then he saw the supreme god right in front of him, along with his father and the titan behind him. The son asked Zeus if he really allowed all this to happen. The supreme god turned his attention to him and asked if he didn't understand that this man had no choice but to accept peace with the titans. In principle, all this is like with Hermes because it is all because this is the desire of the god, and his desires are the law in this world. It was on that very day that the guy understood everything. He learned that his father was actually a coward, and even if he refused to defend the honor of Olympus, the boy said that he swore to do so. But now it is really clear that he is no better than Zeus because he has to arrange the little games of a god, like his little dog, and pretend to be friends with the titans. Despite all this, as soon as the chance arises, Hermes will crush them all. Then I thought that the destruction of all these titans would begin with Kronos, who is Russell's patron. Earlier, the men began to heal, and then I wondered if Hermes had really broken through time, and it was even quite hard to imagine. Ryan said that meant it was his friend's trump card, and the next round would decide whether they would die or live, but Hermes would definitely mark them. The interlocutor noticed that this was so and asked if this time was enough. Then he saw the face of the main character and turned to him. The guy used his divine power and said that there was enough time and there was only one way to defeat this deity, so he asked to follow him. After some time, the shit ran into the forest and thought, what are they doing there? Because this is their last round. After that, he noticed the timer in the sky, which said that there were 2 minutes and 4 seconds left, so he noticed that they were definitely going to die. The deity felt that something was approaching him, and so he immediately turned his attention there. Somewhere in the other direction, Russell was running at great speed, and Sophia's bullets were flying behind them. The man jumped out from behind one of the trees, but the god returned with ease. Then, humming a song, he asked if this man's plan was really brute force. Suddenly, the opponent used divine power and declared that it was the Kronos slowdown skill. Eventually, the god jumped over several markers that were left to slow him down. Hermes thought that the king of time was the absolute opposite of his speed. So even if he can bypass this person's time control, it would be better to keep his distance from him. After some time on the road, the man stopped, because right in front of him he saw a wall that was covered in thorns. Using his reflections, he, of course, stopped in order not to get caught. Boga thought this was a really bad situation, since Jack's mime allowed him to create invisible objects. Although it turns out that this guy is using divine power, so Hermes will be able to sense it, but despite this, he can't see it until he gets close enough. The man wondered if it was only because of this that they had not attacked for so long. Then he saw how Sophia's field began to fly towards him quite quickly. It turns out that the opponent set up traps throughout the forest so that he could not use his maximum speed. Despite this, if he does crash into a wall with spikes at full speed, he will die. And even if he does not manage to die, Sophia's bullets will finish him off. Hermes touched the trunk of one of the trees and wondered if that was all, since it seemed that traps had been set throughout the forest. He tried to dodge all these obstacles, and there were various spikes and clubs, and also stakes, so the man understood that all this was really dangerous. During this, Hermes thought that he could certainly use his winged shoes until the end of the round. But it's not that simple, because it turns out that in the air, he is much slower than on the ground. And then Sophia's piercing eternity skill will definitely catch him. Remembering what happened recently, God thought that Russell had passed this way, which meant that there shouldn't be any traps there. When the Olympian was about to head down that safe path, you saw from the side how bullets were flying at him. He ended up having to dodge at that moment to avoid the attack hitting him. Hermes noticed this dangerous attack and thought that the bullet was leading him to where Russell came from. So, when I thought about it, thoughts immediately came to mind about whether this was really part of Ryan's plan. But it turns out that the man would easily notice if this guy was trying to lure him into a trap. So then he decided for Togo to appear unpredictable and do this action. He will go straight to where Sophia is shooting. There are only 15 seconds left in this round anyway, and his opponents won't be able to do anything. But suddenly, when he followed this path, after some time he saw the main character, who was standing calmly. Because he was discouraged, he immediately asked what the guy was doing there. Ryan smiled and asked what this deity was talking about, since Hermes was too predictable. It was a similar situation to when the deity was being cornered from all sides, so he decided that there were only 3 ways out of here. On the left is Jack with his traps, and that was the problem. But on the other hand, it turns out there are those who can resist his speed. Hermes smiled madly after that and asked, apparently he has only one way out. It turns out that the friends of the area can blame him for this defeat. The man noticed the man in front of him and wondered why he wasn't using a weapon. But the main character saw his surprised gold and noted that he did not need a weapon to mark this scoundrel. With only 4 seconds left in the round, Hermes charged and shouted that the guy was dead. At that moment, he thought that he had to do something if he was going to become strong enough to one day restore Olympus. And also, if he is still going to overthrow God, then why doesn't he start doing it now? So he's going to start by defeating the champion of this bastard in front of him. There were only 3 seconds left in the round, and the protagonist, using the power of his eyes, rushed towards his opponent. God dodged and thought that, as always, even with his omniscience, this man's body could not keep up with his speed. Now he will simply pass by the area and the round will be won. But it was not that easy. The sofa hero used his strength and was ready to strike. The deity sensed that something was wrong, and the hero said that he had marked him. Immediately after that, a rather strong blow thundered and a flash of divine energy flew to the side. Jack hid behind one of his traps and tried to hide from this divine power. Russell and Sophia were also in another space to protect themselves. After a few moments, everything began to calm down, and the main characters stood in place. Ryan was breathing quite heavily, but his opponent said he should have known he had another trick up his sleeve. Apparently, this is still a defeat of the deity. When Hermes spoke about it, his hand, as well as part of the right side, were torn off. In just a split second, the Olympian saw Ryan's divine power change from all-seeing. It was actually something completely different, and the aura certainly seemed to be like Wukong's. It turns out that the guy first used the power of omniscience to see the future, and then changed his divine power. Before this, Ryan had not used the power that Wukong had given him because he could not use it together with the first power of his eyes. That's why this man kept testing God so that he thought he was quite predictable. But then the main character carried out his plan, and therefore Hermes lost in this duel. The guy's comrades looked at this situation with surprise and smiled happily because they understood that this was a victory. Jack immediately ran up and asked if it really worked, and Sophia shouted that Ryan did it after all. Hermes saw what was happening before his eyes. Weighing this whole situation, he understood why all the pantheons were watching this man. Then the man smiled and said that he reminded him only of God himself. After all, despite all the adversity and everything, he finds a way to cling to something that is dear to him. This is precisely what these people call life itself. After a while, they were all walking somewhere together. Ryan turned to the game curator and noted that now that they hadn't defeated him, he should tell them everything. Hermes turned around and looked at them in surprise, and the guy noticed this and asked why he volunteered for the 4th round. Remembering his promise that he had made before, God said that this was all true, and he said that he would tell. The Olympian said that in order to prove their worth to the god, they hold games, and it can be considered as community service. Some still want to stand on the crow of God, while others simply love to watch other people suffer. That's why everyone has their own reasons for this. After listening carefully, Russell asked what Hermes' reason was. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then, smiling, said that if he were to speak, he was now on God's own blacklist. It is because of this that he wants to make a good impression. Ryan thought that, according to Nicholas, the deities who obeyed God were divided. At the same time, could it be that Hermes is also opposed to the supreme ruler? The main character then said that since they were most likely being watched, he knew perfectly well that the other person could not say much, and the next words that the Olympian heard simply amazed him. After all, Ryan said that no matter whether it was divine or mortal, it didn't matter, because he would kill the supreme god anyway, and immediately after that he will free everyone from this stupid game. The interlocutor was amazed by this, and immediately asked if the guy even understood what he was saying. After all, he is just an ordinary person and therefore he will not be able to do anything against someone like a supreme being. But suddenly Hermes thought about what had happened earlier and about all these events, and also looked into the eyes of the people in front of him. So, smiling after this Olympics, he thought that the only reason he watches the game of God is because of their fight. And it also turns out that all this is because of their determination and the way they cling to their own lives. Nothing makes Hermes feel more alive than the possibility of dying. God said that for people who want to stay alive so badly, the guy likes to arrange murderous missions for himself. Then he smiled sweetly and said that he could still say something, because he loved idiots with big dreams. After that, I asked if the participants wanted to ask anything else, since they had one last chance. The hero immediately called out the name of Jennifer Asura and asked if Hermes had seen her. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he should have guessed that this guy was the girl's younger brother. Sophia asked if he knew her. Hermes noted that of course he did, since they all knew her. Ryan became even more serious and asked where it was. The Olympian said that the guy should still guess about it, because she is in the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Still, Ryan was really very surprised at who he could find here. Adrian walked with Richard through the labyrinth. Then, the man asked the guy if he could stop following him. The other guy scratched his head and said that it was better to stick together. Besides, everyone on his team died in the minigame. Adrian wondered how he could have swapped one idiot for another. After some time on the road, he grabbed his partner by the hand and asked him to stop. Richard asked if everything was okay, and then asked the name of his comrade in arms. Suddenly, from the fog ahead, a huge creature appeared and headed towards them. The masked man immediately used his weapon, and his partner asked what the hell that was. After a few moments, the monster's body fell to the ground, and so Adrian said that he was dead. From the side from which the carcass of this monster was flying, a girl with a cape came out. Richard looked at her and noticed that she had the same cape as Adrian. So did they know each other? The man understood perfectly well that the only ones who had such a cape were the previous winners of the Gods game. But then it's completely unclear who the hell this is. The girl took off her hood and stopped in surprise, looking at the people ahead. Richard whispered to his comrade if he knew her. The other man said he didn't know and asked him to shut up. Then I looked at this face and didn't understand why she looked really familiar. Jennifer asked if the two wanted to join in the mind game. Richard was surprised and then asked how she knew there was any kind of minigame ahead. The interlocutor was strict with them and asked if this was some kind of interrogation. That's why I turned in the other direction, not noticing that they could wander through the labyrinth themselves. It simply turns out that she thought they wanted to get out of here easily. On top of that, with two winners of the God game, it will be much easier to win. Richard was again very surprised and asked what she was talking about. Adrian then moved forward, and so his partner asked if he was leaving. The masked man followed the girl, but his comrade in arms noted that it would certainly be better to unite, and they went with her. Rebecca asked the man if he could do it, the interlocutor noticed, and she thought, who did she come to? Of course, he can do all this, but in the end, it turns out that this request will kill them both. This man's name is Hephaestus, and he is the Olympian god of crafts. There was a bullet lying on the table right in front of this deity, and he noted that he had never even seen materials that could kill gods. So now he was wondering where she got it from. Right in front of him was Rebecca, the goddess of war and destruction. Thinking back to how she had negotiated with Ryan about this whole situation, she noticed that it was difficult to explain. Hephaestus said that in that case, it looked like they would meet in the next god's game, probably as a punishment for the favor. The man really can't believe what Rebecca said, that she was stupid enough to bring that crap to him, so he told her to get it out of his sight. Rebecca stated that the supreme god could not see her, and her interlocutor asked what she meant. The goddess of war said that the supreme god's champion is Ryan Asura, and he is a candidate with omniscience. On top of all this, Wukong discovered that interacting with Ryan could disrupt their future and therefore help them escape the god's gaze. Hephaestus was surprised, so he asked her how she knew this. The girl said that he should not worry, because she had a plan. The Olympian god of crafts noted that even if he was free from the god's omniscience, he was not, and what she was asking for would kill them both. Rebecca said the first version of the plan. Her freedom is transmitted to him like an infection. This is a hypothesis, but theoretically, if he cannot see her future and she interacts with him, then his future will also be hidden. The second option is when her freedom is not transferred to him, but the god cannot see that she has been in contact with him, and therefore will not know where Hephaestus got this bullet from. The high god is too busy preparing for the fourth round to keep track of everything the man is forging. She only needs his skills, and then she will leave him alone. The girl knows perfectly well that this creature made this god's father do this to him. So is he really going to spend eternity hammering? Literally every night. Without walking and like a nut, they drag his young Aphrodite into their bed, while the Olympians drink, eat wine and dance while he is enslaved. With his own hands, he is building their future in this forge, so the interlocutor asks if he would like to take the chance and do something. The man listened carefully to all these words and then put down his hammer. He then asked if this girl thought that he didn't know what they had taken from him, and then asked how long her freedom lasted. Rebecca said she didn't know. Hephaestus noted that for all they knew, it could come to naught. The woman said that, well, of course it was possible, but in that case she would already be dead. But it turns out that this is actually a chance, and she's not exactly sure if they'll ever get another one like it. The Olympian god of crafts said that he would still help her, but she had to promise him just one thing. Rebecca noticed that he could ask for anything he wanted, and when he told her, she asked if that was all. After some time, another deity held in his hands a cola, which was liquid. But the woman said that was all that the bride could do with Wukong's bullet, although she kept some for herself to study. Then she passed it on to her interlocutor and noted that she hoped he would pass it on to him safe and sound. Hermes immediately took her into his hands and examined her carefully. Then he smiled and asked who else could he ask for this if not a divine messenger. In the end, he said that he would only deliver it to him if he passed his test, and there would be no freebies. Hermes understood perfectly well that in this universe, Only the strongest survives in the game of God. But if we are talking about a champion who claims to overthrow the supreme god, then the man will decide whether he is worthy of such a weapon. Hermes, with both his hands, shook Ryan's hand and stated that he congratulated him on his victory. At the same time, he handed him a flask which was filled with liquid from the bullet and asked him to be careful there. After all, this guy's death by another god would make him look bad, and he needs to know that. Ryan smiled and said that he didn't need to worry because no one would kill him. It turns out that no matter what he said before, this guy will be the one who kills the supreme god. Around this same time, Roger and his team were heading deeper into the labyrinth. After a while, the guy turned his attention forward and noticed that they were really lucky because there were two deities here. The guy's name is Robert, and he is the god of archery, and there was also Freddy, and he is the Ozursk god of night and darkness. Kayla turned her attention to the sides and noticed that quite a lot of people had gathered there. Leo continued playing on his device, but noticed that he recognized one of the participants. Roger remarked that if this was true, he wondered who it was he had recognized, and the boy pointed his hand forward. There, near one of the walls, stood Benjamin, who had just recently fought with the main character. The guy with glasses asked if the quiet guy survived the third round, and it didn't look like his friends were here. So that meant he was probably the only survivor. After a while, the guy clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself, and asked to listen carefully. He then remarked that at last it turned out that they had enough participants for the game. And at the same time, it turned out that he was not going to explain the rules twice. At the moment, there are 50 people gathered in the place where they are. On top of all this, it turns out that most of them will not get out of here alive, and if at least someone can do it in general. And the essence of this mini-game will be that they will play Marco Polo. As all these participants could notice, his partner Freddy is blind, but still he is skilled with a bow and arrow. The main goal of the participants in this game will be to get to this man before he shoots them. The old man will be in the very center of the mini-game, but if one of them can reach the area around him, the game will end for everyone. The participants' costumes will make a sound every minute indicating their location, while the man will shoot fire arrows. He will also try to hit them, Benjamin asked. But if he shoots, what will Robert do then? God said that this man should think twice before interrupting her. He noted that in order to keep the game from dragging on, he would start from the edge of the field and move towards the center, walking 100 meters every minute and also shooting. The guy could do all this at the same distance. Roger wondered if that meant he would force them to move towards the old man. Robert noted that if it is true to say so, the game cannot go on forever. Then he raised his hand and noted that without further ado, the game would begin from that moment. And so Freddy took his position on top of one of the mountains, so the mini-game called Marco Polo was about to begin. Most of the participants were hiding behind huge boulders, and Roger said he thought that was to be expected. It's been a full 30 seconds since the game started, but no one has moved. Of course, this is natural, and it makes sense because everyone wants to see what will happen in a minute. And after a while, it became 1 minute, and Roger's suits, as well as those of his team members, began to signal. Literally, the same second shot was fired in their direction. The guy with glasses got his bearings and then led his team to the side. He went on to say that this situation was really bad, because could this old man really hit the target from 5,000 meters? One of the guys, whose suit also missed the signal, was hit by this arrow. Kayla looked at this situation and said that there were already dead people, and at the same time, while she was saying this, one of the girls was also killed. Roger said that all this is indeed true, but it turns out that everyone is still standing still. The guy in front joined the conversation and said that it was all because no one had any incentive. Yet in the end, it turns out that only one of them should reach the center. Kayla said that of course that was true, but if none of them moved, Robert would simply kill them all. Leo said that in any case, he doubted that anyone would make the first move. All these people are here because they put themselves first. The interlocutor said that this is true and everyone is waiting for someone who will do it for them. But it turns out that in order to win, they need someone selfless. The man sitting next to them remarked that he liked the sir's glasses and that he looked like someone who would like to help him in the game. Roger smiled and said, "Is that really what he's going to do?" Only the stranger noticed that it just didn't look like anyone would take on the job with anyone else. So he was sure that eventually everyone would start moving. And for all of them to do this, they just need a leader. Roger continued to smile and told the boy that he liked his attitude. Leo let out a sad sigh when he heard this and wondered why they had to start it. Kayla said she was just pretty surprised that there was someone like Roger in this game. The guy took off his glasses and said that more enthusiasm should be defined. Because if they really want to defeat the gods, they have to go a little crazy. The stranger walked ahead and, taking advantage of his age, he said that he could distinguish him, and this would give them time to escape. Roger said that it was really kind of the gentleman, but the other man told him to call him Scott, and he agreed. Several participants behind saw this and asked what it was. They were wondering if these people had really decided to go out. But Benjamin was watching closely what was happening ahead. Kayla noted that this was all understandable, but what would they do with the noise that was coming from them? At the very same moment as she said this, a rather large arrow flew right past their faces. Scott asked with a smile on his face what she was talking about, since they would just be dodging his arrows. Roger just laughed at what he heard and said that it was a great plan, but the girls didn't like it at all and said that they were idiots. The leader of the squad focused his attention forward and said that from this distance, he would be able to avoid the old man's arrows. At the same time, of course, I must admit that for a blind person it is really good. But it turns out that the guy really doesn't care about this at all. While the rest of the newly formed team ran away, the guy stood in front and used his divine weapon. Using it, he used divine power as well as a skill called windfire wheels. Immediately after this, rings of fire appeared in the air on which he could stand. Roger was amazed by what was happening and asked what the hell this man was standing on. The interlocutor rushed forward to attack and told the others to start quickly. Scott smiled madly and said that he would distract this bastard. The members behind him were asking what he was doing. One of the men said, "What difference did it make?" God's attention was on him, so this was their chance. After these words, he immediately crawled out from behind the shelter and was ready to run forward, but suddenly an arrow flew towards him and struck his chest. She was released by God, who came down and asked if they were still there. It turns out that before this, Robert actually thought that God's game had already weeded out all the cowards. Kayla ran ahead and said that they should run faster, but Leo looked away and asked if God was already here. One of the guys grabbed the man and said that they couldn't do it. But God had already pointed his bow at him and said that he must really want death after all. Just as he was about to shoot, he saw something strange in front of him. There was the face of another goddess, as well as an aura that smiled sweetly, not looking straight into the eyes. But despite this, Robert still fired and looked down. The guy who was sitting with tears in his eyes saw the gun flying at him and realized that this was bad. Benjamin was watching this whole situation and grabbed the man, throwing him away from that man. Not understanding what was going on, he asked himself what he was doing. Soon these guys felt as if something had hit them, and they flew in different directions. The group of participants ran in the other direction and suddenly the girl stopped. The man asked what Neva was doing, because all the archers were distracted, and this was their only chance. The baby didn't respond to this and just continued to look ahead. Robert, in turn, turned to that same guy and asked if he really dared to use Elizabeth against her. Benjamin said that, to be honest, he didn't even know who it was, and Kraken noted that it was his wife. It turns out that before this, he said that keeping this pig was really a mistake. But is it really so that the second one got to his head too? The interlocutor told him to cover his mouth. God used his weapon and said that, fortunately for this guy, he would quickly end this. The interlocutor shouted that he was grateful that he would do this, but he had already died once. Therefore, I once again used the divine power, namely the skill called Crazy Dreamer. Robert did not stop and attacked with his arrows, causing an explosion. Benjamin was stunned by what was happening, because right before his eyes he saw a large stream of fire. God asked if Kraken really thought these tricks would work on him. It turns out that his arrows speak with the power of tens of suns. Because of this, it turns out that he will not be able to stop him under any circumstances. From the dust that rose up ahead, the voice of a guy could be heard saying that he was probably right. Because the truth is, most of these fools don't have what it takes to stand up to God. But even despite this, he is not exactly like him. All this was said by Roger, who grabbed the guys in his arms. Soon Robert used her weapon and was ready to shoot, but realized that he had already run out of its 100-meter range. Yet, even despite everything that had happened, he said that they were scoundrels and none of them would get out of here alive. A group of guys were hiding behind some rocks, and Roger was breathing heavily and also saying that it was close. God stood on top of one of the hills and said, "Could a mere mortal really stop her arrow?" The interlocutor smiled and then said that something like that happened. After that, he looked up and asked if it was interesting how he did all this. Robert fired again and said that there was no time for that. But as soon as he tried to release his arrow, he suddenly felt a frosty cold on his hand. And then he wondered why he couldn't move his limb. It was also clear that something like fog had appeared below, and therefore the view was very poor. The boys began to run away from their opponent quite quickly, and Roger said that he thought she would have to find out a little later. Of course, Robert was very angry about what happened and shouted that everything was bad. The guy in glasses turned to his interlocutor and noted that his clouds had helped a lot, and that this was quite a skillful divine power. But his interlocutor looked at him in surprise and noticed that it was definitely not him. Roger then turned his attention to Benjamin, and he told him not to look at them. Kraken noted that their power was much greater than just creating clouds. Their squad leader said that a talking doll was creepy, but if they didn't do it, then who did? A girl standing nearby noted that she shouldn't be thanked, since they couldn't allow so many casualties at the very beginning. But right away, she asked him not to die until they got closer to the finish line. The guy said he agreed with it, but his doll said she hated it. Roger asked who she was, but the stranger thanked her for saving them. He also apologized with tears in his eyes for being a burden to them all. In the end, he really wasn't fast enough to save his comrade. If only this man could have done something at that moment, his friend would really be alive. Roger came closer and said that there was no need to cry because he had done everything he could for this. Then he asked what his new comrade's name was. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and then introduced himself and said that his name was Christopher. The man with glasses said that he, of course, felt sorry for his friend Christopher, and he would like to save him too. Well, it turns out that the guy himself is still here, and he's still fighting with them. In conclusion, this game is not over yet, so you should continue to fight. You should do this at least for yourself and your friend. Then Roger smiled and extended his hand. The comrade took the hand and thanked him heartily, and then said that he was indeed right, because it turns out that he will have time to grieve when all this is over. The little girl, in turn, turned her attention to the side and said that the guy with the wheels was distracting the old man for so long that they had better go. She turned to Roger and told him not to put himself in danger again, because she would not save him a second time. The guy noted that everything would be as the lady said. Scott continued to be in the sky and with confidence spoke for that god to follow him. A large number of arrows then flew towards him, and he said that it was really close. Kayla wondered how she was supposed to keep up with him. And Leo, who was nearby, said he didn't think they could. It turns out that no one moved, so Scott drew Freddy's attention to himself so they can escape from Robert. The girl said it was brave of the guy, but it only worked as long as the old man was stupid enough to keep aiming at him. Leo then remarked that the gods are indeed arrogant, so he would want to defeat Scott. The interlocutor noted that this was, of course, true, but there was another way to kill him. Freddy took aim again, then released his arrow with a sharp movement. And then the man, who was running forward quite quickly, saw an arrow in front of him, and it pierced his stomach. Roger said that these are exactly the conditions to attract the old man's attention, and he sees right through everything. Benjamin said that all this was not important at all, and then asked what he meant. The Kraken entered the conversation and said that as long as the champion continued to move towards the finish line, the old man would see him as a threat. Because in the end, it turns out that the truth is that he could have ended the game for everyone. However, in this case, it all depends on whether this guy is ready to watch and see death and other participants. Christopher said that he understood everything now, and that meant that if the guy with the fire wheels kept fighting, then they would probably be okay. The little girl said that theoretically it was like this. Could he continue like this for long? Roger remembered what happened before, and then stated that this man was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. So he would probably say that Scott is not ready to do it. Roddy sensed the sound from a completely different direction, and so he immediately attacked there. On his way, there was a guy holding a drum in his hands and he saw arrows flying in his direction. Next, he used his divine power, as well as a skill called wave mock. Because of this force, the arrows that were flying to the side began to slow down and stopped altogether. The man happily shouted that he had succeeded and that they could fight off the old man's arrows. But when God heard this, he immediately smiled, and this did not bode well. Then he used his divine power and started shooting quite quickly. The shells began to change their trajectory quite chaotically and soon flew from different directions towards this opponent. The man was amazed at what happened and asked if he had reflected the arrows back at him. The man saw that there was an attack from both sides and realized that this was really bad. And all this because he knew perfectly well that the wave of the Maha allows him to attack only in one direction. The ammunition kept coming his way, and he didn't know what to do. The tip was already near the man's head at the same time, and he thought that he couldn't just die like that. A few seconds before the arrow hit his opponent, Scott appeared and saved him. He then shouted that this old man was in fact just a real coward, and his interlocutor only broke into a smile. God began his furious attacks on all the people who were running forward, and so the guy who was in front began to save everyone. When he helped people, he immediately told them not to continue running forward, and they thanked him for his help. Benjamin asked if the others were going to tell him to stop, and then the guy next to him asked why. Still, Scott does pretty well. And of all the people this man has met in the God game, he is the best. So it's safe to say that this guy is truly one of the strongest. The little girl said that it didn't matter at all that he was physically strong, because it meant that he didn't have the spirit to survive in such a game. Soon, several arrows were flying at quite high speed towards two participants at once. Christopher noticed this and asked if these gods were really aiming at two people. In the end, Scott will most likely not be able to save both people. The guy, in turn, began to instantly use his divine power and accumulate it. Then he picked up quite a bit of speed and headed towards throwing the weapon he had in his hands. The man had one spear of his own, and it, using the power of fire, flew quite quickly towards the stone. It was from this attack that the boulder that was in front broke into a fairly large number of huge pieces. The stones began to crash into the arrows that were on their way to the people. The victims of this attack stood there, confused and unable to understand what was happening right in front of them. Using his senses as well as instincts, the old man was also amazed by what was happening. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion, after which the weapon changed its trajectory. Roger then took a close look at what happened and said, "That's just wow." He noticed that this guy was indeed a real threat. Seeing literally every time Freddy changes his strategy, Scott responds in kind is really annoying. Christopher was amazed and said that he just couldn't believe that this man used the technique on the old man so quickly. The girl who was nearby said that it was really very impressive. But despite everything, she doesn't think Scott is the only person who was inspired. Freddy at the same time became even more angry and began to use his divine power to create arrows. Immediately after that, he began to attack with quite powerful energy. The arrow looked strange and seemed to be much more powerful than it had been before. Scott noticed this attack and asked what he was doing. After a few seconds, he looked at the guy who was standing behind the wall, and this arrow was heading straight towards him. So I realized what this old man was up to, and I got really angry about it. Then he rushed after her in order to help that same guy escape. After a few moments, Scott finally got to the guy. Then he smiled brightly and said that he had caught it after all. Roger saw it from the other side and immediately shouted to Scott that it was a trap. The guy didn't understand why he was talking about this and looked at him in surprise. And at the same time, an arrow was flying from top to bottom, aimed at him. Only a few meters away did Scott, as well as the guy he was about to save, see this attack. The arrow that instantly appeared here, as it ended up piercing the guy's body, as well as the person who was next to him. Several centuries ago, 10 suns shone brightly in the sky and they turned this earth into hell. Robert fired his arrows one after another and killed them because of this. All this happened until the moment when there was only one star left. And for the courage that the man showed in this fight, he was given the elixir of immortality. Any creature that was supposed to drink it would supposedly become immortal, but if it was knocked out too quickly, it would lead to serious consequences. The man was actually grateful for such a gift, but soon he realized something. After all, it turns out that he was not ready for eternal life in any case. Love really tied him to this world, and he refused to let it go. But sometimes in life, it happens that choice is also a luxury. One night, several men with weapons were walking towards the house where Robert lived. His wife woke up because she felt that there was a strange person on the street. In order to check what had really happened, she immediately got out of bed and lit a candle. It was unclear whether lightning had struck the house or what all the noise was about. But when Elizabeth came out of her room, she saw the robbers looking at her with weapons. Soon Robert suddenly woke up from the sound of his wife's screams coming from the next room. He started running quite quickly and asked Elizabeth what had happened. But when I found myself in the very room where the robbers were, I was stunned by what I saw. Several unfamiliar men were there, but his wife was pierced by a blade. And so, in order to avoid death, the girl grabbed the bottle with the elixir of immortality and greedily drank it. The thieves were amazed by what was happening and asked if this was still worth it. But Elizabeth began to rise up and it was clear that her wounds were healing. Robert was also very worried about what was happening for his wife and turned to her. Then he extended his hand and asked her to give him hers in return. Naturally, Elizabeth heard him and tried to reach for his limb. But in the end, they never got to hold hands, and that was the very day the man lost his wife on the moon. Robert kept trying to reach out to her to help her hold on, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. That's why he stood on the ground in despair and screamed the name of his wife Elizabeth. It turned out that the man was actually one of the greatest archers in the history of the entire world. But even so, he could never reach her. As a result, the robbers did not run away anywhere and continued to remain in this very room. Robert, of course, understood that they were here, and after that he turned to them and looked into their eyes. And there was hellish anger there. In just a few moments, there was nothing left of the men who were in the room, and they lay dead on the ground in their own blood. Remembering the sun and the moon, Robert thought that this is how they spend their eternal lives. They complement each other in such a way that the wife is on the moon, but the guy uses the entire sun. But being together in this way, is this what his or her eternity should be like? For days on end, Robert just lay there, doing nothing, looking at the moon. One day, the Supreme God appeared to him and said that, as he had said for years, he had wasted his gifts of immortality. And this is really very annoying to see. Robert stood up and was surprised, so he asked who it was. The supreme god declared that he was his savior and there was one thing he could tell him. It turns out that he can still reunite him with his wife, who is on the moon. Robert then rose up and became animated, so that he said that he would do anything for this. And the interlocutor declared that this was the correct answer. Now the man was on one of the peaks and was very angry, so he thought that this year had the audacity to use the illusion against him. If you think about rules, they are made to be broken. Robert was very angry at the same time and said that he wanted to send this timer to hell because this puppeteer was already dead. Scott continued his fight and thought that this situation really looked bad. Because he's blowing up all these rocks with his power, the old man is using them as a smokescreen. But it turns out that it wasn't just that, because he timed the shot perfectly while the guy was talking to another player. Scott couldn't understand whether Freddy was really capable of doing this at a distance of 3,000 meters. While he was thinking about his opponent's abilities, he saw an arrow heading towards him right in front of him. The guy was amazed by what was happening, asking if this was another arrow since he hadn't even landed on the ground yet. On top of all this, his fire wheels have fallen to the ground, and he cannot move in the air with their help. Since the arrow was already very close to the guy and he could not get back from it, he wondered if this was really his end. Literally seconds before that could happen, that idea came from Roger, who grabbed those guys. Freddy sensed through his instincts and his hearing that something had happened that he did not want. Scott opened his eyes and was surprised because he realized that the speed was considered quite high. It was because of this that I wondered if Roger was as fast as he was. The guy with the scar at the same time said that the interlocutor put others above himself. That's why it happened. And then he asked if his comrade in arms understood all this. With a crazy smile on his face, he noted that Scott was a madman after all. After these words, the interlocutor also broke into a smile and said that his interlocutor was also the same. Roger noticed that this was amazing enough, and so they began to use their terrible power together. The man with the scar continued to walk towards his comrades, who were hidden somewhere behind the boulders. The rest of the squad waved their hands for their leader to join them. He soon found himself near his comrades and asked if this meant they were all running away. Leo remarked that he was glad to see him alive. Roger put down the boys he had been holding all this time and asked how far they were. Kayla thought for a few seconds and then said that another 2,000 meters was still quite far, of course, but they were getting more and more casualties. The boy also joined the conversation and said that it seemed that only half was left, and maybe even a little less. The leader of their squad also thought about it, and said that there were actually more survivors than he had thought before. Scott continued to lie on the ground with a large wound, and then a girl came up to him. He thanked her, and she in turn used the divine power of regeneration. This skill was called Previous Flesh, and it healed the wound that was on the boy's side. The guy then noticed his wound and asked if it had healed. Kayla told him not to stress too much and that next time she might not be there. Roger extended his hand to the boy and said that he respected him for saving others. But in any case, they asked not to do this again because it could have serious consequences. If Scott really wants to help other people, then let him finish the game with him. The interlocutor began to rise and stated that if he really sees that someone really needs help, he immediately goes to them. Then, with a smile on his face, he apologized and said that he was simply that kind of person. Roger asked if this game was really full of idiots like him, but how did he get so far then? The little girl ran up to them and said that this man was here. And did he really think that he could leave them? She arrived here with the others and said that it was dangerous to stick together in such a large group, so they could just paint a big target on their backs. Roger began waving casually and said he was glad to see everyone, as they had arrived just in time. But right now they are just starting to think about how to get to the old man to cut off this bastard's head from his shoulders. So he wonders if they will be with them. Several of the interlocutors said that, of course, yes, but Kraken was not at all happy to hear all this, and asked if they really would listen to him. Roger thought about it after that and said that they needed to work together if they wanted to get through to the next round and finish those 2,000 meters. It turns out that he means not only them, but they also need everyone who is alive. Freddy was really able to handle everyone easily only because everyone was separate. This is what allowed him to shoot them down one by one. But if the participants unite and use their divine powers together, then they will have a better chance of winning. Kraken was not pleased, immediately asked if this would make everyone a bigger target. Benjamin said that was true, and it seemed like this would not only help him. Leo joined the conversation and noted that this was not entirely true, because if everyone united, of course Freddy would only shoot in one direction. But for a blind shooter who relies only on his own hearing, this is what will complicate the task, since all the sounds will be from a known place. After making the task more difficult, not only will it confuse him, but it will also be easier for them to negotiate, so they can even confuse God. Scott said that if they were always there, it would be easier to help those in danger. And the other person noted that this was exactly the case. It turns out that in this game, the obvious fact is that the participants must separate, but the best solution is to stay together. Roger asked what the others thought about this, should send the null to others, and after that they would kill this old bastard. Robert walked forward and heard various voices, so he was very surprised and started asking what was going on. But from one of the gorges, a crowd was running straight to the center of the play area, shouting that they should do this together. The guy with glasses, who was running a little behind, shouted for the crowd to group together and they would take them by storm. Someone said that it was really crazy, but he wasn't sure that there was another way to get out of this zone. The guys in the back said, "Screw this game, we need to beat the crap out of these gods." Freddy could be heard quite well and he was very angry about it, so he immediately used his divine power and prepared to shoot the bow. Roger was at the front of the crowd, so he immediately shouted to the others that the arrows were approaching. So he shouted to Christopher and also to Neva to get ready because they would be next. It was after these words that they used the divine power and moved forward. Christopher used his skill, namely unwavering. The sponsor of this man was the god of the mountain, whose name is Dushara. So the guy got a big club in his hands and immediately hit the ground quite hard. Roger was happy about what was happening and said that he didn't even know that this man was so strong. And Benjamin asked why he didn't use his divine power earlier. Right in front of Christopher, at the same time, a huge wall appeared, into which the arrows that flew forward crashed. Soon, the defensive structure could not withstand the impact of these shells. The guy sadly said that he had finally broken through. Benjamin started to run away and noted that they probably needed to run. But at the same time, the baby appeared in the morning and used his divine power, namely the skill called Zeus's lightning. Indeed, the sponsor was Zeus, who is the king of all Olympus. God felt that his arrows were struck by lightning, and so he became very strong. Neva told the others not to stop because every second counted. Everyone should hold on, and only then will victory be theirs. They also need to help each other, and only in this way will they be able to end this hell and then kill the gods. Scott tried to save those people who were almost defenseless and said that he was imagining things. Or was the old man starting to shoot harder? Kayla was healing the other people's wounds and saying that he definitely shoots faster. But the boy asked her to hurry up a little. After this, their suits began to make strange sounds, and it was clear that the arrows were heading straight towards them. Leo noticed that danger was approaching them and immediately wanted to use his adjusted power. But right in front of them, Roger appeared, shouting at the guy to stop and not do it. It turns out that it is better for the boy to save his strength and use it for the finale, and leave the rest to him. He literally stopped in midair and then began to use his divine power. After what happened, a purple ball appeared right in front of his hands. Then a large stream of flame flew out straight ahead, in the direction in which the projectile was flying. But the arrow continued its movement, and so the boy asked if his flame could not melt the arrows of the god. A few seconds later, Scott appeared, shouting that it was no big deal, since he had slowed them down enough. Using his divine power, the boy jumped up to the projectile and grabbed it. Roger was inspired by what had happened and said that the scoundrel had covered him well. After the cattle grabbed one of the arrows, he immediately redirected it in another direction and said that he himself would not be able to use these arrows. So why doesn't this old man take them to his place after that? The weapon was directed at the period with quite high speed and struck the god. He was very surprised by what was happening, because he felt that his cheek had been cut. Then he touched her with his hand and felt hot blood flowing down. Of course, he was surprised and didn't even know what he was doing in such a situation. Suddenly, from the other side, someone appeared and said that it seemed that this old man was pinned down. And it also turned out that the participants were approaching the 1,000-meter mark. There was a guy standing on the other side who asked him if he was right in thinking that this was their exit. After a while, Kayla said that Freddy hadn't fired an arrow in the last minute. But did he really have something in mind? The guy said that he just went to hell. On top of all this, he sees him, and there are only 1,000 meters left to the finish line. Literally a few seconds later, he stopped. The other participants who were behind looked at him in surprise and asked what happened. Roger, in turn, was truly amazed and asked what the hell this was. The guy was surprised because at the top, where only the old man stood, other people appeared. One of the men who was there said that this was a twist of fate, of course. On top of all this, it was unclear who would have thought that their paths would cross in this hell, and then he said that this was his son. Roger reflected that his memories were certainly blurry. But despite this, he can clearly remember that he had a younger brother in childhood. This boy was really such an innocent and pure child. It shone, even through the darkness that was happening in the boy's house. The boy deserved a better family than the one he had. The old man came back covered in blood up to his elbows, and then his wife said that Leon needed to quit, They had children here, so he couldn't come back in a crowd covered in blood. The man asked how she was going to make money in that case, since the life of an assassin was all he knew. The girl shouted that in this case she would earn money, and he could take care of the boys, but if he didn't quit, then she would have to do something. The interlocutor became very angry and asked what she would have to do. Leave him. Leon shouted. Does the girl even understand what he has to do every day? He does it all for them, of course, and then hit his own wife with his hand. But Roger listened to all of this. The wife sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and was very afraid. Then the man realized what he had done and immediately apologized, saying that he should not have snapped at her. As sad as it was for him, he said he would do it and quit. After this, in order to calm his wife, he sat down next to her and hugged her tightly. After some time, the mother gave the glasses to her son and told him to take them because it was sunny today, so she brought them to him. The boy said it was just cool, and the woman asked if it was really great because they protected him from the sun. Roger asked if they would really protect him, like this armor. Mom smiled and then said that it was something like that. The kid immediately put them on and looked pretty cool, and his interlocutor told him that it was great and the boy was so stylish. He thanked his mother for this and said that he really liked these glasses. She hugged her son tightly and said that there was nothing to thank her for and also called him sweet. Then she told the boy to go to the car and wait there, and she would take Shun, and they would go together to start the beach season. The kid said that he understood everything, and immediately after that he left the house straight to the vehicle. Roger opened the car door and then stood obediently, waiting for his parent. But literally a few moments later, a very powerful explosion thundered. The baby's body flew quite far from the huge blast wave that resulted from this. However, to his great happiness, he still survived and landed on the door of the transport. At the same time, according to the police, it was a miracle that, being so close to the explosion, everyone survived. Even the boy's glasses remained completely intact at the same time. The fire continued to spread, and the boy thought that after that he would never consider this miracle. Sometime after the tragedy that killed his younger brother and mother, the boy was sitting with his father. Then he asked the old man if he had really gone back to work. It was interesting to see how he thought his mother would react to this. Starets got angry because of the words he literally just heard and said that the thoughts of the dead are not important at all. The boy got very angry about this and shouted that in his mind his mother was still important. For a start, she would still be with them if it weren't for his idiotic job. It is not now that he returns there, but it was because of the old man that his mother and younger brother were killed. Leon got angry and asked how it was because of him, since she told him to quit for Roger's sake, as well as his brother's. His wife was very worried about Shun and about him, but if she had sat silently, she would still be alive. The old man told Roger that it was not really his fault, but his son's. After that, he became even more angry and grabbed the iron that was in his hands, leaving the guy with a burn. That same day, Roger saw his father for the last time. And then I spent literally my entire life trying to find him. The guy had been trying to get stronger all this time so he could make him pay for what he had done to their family. And then I remembered my childhood and realized who this person was. Roger said that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. After all, as soon as the guy in his previous life realized that he had caught him, he ran away. It happened literally, as always, because he was constantly running away. The boy was very angry about this and asked his father if he really was such a coward. Leon said that before this, God told him that this boy ended his life after he found him. But is it really true that he no longer has any goals for his own life? The man believes that it was precisely because of this goal that he did not send them to this hell. Fate is still a scoundrel. Leon said that it seemed that his son would actually get the fight he had dreamed of for so long. All this is because they will not let these people pass just like that. Roger smiled after this and asked if it was true that these scoundrels had made some kind of deal with the gods. If this is really the case, then it seems that miracles really do happen for a reason. The guy got very excited at that moment and said that he would kill the gods as well as his father. Not in one fell swoop. The leader of the opposing detachment was asked what their own plan was. He continued to look closely at his son and told everyone that they were doing as they had agreed before. They should simply kill all these people who are below, and that's it. The rest of the squad said that they heard him. And then something had to be done. Roger turned to Kayla and also Leo and told them to take the others and get out of here. Benjamin, Christopher, Neva, and also Scott, he asked to stay. He said that they should help him deal with these traitors because they had already gone so far. But of all the people a guy could possibly meet, his father would definitely never lose. The defensive squad rushed to attack. Roger told them to show him what they could do. Several boys were running behind, and the boy was telling his sister where she thought the bugs were running. She said she didn't know, although it seemed they couldn't escape from them. Their names were Carrie and Gary. Their sponsor was Nut, the goddess of the sky, and also Geb. the god of the earth. Neva told her partner that she hoped he wouldn't be afraid to kill the children. He noted that of course not. His sponsor was the god of the mountain, and her sponsor was the king of Olympus, Zeus. One of the men asked if his opponent was really that skinny. Then he turned to Frederick and offered him a swap. This man's name is Ivan the Terrible, and his sponsor is Beelzebub, the prince of demons. Benjamin asked why he was showing off like that and should he be made to cry. Kraken said that he would agree with me this time, and he was crazy. Scott at the same time told his opponent that he agreed to accept his challenge because he seemed like a worthy opponent for him. The sponsor was the Lotus Prince Neja. The knight in armor said that he could not say the same about his enemy, who was Sir Frederick, a knight of the Round Table, and whose sponsor was Merlin. Roger stood opposite his father and turned to him and remarked that there would probably be chaos here. The man looked at his son and asked him if he was sure he wanted this. The guy smiled madly after that and, using his power, said that he was absolutely sure. Also, without stopping for a second, he immediately rushed after his father in order to attack him. Kayla called the other participants to follow her and said that they should run, because if they could finish this game, then the rest of the battles did not matter at all. Some guy jumped up after that and apologized, saying that he wouldn't let them do all that. People immediately looked up and saw a girl rushing towards them. After the opponent landed down, a large crater was formed there from the kick. It was Margaret, and her sponsor is Saraswati, one of the Tridevi. Kayla asked if the game wasn't hard enough already, so why did she just have to join their team? The woman smiled and said that she knew all this perfectly well, but she had something worth living for. Leo joined the conversation and noticed that they had the same goal. Margaret used her player and then turned on the music, and some tracks started playing in her headphones. After that, she turned to the others and noted that she was apologizing, but if there was a choice between her and these people, she would always choose herself. The boy noticed that she had turned up the music so loudly that he could hear it even from here. But at the same moment he said this, he saw his opponent's fist in front of him. Because of the music he heard, this man's consciousness and perception became clouded. But it turns out that he was protected by Kayla, who spoke out before this blow. The opponent smiled because of this and said that she really does have good reflexes. It turns out that it repelled the attack even without divine power. At the same second, Kayla's hand was torn off and blood was oozing from it. After this, Margaret jumped up and said that they should know that this really pissed her off. But a moment later, there was already a knife near her throat, which was presented by one of the guys, and another protected the girl with a shield. The woman asked if this meant that the cutie wanted to join their game. The guy with glasses said that she just got out of their way and then they would let her live. The man below agreed with this judgment and remarked that the old man was enough for all this. Another interlocutor asked her if she wasn't supposed to be one of them, so why in that case was she on the street side at all? Margaret switched the track on her player and asked why, when she had already killed so many participants in the God game to get here. In the end, if this is necessary for survival, as well as obtaining her memories, then why not kill a few more people? A moment after she said this, she kicked and cut the man in front of her into 2 pieces. The body fell dead to the ground, and she continued her way through the blood. The rest of the people rushed to attack her and told her to go to hell in that case. But using only the shield that was just in her hands, she cut those people into pieces. Then I exhaled with ease and noticed that they really weren't worth anything at all. In the end, I noticed that if I were to say it, it was funny that the gods offered an alliance to them. After all, these participants really are the strongest in this minigame. And if this is the case, then it means that they were all destined to die right here. After this, Margaret waved her hand, beckoning people to her, and asked who wanted to be next. Another person said she should have known better and not joined these damn gods, so they went on the attack and said she was next. The woman smiled and said that this was all great, because she was hoping for a fight. After that, she suddenly rushed forward and declared that it was time to begin. The little girl looked at her opponents and said that it was good, because there were 2 of them, but Christopher asked if they were really twins. The girl said that they should be sent to hell because they were in their way, and then she used her divine power. These were Zeus's lightning bolts, which flew towards these people quite quickly, but these twins dodged each other. Christopher was amazed by what was happening and, looking closely, asked what was not doing this. It was unclear whether they were playing ping pong right in front of them. Neva also looked at their attacks and wondered if they really knew how to control the earth. The ball that was being controlled by the kids all this time went straight towards the guy and hit him very hard in the stomach. The girl was very scared for her partner because she saw that blood was pouring out of his mouth. Then the opponents laughed and asked if it was really he who was unshakable. The boy said that even if that was the case, it seemed like he was already breaking down. Then they continued their attack, but the guy still fought it off with his club. Gary was amazed and wondered if he could really stop the ball at such a speed, considering it weighed over 200 pounds. After the guy did this, the ball flew up to 100 meters away, after which he said that it was a pretty heavy thing. It was completely unclear to him how such brats could abandon her with such ease. After this, Christopher stood up proudly, placing his club behind his back and remarked that it reminded him of the old days. It turns out that he once played baseball and hit the ball in the same way. But sometimes he failed to do this, and therefore the points were counted to the opponent. Suddenly, a guy came up and addressed young Christopher. Then he asked in surprise why the coach had put him there in the first place. Although it turns out that it always happens because he is too weak to strike normally, the same coward. And here, like him, he definitely shouldn't step onto this field. The boy was sad about this, and tears welled up in his eyes. The people on the bench said he was weak, and it was unclear when he would hit the ball, but his losses were enough for the whole game. That's why the guy understood perfectly well that he never had confidence and he was always afraid of the ball. So in the end, it turned out that fear always stopped him at the very last moment. Soon the interlocutor said that he never understood why Christopher remained here all these years. If he was as useless as this guy, he would have left long ago. Just then, a new coach named David was standing near the locker room. After he heard this conversation, you immediately turned to Christopher and said that he would be next. The boy was amazed, but after that he said that he was ready. The coach said that the first game zone awaited him, and then asked if he was nervous. He put his hands in his hand and said that he was not particularly nervous. And the old man asked in that case why he still continued to play volleyball. Still, he clearly sees how others treat him, so it's not clear why he joins the team every year. In the end, the boy could have gone to another club or taken up another sport, but why then choose baseball? Christopher's hands began to shake, and he said that everyone was humiliating him and that even after all these years he was afraid to kick the ball. But despite everything that happens to him, he loves this baseball, which is why he comes back here every year. Of course, he would really like to hit the ball with all his might. I would also like to be more confident in my own abilities. The coach came up to him after a few seconds and stroked his head. He went on to say that it means he lacks confidence because he is scared. But then what is he afraid of? The boy noticed that it was probably just then that the man laughed. He said that the guy was really funny because they would need to get to the source. But for now, he does have the perfect way to overcome his fear, but they still need to try something new for him. After Christopher remembered, he immediately got into a fighting stance and directed the battle forward. The kids were in the air and said he was just lucky and should see how he did this time. Then the tides of the earth took advantage of the divine power, and therefore the ball began to rush in all directions. Neva was discouraged and said that she could not keep track of this moving ball. After that, she turned to Christopher and said that she would use a smoke screen so that they could escape. But the interlocutor noted that this should not be done. Let the question leave everything else to him. The girl was shocked and wondered how a person like this guy could survive until the fourth round. But his aura had changed. He was much more confident now, and his aura was much stronger. Gary smiled madly at this and said that now this man should die. Christopher stood with his head down and the ball was flying towards him at quite a high speed. Then he probably grabbed his bat and felt the projectile flying towards him. His partner noticed that his eyes were closed right now. Also, the opponents who attacked him were amazed because they saw this. Christopher used his divine power with his eyes closed and blocked the blow. The ball flew a very long distance, somewhere up, and this attack was called unshakable. Neva was amazed and thought that this was what looked like the most important action of the attacking team. So after that, the little girl said he was a scoundrel. Ham didn't know he could really fight. The interlocutor noted that he could only do this with his eyes closed. Then she asked him to tell the truth, how he had gotten so far. Christopher looked at the baseball bat and said that his old coach taught him this tactic. He was told to close his own eyes and let the whole world go dark. He also had to focus only on himself, and therefore he had to be confident. So the guy said that this is all he does when he's scared or stressed, Neva, that it's a pretty stupid way. Then I noticed that in any case, it doesn't matter, because as long as it works, it's good, the interlocutor asked. But now that they don't have the ball, can they just kill them? Gary turned to his little sister and said they would try again. She put her hand forward and using divine power said she understood everything. This divine power and skill was called Etherbound. Due to the use of this power, a huge ball appeared that was directed at the opponents. The little girl asked what the hell was going on. Using his strength, Christopher still tried to stop this blow, but it was quite strong. He thought that it seemed like their divine powers really worked together. The guy could make the ground jump, and she could create surfaces in the air. But by using their powers, children can constantly attack them from afar. That's what was happening now, so Christopher was trying to stop the attack. Neva said that they can't just fight back, so they should go on the offensive. He was amazed and asked how she was going to do it. The interlocutor said that the way they use the ball and put pressure on them while maintaining distance. But the more often the opponents hit this ball, the faster it becomes in the end. In that case, if the opponents hit them, then they are dead. That is why you should attack them first. The girl used her divine power and then pushed her partner forward. The smoke that Neva had called here began to spread throughout the area and nothing could be seen. Gary told his sister to stop. They would use their powers and continue hitting the ball. Carrie said they were the first to completely ignore their ball and just rush at them. But it turns out that opponents will never attack them from everywhere. The little girl used her power of divine lightning and thus dispersed the smoke. The boy noticed that this attack was directed at his sister and immediately shouted at her. In order to protect her, he used his divine power and decided that he would not allow his little sister to be hurt under any circumstances. So the ground beneath Carrie's feet actually became like a trampoline, and that's why she jumped up. Neva smiled at this and, continuing to use her power, said that she could not leave her just like that. So she steered this ball of lightning in the other direction. But the girl, in turn, was also not simple. So she made her attack from the one bound by ether. The little girl was amazed by this and asked what else it was. But Christopher jumped up, pushing off the girl's head and immediately apologized to her for it. He said that he was simply going to end it all and needed help to do so. Swinging his rather large club, he flew straight towards the girl who was lying on the ground. Gary was shocked and asked if they were so crazy that they would attack them like that. Then I noticed that this is, in principle, completely unimportant. After all, in the end, they had driven themselves into a corner, and now he was using his power. So the ball that the boy hit with his hand was directed in different directions, changing its trajectory. Neva thought that this was bad, because the ball would now fly to Christopher, and that is what happened. However, no matter how strong this man is, such a blow will definitely kill him. In the air, the guy swung his club and did some kind of pirouette. Carrie, who was standing on the sidelines, looked at this and said that this was simply impossible. Christopher, in turn, thanked them for their help. But the girl's brother was shocked by what was happening. Then the guy with the club said that it was high time for her to hit a home run. Harry, with tears in his eyes, realized what was going to happen and shouted at his sister to get out of there. She, in turn, also had tears in her eyes because she understood what was about to happen. Christopher spun around and hit the ball pretty hard. He hit his opponent right in the head, and her head immediately shattered into pieces. The girl's brother was simply distraught by what happened. These saw how the body of the girl, who had just been in the air, fell to the ground with a broken head. A few seconds later, Christopher Yeast also landed on the ground. The boy ran to his little sister's body, with tears in his eyes, saying that this can't be, that the ham can't leave him. It turns out that all this time they were together against this whole world. Moreover, they even planned to win this game of God together and finally live a normal life. Gary, remembering this, got very angry and looked at his opponents, saying that they, without going around her, stole their dream. Neva had already used her divine power and told him not to blame them. Or rather, they themselves chose this path when they joined the gods. So he should accept the consequences of all these actions because he is not the only one with dreams. The power of Zeus's lightning struck the boy's body within seconds. Christopher turned to the little girl and asked if it was necessary, and she coldly replied that it was. Because what could be more painful than watching a part of a person die, knowing that he could have saved it? The guy said he didn't think anything was more painful. Neva said Gary would give anything to avenge his sister, so it would be better this way. After that, I saw Christopher's sad face and told him to raise his head up. In truth, it turns out that their journey is not over yet. Scott continued his battle with his opponent and asked what he was saying about him not being a suitable opponent. The knight flew a short distance away and then used divine power and a skill called 1,000 Secret Spells. Namely, it was the skill of the secret 107, so his weapon was colored in the purple color of power. Dark rays, as if arrows, began to be directed towards the enemy, and it was a missile attack. The guy started to dodge these attacks and said that for someone who calls himself a Knight of the Round Table, this man uses too much magic. Frederica was amazed and said that this guy was really clever. Then he noticed that in that case, if he destroys everything, then that person will not be able to dodge. After that, he used his divine power, namely the computer skill called Secret Number 953. Then a huge stream of fire was directed towards the guy, and it was a fire meteor. Scott continued to move forward and said that he could use magic, but it wouldn't change any of the results. Then he took advantage of the acceleration and said that if he was going to win, he shouldn't lose to anyone. It turns out that this knight doesn't even show his face to him. Frederica was amazed and asked if he had managed to escape through his magic. And then, a few moments later, he saw his opponent flying straight towards him with a confident face. So in order to defend against his attack, he immediately used a skill called 1,000 Secret. Scott heard this and asked what the other 1,000 was. Was that really his maximum? Of course, he apologizes to this knight, but it is too late for this attack. And then, a few moments later, Christopher appeared, flying in from the side with both feet and hitting him right in the head. Scott was taken aback. But what happened was that he wanted to fight her. Then he got angry and started shouting because of this, but the interlocutor asked what happened, then said that we should wait. Is it really a girl? Scott said that he almost killed him. But why did he intervene? Then turned his attention to his opponent and asked what other girl. It was still completely unclear what he was talking about now. The guys were taken aback when they saw her. They said she was so beautiful. Then Neva came up and said they were idiots. After that, she turned to their opponent and asked if she would continue to fight. It turns out that Scott would have killed her if Christopher hadn't saved her life. But whether she likes it or not, they're going to that old man. But Frederica still has a choice, and she can make it right now. It turns out that everyone here is fighting against the gods and trying to understand who they are and why they should live. Neva said that it would be necessary not to ask why this knight joined those who threw them here. But despite this, even if she doesn't care whether the others live or die, doesn't she want to destroy the gods along with them? The interlocutor did not say anything and only looked at them menacingly. A few moments later, the boys saw a large arrow heading straight towards them. The knight used Secret 243, and it was an ice wall. Freddy was very angry about this because he realized what had just happened. Frederica said that she only joined the gods because she thought they were impossible to defeat. But looking at how these people fight, it may still be possible. So there is still a possibility that together they can damage them. Suddenly, someone interrupted this girl's conversation because she was shot at from the other side. The boys were amazed, and suddenly a god appeared and said that you can never trust a traitor. So when the time comes, they will take it and then stab people in the back. Everyone immediately became wary, and Scott asked what this god was doing here. He, in turn, asked if they had missed him all this time.